time in drift history, the Driftallstars Tour travels outside Europe. The 2016 Driftallstars Series, fueled by Monster Energy, kicks off at the world-famous Marina circuit for the Abu Dhabi Drift GP. Who will reign supreme in the Battle of the Gulf, where the top from Driftallstars battle the best from the Middle East? Find out on April 8th. Tickets now on sale at www.yazmarinacircuit.com.
This is Marina Circuit and this is Driftallstars. We are here in Abu Dhabi and I'm also here with Mr. Stephen Baggioni, who's over here updating a little bit of social media. And Bagsy, we are a long way from home, but what a glorious place to be.
Yeah, I mean this is possibly the best. It's a dream come true for me from a young child watching the sport progress, being involved with it now for about 8-9 years. Today, you can go home and watch this track right now where we're standing on YouTube, TV, whatever you want, and it's insane that we are allowed to come here and smoke the place out.
So it's a big, bad world, and Nigel Colfer has drifted most of it. Nigel, I've talked to you on at least 15 continents. Not that there's that many, but you know what I'm talking about. We're here at Yas Marina. We're on a Formula One track. How does that feel?
It's pretty cool, really, isn't it? It's pretty amazing that drifting has been taken this serious now. So, but yeah, it's great to be here. The facilities are something else, and to drift on a track that you've seen so many times with Lewis Hamilton or Sebastian Vettel, it's amazing to be here. So
I think it's really, it's kind of repaying as well the effort that people like you have put in, because you really have put everything you've got into drifting for so many years. That's why you're here, because you put in, it's not just the money and the time, but it's just the confidence in I'm going to make it. So the local talent, there's some good. How are we feeling about them?
yeah, there's a lot of good guys with loud cars, as you can hear.
And there's a lot. So let's just skip over that. The cars. There are some serious weapons here, aren't there?
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, you're talking big engines, big horsepower, something a bit different, and you know, I think we refined the whole car. These guys go for their big engines first, and then try and wheel it in a bit. So, but yeah, it's definitely different. It's a different style of driving. You know, it's progressing out here an awful lot more. It has done in the last couple of years, and yeah, definitely it's something that's made a big jump. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to really see what these guys are made of and see where we are in comparison.
Talk to me about that driving style, because you, more than a lot of the experience with driving, not familiar with. So a lot of series, a lot of they're the same drivers. What have you seen? Have you got to adapt to anything here? Have they got a different style, different way of doing things?
Yeah, like when you come in here and you drive against these guys, you don't really know what they're going to do, so you just have to kind of trust them and do whatever. That's what you're chasing the cars. You just don't know where people are going to be. You can't think about it too much. You just kind of watch what the guys are doing. The spotter will be on to me and tell me, you know, whether it's something to push hard on or have to, you know, leave the car to to and push in on. So yeah, it's just a balancing act, and like you said, we're used to doing that. You know, we travel around Europe to different championships, and there's guys there every event that you're battling, and you've never went against them before. So it's a different challenge, and yeah, definitely something that I've enjoyed and something that I've learned to kind of deal with over the years. So.
Well, you're certainly doing a good job of it. How are you feeling about the course they've got laid out for you here?
Yeah, it's I suppose it's a course of two sections really. You have the first section, it's quite fast, and it's technical enough to the point where if you're a metre or so off your line, you're not going to make the pull down the straight. So that's kind of what we've been focusing on today. But yeah, it's again, the whole facility, everything, just to be here, it's amazing. So yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow and pushing on a bit more. So just getting used to things and getting back in the driving seat again. So I haven't drove since September, so we're kind of warming up to this here. But yeah, really looking forward to it now tomorrow. Well,
just one last question. As you become more comfortable with it, do you think there's going to be a moment tomorrow when maybe you're just coming off the end of a run or something like that, you can look around and go, I'm in Yas Marina? Because I'm stood here looking around going, yep, this is definitely Yas Marina.
I have that on every run through. We have a bit of a run back around to the start line again, and yeah, it's just to think of where we are and how lucky we are to be here. It's yeah, really exciting, and you know, it's just a once in a lifetime opportunity. So.
Well, let's hope it's more than once in a lifetime, but we'll see how you get on tomorrow first. So thanks, Nigel. Have a good night's sleep. I know there's some people gunning for you, so watch out. But yeah, we'll have some fun. Tell me, you are the reigning champion. Is it of the UAE or Abu Dhabi or Dubai? Tell me a little bit about that.
To be honest, it's in UAE. We had a UAE Drift Championship since 2011 till 2015. So I was lucky to win it 3 times of 4. So far, still the champion here. Yeah.
Excellent. Good work. Good work. And what car was that in?
Actually, I started with Soror, Toyota Soror.
Yeah.
And after that, the local dealer of Toyota, Al-Fatayh Motors, so they sponsoring me with the 86 in 2012. So I built it, swapped the engine with lovely 2JZ.
Yep.
So and we push it to 750 HP, and we did it good. Yeah.
Well, if you're winning the championship, but you just told me before we started rolling there, you're having issues with the car, or you've got a new car.
Yeah, actually, we have 2 cars. We have one car which we built it before 4 years, and we have a car which we built it for this year's season. So the new car, which is to be honest, like it's new. Okay, different setup. We're running 1,000 horsepower.
Still a GT86?
Yes, it is a GT86. Yep. The only thing is that the new one it's Rocket Bunny V2 and the old one it's V1. 2JZ. Little bit different setup on let's say suspension.
Yeah. I can see you don't want to tell us too much about what's going on.
Yeah, but what I can say it's great to have Driftallstars here in Abu Dhabi, Yas Marina circuit. It's given Gus an amazing opportunity to compete with new drivers, to know them. You know?
Yeah.
Now, to be honest, like the world getting smaller and smaller because of the social media.
Totally.
So, for example, I met with 2 drivers today, which was following each other on Instagram. So, really, to be honest, that's I'm very, very happy to meet the new drivers here in UAE. And I think our target for tomorrow is making an extremely amazing show for the spectator, make them happy, going home back with smiley face. And this is drifting about. It's all about this.
You have summed it up. I can't do it better. On that note, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We're going to see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Always sideways. Woo!
So, Hadi, you are a familiar face to us at Driftallstars. We've seen you around, but you've travelled quite far with your car, haven't you?
Yes, I've been to Europe, I've been to UK, been competing in several countries. It was great to see the guys here.
And we're not quite on your home turf. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm actually from Saudi. Yeah, it's like 12 hours driving. but I consider Riyadh as my home track.
That's crazy. See, to a European guy, we drive 100 miles, which is a long way. You've driven 12 hours, and you consider this to be your home track. Is that any difference?
I won the first championship.
So how do you feel then today from what you've seen from some of the foreign drivers which have come in? Anybody to look out for?
I think we started drifting like 3 years ago, so we are new to drifting, but we are not far from the guys. We see a couple of solid runs from local guys. So I think we are not far, but
Tell us about your car.
my car is Mustang. My car is 600 horsepower. It's well balanced and it's a Formula D spec. So it's one of the best cars in the Middle East.
And this is the thing that I think people need to know about the drifting here. You guys are relatively new to it, by the way. You've been for 3 years, and you have to come in and this proper weaponry, aren't you?
So we have passion, we love drifting, and we try to illegally.
Excellent. Well, we're doing it legally. We're doing it here at Marina. How are you looking forward to tomorrow? Is it looking good for you?
Yeah, it's, I've done a couple of good runs, and I think there will be like the top 4 drivers.
I really hope to see you out there tomorrow doing business. Good work, fella.
Good man. I don't know what it stands for. Attention, maybe. I never thought about it. Well, actually, I have thought about it, but I've never figured out what it means. It's ATT in every engine. Where
I've no idea what that
it's a sound. Yeah.
Let's go take a photo of that submarine.
What's happening now?
But we have headsets, so I've asked Ali, can we patch that?
For the first time in drift history, the Driftallstars Tour.
Okay guys, we've got another 15 minutes of practice and then we're going to be bringing you some qualification coming up a bit later on. So stay where you are. I hope you're enjoying the sights and sounds so far because this is nothing. This is a mere taster. Yusuf, if we were at a restaurant, it tastes amazing. Later on we're going to have the full course experience.
Absolutely brilliant, and it's absolutely brilliant. The guys are doing an excellent performance down here with this free practice. This free practice will run for another 10 minutes, and then we're going to start qualifying.
And so much has been said about this qualification session so far. We were here yesterday. We had 4 or 5 hours of open practice last night. Started at about the same time. So the conditions I'm still wearing a shirt, and I'm thinking it's what you're telling me. This is a very average day
good for this time of year?
This is quite nice. It's a little bit hot, but not really hot. But
How many degrees is it roughly now? Would you say about 24, 25?
no, this is about 26, 27.
26?
It's 26, 27. It's a
I'm
bit,
proud of myself for not breaking more of a sweat.
yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit chilly towards the night.
Chilly is not a word that I will be using in
no.
respect to the temperature this evening.
No, for us it would be a little bit, but yeah, for you guys.
Well, thank
it's
you so
great.
much for having us here at Yas Marina. It's been one of those, I think, a motorsport dream is when you can take a sport like drifting, which has emerged in the last 10 to 15 years, grown to this global phenomenon that it is now, and here we are, Formula One circuit. Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? أعزائي الجمهور، أعزائي المشاهدين في جميع أنحاء العالم، حاليا عندنا الفري براكتس شغال اللي بعد 7 دقائق أو 8 دقائق بيخلص الفري براكتس وبيبدأ معانا الكواليفاينج سيشن كواليفاينج 1 نشوفها معاكم بعد قليل. So, Bryn.
Yep.
Who do you think is going to win today?
Who do I think is going to win?
Too early?
I genuinely have no idea because we were watching open practice yesterday. Some of the local guys, and I say local by being UAE as a whole, because I know we've got drivers from Qatar and all over the place. Some of them show some real form because they've got great experience with this track. And the Drift All-Stars that we've brought in, they are very used to driving against people that they haven't driven against. So I think that's where Drift All-Stars differs from a lot of the other global drift series, in so much as the drivers maybe in those series get used to driving with each other. They know their foibles, they know the cars really well. The Drift All-Stars guys that have moved around the world with us come into this situation and have to experience all these new drivers, work it out very, very quickly. And I think that's why it's so hard. Very long answer to a short question, why it's so hard to predict what is going to happen in the next 5 hours.
It seems like it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very strong competition here. We don't know who's going to win.
No.
The drivers who came with Drift All-Stars, they're brilliant. They surely can adapt to
They
track
might hear you
conditions.
say that. We have to keep them back in their box, otherwise they get really, really excitable too quickly.
Well, we have also brilliant drivers locally.
You have some very brilliant drivers
yeah,
here.
Yeah, we have, and we have the experience of the track as well.
Yeah, and the vehicles here as well. I think it's really worth noting that drifting relative to the world is fairly young here in the UAE. I know a lot of the drivers have been telling me that they've only been drifting maybe 3-4 years. The vehicles that they're bringing to this arena, it is literally like turning up with an army. It's really beautiful to see. The level of preparation is impressive. The power levels, they've really embraced it. And instead of maybe holding back, they've gone, you know what, we're going to chuck everything we've got at this, which is what I love about this country in particular. If you're going to do something, you do it properly.
Well, interesting. Yeah, to hear that from you, coming from all over the world and embracing those drivers that we have, it's actually quite nice to hear.
Well, I just stood here 5 minutes ago on this wonderful platform overlooking the track. We have a full view of the track here. I turned round, there is a go-kart track behind us, a drag strip behind that. There was two people water skiing down the river as I'm watching the sunset over. That's Abu Dhabi in the background there.
That's Saadiyat Island, part of Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, incredible, and this Yas Marina circuit. So this is the view. This is not normal for Drift All-Stars. It's a wonderful thing.
Yas Marina Hotel down there.
Yeah,
you've missed the race school and the skid area on the back.
Yep, these are iconic global locations which people who are maybe on the live stream coming into us are going to see and recognise and know.
Don't forget, we have a big golf course there.
There really is something for everyone, isn't there?
There is something for everyone down here. Get yourself to the Yas Marina circuit. You get it all.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you have it.
Really, really incredible. And genuinely, there is a world-class drag racing facility behind us last night. And it all comes alive at night, doesn't it?
It does. It's very active drag race strip down there. Some occasions where we get the top fuel dragsters down here. Rod Fueler. Drives for AUH here, and it's quite amazing. It's amazing when you see those top fuel dragsters just 3 seconds.
Incredible.
It's just insane. 2.8 seconds, 3.2 seconds. Those cars just disappear.
And talk about disappearing, we're going to be causing a lot of smoke tonight. It's going to be a lot of noise. this bowl here that we have around the hairpin is really going to collect that noise and smoke as well. So if you've got any little children with you, maybe get some earplugs on the go, get some headphones on them, be aware of your ears. If you start feeling any noise, this vibration, this wonderful power coming off the track, just take a step out, grab yourself a drink.
We see Ahmed Al Amri now on track for his practice run. Ahmed Al Amri won the Drift Championship last year in the United Arab Emirates. He's one of the best drifters that we have locally, and he's just brilliant. This is his new GT86, by the way.
And you said the GT86 that he's driving today, it looks very similar to the one that he maybe had in the last couple of years.
Absolutely, yes. It looks exactly identical, except that he just made the modifications that he thought that is correct for the car, and he built a brand spanking new one. This is the first or the second time this car hits the track. It's running Motic M1.
Yep.
It's insane. It's 3.4 strokes by PPM. Engine is built in Australia, built by PPM Performance, and it's just that car has 1,000 horsepower down there.
I guess if you're going to replace a car and you've got such a winning combination, why not replace it with something that you know, so you can step into it and feel so comfortable?
Yeah.
I mean, we have Dennis Hagblom down in front of us at the moment in the S2000, the 2J powered S2000. One of our drivers all the way. I think Dennis is from Finland. That really is a long way away and a completely different environment, but feels at home here because this is motorsport. This is what we do.
Exactly. It's like this everywhere in the world.
Yeah. I mean, genuinely, Yusuf, you walk into an environment where people have a like-minded interest and you just feel comfortable instantly.
This is home for us, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We could take you to Silverstone. We could take you to any number of places around the world where we've competed as Driftallstars. You'd fit straight in as well. So it's it's a really good feeling to be here, and genuinely the start of the 2016 season for us. I don't think genuinely that we've started a season in such a fantastic way. So if this is a promise of what's to come, it's going to be incredible.
That's nice. That's nice. That Bagsy, isn't it?
This is Mr. Stephen Bagsy Bagioni, all the way from England. Bagsy has won the British Drift Championship in 2009. More used to being seen. Look at that! I've jinxed it. More used to be. Yeah, he did spin, which is I can't remember the last time I saw that. Bagsy's more used to racing with an SR20 motor in his 13, his Nissan S13. For this event and for his Global Attack this season, he's put an LS motor into the 13. It's an unsilenced S13, and you have to understand, Yusuf, for us, that is an incredible oral luxury, because to be able to listen to that engine at full song, in England, in Europe, we have so many sound restrictions, whereas here, again, you embrace it, you let it go and really get into that noise.
Very interesting. Actually, I've heard from other drifters that LS is not very common in Europe in general.
They are getting more and more common. I think as people start to... So the drift scene in the UK and maybe in Europe came from a more traditional point of view. So they're looking at what the Japanese were doing, and then they started, the SRs and the 2Js and the 1Js. And what they then started to do was look towards America, and America started to embrace the V8. It's on their doorstep, it's cheap, you can get big power, there's massive amounts of engines out there to start.
You're reliable.
It is reliable, but what that goes against is the grain of the traditional, the Japanese origins of going with a V8. So once you embrace the V8, I think for a lot of people, it just means reliable power, available tuning parts. It means so much.
It does miss one thing though. It misses the choo-choo that we love.
Well, unless you fit twin turbos.
Unless you fit twin turbos.
And then you can have 1,200 brake horsepower and maybe manage half a lap of this incredibly technical circuit we've laid out here before you destroy a set of tyres.
Yeah, I guess so. There's an interesting part here. I was speaking to Bagsy late yesterday actually, and he told me that he started drifting with a Volvo.
A Volvo 340 in Essex, and so Essex within the UK sometimes comes in for a bit of a hard deal. People say about boy racers. I don't know if you're familiar with that term. Yeah. So and Bagsy was maybe a little bit of a car park racer, but he's a great example of somebody who's really honed his craft. Worked and pushed, and now here he is at Yas Marina in a fully Monster sponsored livery car with all his other sponsors on board, and he's literally living the dream. So
started with 89 horsepower.
Yep.
Today he's running 600-700 horsepower.
600-700 brake horsepower. This American-built engine. It's a testament, and that's in a relatively short amount of time as well. So we're talking about maybe 8 years.
Yeah.
So if you look at any other career, if you were to start working in a bank, and you become the president of the bank in 8 years or something like that. That's really what we're looking at here. Now Nigel Colfer in the Tri-Ace sponsored S13.
This is not the first time Nigel Colfer comes to the United Arab Emirates with a drift event. He was here 5 years ago in late 2010. So 5.5 years ago to be exact.
I'm trying to remember if that was
Nigel
the same.
Colfer did very well in that event.
Yep, I'm trying to remember if it was the same chassis that he was here with today. I don't think it was.
I don't. If he changed his chassis in the past 5.5 years, well, it was a 186, which is an S13 chassis. It was the same. Was black back in the days.
Yeah, I think it could still be that same car because Nigel is one of those drivers who's incredibly consistent and hasn't ever had a large incident. I'm not going to use the C word for but you know he's always served up he's always been up the top there, never quite made the championship on the top podium, but a very, very strong contender.
Nigel, I follow Nigel on social media, and I've seen it several times rebuilding that S13 chassis. So I believe it's still the same chassis that he's been racing for the past 5 or 6 years, maybe.
What a history that car's got. And when you look at the competition history of a lot of cars around the world, it must be one of the few that has such a long-standing record of podiums and wins. So Bagsy back with us again. Really, really aggressive. Watch the speed that he comes through that section with. Lovely on the clip point. Out to the clip point. The clip points we're using here are the red cones. Sound like a bit of a misfire there as you head down into the hairpin. And certainly off the power, but that may have just been another tactic as well. This is practice. So if the drivers are coming through and not competitively driving the full course, it may just be that they're honing their craft on separate sections and really trying to pay attention, because the mental agility you have to be able to throw a car in sideways at 80, 90 miles an hour, 150, 160 kilometers an hour, and concentrate on all these different points around you, through smoke. Sometimes one corner at a time is the way to do it. As the old saying goes, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
One bite at a time. And this drifter is from, is it Lithuania?
Lithuania.
6.
Yep, Andreas Vasilaukas.
S54 turbo engine.
Yeah, actually a BMW engine in a BMW. Who would have thought it?
Finally.
Yeah,
finally
there he is.
a BMW engine in a BMW.
Yeah.
Not a JZ?
No, got that very distinctive 6-cylinder noise to it, that sort of hard wah as it builds up.
Exactly.
That we're so used to with the RBs and the 2Js and the 1Js. But yeah, look at this. I genuinely, I keep on pinching myself looking around at that amazing skyline with the sunset bursting through it.
It's just so beautiful, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
So we have Jihad Hassan now on track. LS7 supercar, S14, S/15, Sylvia. Very talented drifter.
Again, V8 powered. So the qualifying session, these guys are going to get 2 runs to qualify. So we've had this practice. And what's going to happen after that is the judges will retreat, work through the scores, and then at, I think it's about 7 o'clock, we're going to deliver the news to the guys. Maybe a little bit later now. We're running maybe a quarter of an hour behind schedule. We will deliver to the guys who is going to be in the top 16. What happens then is the cars will come out in a pair and they will battle their way through. So you'll have 2 cars line up on the start line. One car will lead, one car will follow. They will follow a course through the timed, or through the section that we've laid out for them, where they must hit the clip points with either the back or the front of the car. So you'll see on the inside of the corner, right down in front of us, at the end of the start-finish straight, or where we are, there's a red cone. The front of the car must pass as close to that cone as possible, and then it transitions, which is change direction. The front of the car then must clip the apex on the following corner, with the back end of the car passing out to the outside of the course, and these are what we call clip points. Now when we come into the battles, 2 cars will enter the circuit, 1 car will lead, the second car has to follow as closely and as precisely on the competition line as they can. And then when they get to the end of the course, they will swap position and the following car will have a chance to lead and the leading car will have a chance to follow, and the aggregate score across those 2 runs will then decide the winner. So in the case sometimes that we have a draw or it's not a clear win, we run what we call one more time.
One more time, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really simple theory. We basically run them one more time. So if you hear us say that,
the same thing
exactly,
and double the fun.
Yeah, exactly, and it sometimes triple, quadruple the fun. We've been sat in situations before where guys are out there 3-4 times and nothing can pull them apart, and it gets down to the point where they need new tyres, they need new fuel, cars get hot, all sorts of things. So drifting is one of those sports, if you're new to it this evening, if you're coming along to see it at Yas Marina for the first time, maybe you've stumbled across the live stream, you were looking for the shopping channel and got confused on Facebook. Welcome, it's good to have you here.
It's always good to have new people.
Yeah, exactly. We really want you to enjoy it, and I think enjoyment of drifting really comes from the knowledge of what you're seeing. And it's really important that we as commentators try and communicate as best we can to you exactly what's going on, because there's so much more than just skidding, which is what a lot of people think this is about.
It's just about going lunatic.
Yeah.
But no, it's not. It's actually very technical. It's very precise. Cars have a lot of grip, where a lot of people think that you need to use easy tires or cheap tires. No, it's not the case.
Yeah.
A lot of those people use 180 or 120 trade wear on their back wheels, 265 sections. Insane grip they have, but they have a lot of power to break that grip once they need to.
And you need the grip for the precision, so
Absolutely.
you can feel exactly what's going on the limits of adhesion.
And speed as well.
Yeah.
That helps them also to gain a lot of speed. It's a very technical track. It's not an easy track.
It really isn't. The drivers last night were saying, I mean, there's a lot going on here, and just the sheer distance from the start point all the way through down the left and the right, and then into this sort of very fast section of maybe 300 feet in front of the pit lane, 250, 300 feet, where they have to carry the drift. You get 1 meter off the line entering that, and you're not going to make it.
Absolutely, you have to be very precise with your line to get it right down here.
Yeah, and then of course you're into this tight left and the tight right, which then runs down towards the hairpin, where you have to shrug off a lot of speed, but then get back on the power for a similar length straight into that hairpin. And on the hairpin, we're going to be looking for the back end of the car to ride right out on the outside of the track, so opposite to the racing line. We want the back end of the car all the way out, and that way they can effectively ride what we call the wall. In a lot of situations, we have a wall for them to ride against. But yeah, let's have a little run through who we've got competing with us again. I'm going to take another photo of that incredible sunset because I can't get enough of it.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You love it.
Look, seriously, man. If you see where I live, I'm very lucky. I live in a lovely place, but it's not got sun like this. Well, it does, but maybe about 2 or 3 days a year.
You're welcome back any time of the year. We have a lot of sun.
If my wife's listening, darling, I'll be home soon, I promise you. And I do love where I live. But yeah, back to the drivers.
We can see all the drivers lining up, getting ready for the qualifying session. So we see car number 31, Yusuf Al-Rumaiti, with the R32/33 Skyline with LS3 powered.
And this is the yellow
supercharged,
the Pirate, as it's called on the side of it.
Yeah. He's sponsored by Isa Al Fahim Group. He's a very talented driver, very good driver. He's one of the very few people who I saw have excellent control over an E60 M5 back in the days when he started testing his grounds about drifting.
Yep.
I remember that about 3 or 4 years ago. It was just on the back there in the skid area.
Excellent. So he's progressed on, and he's just testing the chassis. Is it a new car to him? Or?
Actually, no. This is I think his 3rd or 4th chassis he was building. He got a 300 ZX.
Yep.
A Nissan 300Z.
Interesting car to start with.
With a Lexus engine.
Really?
Yeah.
He was making it hard for himself, wasn't he?
He was making it hard for himself, I guess. It was good at some occasions.
Yep.
Not really in some other occasions. Did well. Was testing different chassis. That R33, Lexus engine, LS engine,
the 1UZ or
the 1UZ,
yeah.
1UZ FE. And finally he laid down on this chassis, and he's happy with it.
But it seems to be being effective for him, and it's got to be tonight because he is in proper well, proper company, isn't he?
Yeah, he's ready for it, I guess. I hope. Wish him all the best.
Sat behind him, we've got, is that Yasser in the BMW?
Yes, Yasser Nabil in the BMW.
Yep. And so he is from Syria, but he's a resident here.
Yes, he's a resident. He owns a Superfix garage. He built this car all from scratch by himself.
Okay.
This is an M3 E36 M3 chassis.
Oh, interesting.
It is an
okay.
original M3 chassis.
Yep.
Yellow originally. The Dakar yellow one. Very nice car. Fully body kit, GT body kit on it.
Running the 2JZ.
Yeah.
Wise Fab suspension modifications. So yeah, just entering the track now. That's who you're looking at there, Yasser in the BMW. As Youssef heads down out of the judged zone in the yellow Skyline. But sneaking in between them,
Mohammed Al Mansouri.
Yeah.
In his S13 Sylvia. Mohammed Al Mansouri is also a local drifter here with us today. Some experience in drifting fields. He's been here. He's been around us for the past 2 or 3 years.
Great.
He's doing very well. I think this is his last build. He's been working on this car for a few years now, building it, progressing. 2JZ, obviously from the Bang Bang that he just did.
Tell me about the lack of rear window.
Smoke. They get rid of the smoke in the cockpit.
Okay.
By having that done.
Okay, interesting.
We see Danny Neville drove into the track now. Danny Neville, the car number 14 in his RTR Mustang.
A little bit of Vaughan Gittin Jr. out in the Middle East. Really good looking cars. I'm a big fan of the RTR.
We have a couple of them here today.
Yeah, we do. Vaughan should be happy about that. So Danny, he's a DJ.
He's one of the best DJs in town, yeah.
So he parties all night for his profession, and then he gets to drift because that's a bit of a passion.
Absolutely.
And he lives here.
He lives here.
He's doing all right at life, isn't he? He's really doing okay.
Yeah, he's a happy guy. I always see him smiling, regardless of whatever.
Really? I'm surprised by that.
Smiling. He's a brilliant guy. He's a very nice guy. Guys, if you get a chance to meet Danny Neville, always say hi to him. He's a lovely guy.
Well, we are going to have a chance to have you down into the pit lane for a signature session as well. So now we have coming out onto track Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi in the S13. Lunatics by Nature is the name of the team. You're going to see a few of their cars here. Had a few Nissan's chassis that he's worked with, and this car was partially built by, it's got some DMAC bits on it. The name you might recognise there, Darren McNamara. Running a 427 LS with the dual carbon fibre intakes that stick out through the bonnet, really, really prominent there.
Yeah, telling everyone in the back that be careful, I'm here to eat you.
Imagine seeing that in your rearview mirror, or seeing that alongside you.
Yeah, it has the latest Rocket Bunny body kit. Following him, Sheikh Khalifa Al Nahyan.
And this boss kit was only released middle end of last year. And now we're seeing it pop up all over the world. And I think I put a picture of this car onto the Speed Hunters Instagram yesterday and said if Darth Maul was a drifter, he'd drift like a boss, because that car is such an aggressive looking car. And that's what we love about drifting as well. It's got this wonderful style to it that these guys are really embracing, these Lunatics by Nature.
Absolutely. This car has an RHS block.
Running a dog box.
4-speed dog box, quick diff ratio change, the whole 9 yards. It's just one of the best cars on the grid today. Wish him all the best. He's a very good drifter, and it's the first time we see him on track officially, or the second time actually this season on track.
So is this late or early in the season here in the UAE? Because obviously for summer you all retreat into the shadows and the air conditioning, don't you? Because it gets so hot here.
Yeah, it gets about 50 degrees at noon time. Yes, it is about the end of the season.
Interesting.
We might be having another month or so to have another couple of events, but that's going to be it.
Yep,
that's going to be it.
I think I'd do exactly the same thing.
But we do have summer practice sessions.
Interesting. At night, I take it? Yeah.
Night, yeah. It is very warm. It's very humid.
Are there any Instagram pages or anything like that the guys should be following? If you're listening to this on the live stream and you want to know more about the local scene here, or the scene overall in the UAE, is there anybody they should be looking to follow or
Yas Marina Circuit always posts their drift nights. They always have drift nights, drag nights, summer or winter, regardless of the situation, regardless of the temperatures. The guys are major enthusiasts, and that's how it goes. I guess we're having the first qualifying session by Yusuf Al-Rumaiti now.
Yep. So the LS3 supercharged Nissan chassis comes down towards us. A little bit wide on the clip. No, he just about makes that transition, but as he overcooked it, understeering into the right-hander and off the power. So that's not a good run there for Yusuf. But this is what we're going to see coming through this straightaway here, that the guys are having to carry so much speed and then shrug it off very quickly.
Yes, exactly. This is one of the very challenging parts of the track. Of course, Yusuf Al-Rumaiti have another chance to go now, and let's hope he gets it right.
So we have two qualification runs for each competitor, and what you might see them on the first run go very, very hard, very, very push, go for that big score. And if they have a mistake, as we've just seen there on the second run, we're going to see maybe a more conservative run, which will hopefully give them a banker score that can then put them through to the top 16.
Top 16, exactly. I can see the start line now. Yasser Nabil, I believe, is in queue.
That does look like an RTR Mustang to me. The headlights, maybe.
We'll see. We'll get closer. It is an RTR Mustang.
It sounds like an RTR Mustang. Yeah.
It is Danny Neville, sponsored by Kinder Tires. He's the Monster Ambassador. What's happening, Danny?
He just wanted to probably check in with these guys in the pit lane there to make sure they were cool.
Are you guys cool?
Yeah. Okay, I'll get back underway then. Yep.
Okay.
So this is what we're seeing here. Last night and in the practice, I didn't see anybody spin there. And now we're into qualification. The pressure is on. The heat is risen.
Yeah.
And the guys are suddenly like, oh, this is it. I've got 2 runs.
Really tensed.
Okay. So yeah, Danny Neville there with. So we've seen two not so strong runs there for the first couple of runs.
Those are the first couple of runs. Let's wait and see who's coming up next.
Interestingly though, Danny just drives the rest of the course there. Doesn't go on power. So think about what he's done.
Looks like Sheikh Sultan is on there. That's Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi.
Listen to that.
Amazing line. Listen to that noise. Look at that precision by Sheikh
Really
Sultan.
great line. What's he going to do on the second part of the course? I'm going to jump up and have a little look. Taking it right out wide, running it totally wide out around that hairpin. Really, really lovely run. Really lovely run.
Look at that smoke.
Yeah. So what you're going to be, what the judges will be listening for here is for the engine to be working hard the whole time. They want to hear on the power. They don't want to hear the handbrake or braking. They want to know that the driver is fully committed, and that's exactly what we heard right there.
Absolutely. Now we have Sheikh Khalifa Al Hayyan.
And again, having a couple of issues there, just running into that corner, unfortunately, but the car's safe and driver just heading off around the track.
So another round for Sheikh Khalifa. Hopefully he will do better next round. So who do we have next on the grid? I see a yellow car down there.
I think we've gone back possibly to the Skyline.
Round 2 for Yusuf Al-Rumaiti.
Yeah, yep. I think we're going to disqualify this first group here, and then we're going to move on in batches to go through qualification for all of our drivers here this evening. I do believe there's about 20 drivers with us. Maybe a couple more than that.
I can see the pit exit is getting busier.
It is. Everyone's been told that they have to be perfectly on time tonight. We have to keep the schedule running so that we can time and we can finish the event on time and keep the live stream intact. So for any of you guys sitting at home or home, work, wherever you are, I got a message earlier on, and unfortunately I haven't got any Wi-Fi now to be able to reply, but if you're watching in the Need for Speed studios in Gothenburg, welcome Sweden. It's good to have you along for the ride.
Well, welcome. Yusuf Al-Rumaiti in his second qualifying run. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, so he had that issue earlier
Very
on.
nice.
Back off the power in the Pirate. Looking for that clip. That's better. Straightens a little bit. And again off the power.
Listen to that V8 roaring.
Really nice sounding engine, but that midsection there, that transition from the end of the straight through to the next straight, really causing him a few issues.
That's going to cost him a few points down there. But was very interesting run. Was good overall run, except that small.
Yeah, small issue that the judges will. They're very analytical. They listen to the engine. They see the attitude of the car. They can see the brake lights, everything that's going on.
So we're looking at the RTR boss now.
So this is Danny again. So Danny Neville started with 3 and liked drifting, so he thought, you know what, I'll go out and buy an RTR. I love the fact he's got the green neons under the back end as well.
He went all the way to Van Gittin in the US, and he picked up this car from there.
Did he? Excellent, good lad. I really do hope that Vaughan gave him some crab whilst he was there. The crab meat from where Vaughan is apparently...
This is actually a very nice car.
Yeah.
It is a very nicely done car.
Yep.
So it is an RTR at the end of the day, so...
I drove one of Vaughan's new 2015 Mustang RTR road cars at SEMA the year before last.
Yeah.
And the instruction was to go out, do burnouts and have fun. And we were in Las Vegas.
That was the instructions?
Yeah, from Vaughan, literally. Go and destroy some tyres and bring it back.
Yeah.
he's
I missed my invitation, I guess.
Yeah, next time, Yusuf, next time. But although, to be honest, I haven't been invited back either. So maybe he said, look after it and don't do anything stupid. And all I heard was, do burnouts and have fun. I don't know. And again, that was actually, that was research for Need for Speed. So if those guys are listening, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right then, so great amount of crowds as well turning up tonight. Good to see all you guys here. Thanks for coming out and enjoying the show with us. I will say it again, but it's a real pleasure to be here.
There's a lot of guys in the crowd who gave me calls once they heard my voice today. I would like to welcome all of them, people from Oman, Shaybani Racings, and the BMW Club guys, the guys from the GTZ Club, the Dodge Club. All of those guys are friends, and we meet all the time, and they're just...
There's the Mini Club out there.
And the Mini Club out there as well.
There's some Morgans lined up. It's great.
It's just an insane car park out there today.
My question though, is there a Hellcat out there, do we think?
There must be a Hellcat out there.
I'm sorry, did I just actually insulted the whole of the UAE?
There must be
insinuating that there wasn't a Hellcat.
Few of them as well.
Yeah, exactly, there we go.
Dodge, where are you guys?
Let's see if we can look down towards you guys in the stand. I don't think we can quite see out over the edge there, can we? So we are commentating from up at the end of the... I'm just trying to think. Well, it's like
Dodge Chrysler Club, can you hear us? I guess
they're out there somewhere.
They're all out by the cars. They love them so much, I guess. Yeah.
So what bank are we in here? What sort of area is this called?
This is the North Circuit of the Marina Circuit. Yep. Yes, this is the North Circuit. It's one of the very famous drifting corners. We've practiced here so many times, myself as well.
Because yes, Yusuf, you are a driver yourself, aren't you?
I am a drifter myself. Yes, I haven't drifted for the past couple of years for some other commitments.
Yep.
Hopefully, I'll be back one day, sooner than later.
Well, you haven't strayed too far, so I'm sure you will be.
No. Okay, we have Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi on his second qualifying one.
Listen. Back on the power. Huge amount of smoke there.
That is just brilliant, isn't it?
What's he going to do? And again, wide out to that corner. That's the line the judges are looking for. Picking up that final clipping point and then powering all the way through that final section.
That is a big score, isn't it?
I see, this is where I don't get involved. I don't say that that's a great run or not, because I know that the judges are hugely experienced and may have seen something that I didn't, but to me that looks like a really good, strong run. Loads of smoke, loads of noise, and lots of commitment. So yeah,
it was quite beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah. From a spectator perspective, I think
that's what I want to see.
Really
and imagine
awesome.
that, guys. If you're listening to this and you haven't seen professional competition drifting before, you're going to see two guys doing that side by side very shortly.
Now we have Sheikh Khalif Al Hayyan now.
Yeah, that LS7 working, big angle. This car, this car changes direction so quickly, so responsive.
This is his first international event, or second international event. He's very new to the drifting scene,
but a big automotive enthusiast, though.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of desert driving, a lot of high-powered cars, on circuit, off circuit, drag racing. He's been doing whole 9 yards for a very long time. And now, drifting bug, I guess, just hit him.
And how did it bite? I mean, look at this, the way he just picked it up and took it. Amazing.
Exactly. It's just brilliant driving. Will be improved more and more the more times we take part in this.
Same as anything. Yep, same as anything. So these guys now coming to the end of their 2 qualification runs. This will be the last time you see them on track before we then take it back up to the briefing room where the judges briefed them on the track earlier on, and then we reveal our top 16 competitors. And what we'll do is we'll pitch number 1 against number 16 and then break it down until we literally come to our final, and that's going to be a bit later on. We've got a long way to go, but it's quite intensive when you get into it. So take this opportunity as you're looking at these cars going around to really look at what's going on with the suspension, the wheels, the engine noise, the brakes. You'll see the rear wheel lock up as they pull on the handbrake.
Absolutely.
And we want to keep that to a minimum as well, because we want to be able to keep the power on and keep that attitude going under power.
It's just brilliant. In the briefing, they were saying, we want to see the minimum amount of handbrake.
Yeah.
Yep. We don't want to see people dragging in the handbrake and just trying to pull on the corners. We want to see people on the throttle, committed, picking up all the apexes. They've told them where they have to slow down, where they have to increase their speeds, where is it acceptable, where is it not acceptable. Of course, we have an excellent judges that very experienced with drifting, and they will definitely give those guys the best scores that they deserve.
Our next batch are lined up in the pit lane, that very, very busy pit lane as well. We've got lots of media here tonight. You can keep up to speed on things on the Facebook pages, on Instagram. Use the hashtag Driftallstars. I'm sure people will be tagging it with Yas Marina, all sorts of things, maybe some of the team names. So once you get into it, go and find some new people, follow up some people, and I think earlier on we were going out live through Facebook as well, that we were streaming through Facebook. I think we had up to 8 or 10,000 people just watching us through that. So it's a hugely, people, if you are listening around the world, thank you for coming to join us on this event. It's what we love about modern social media and technology. You can come and be part of this when you're 10,000 miles away.
Where the world is much smaller.
It is. It is.
It's like a big town.
We're going to drift the whole thing.
This is a big town now.
Yep.
So we have on the pit exit now, we have Khalid Fadda, car number 30 in his R33 Skyline RB26, 600 horsepower, fully built.
See, that's the great thing about an RB motor, or even a 2J motor. You can leave it where it came from and get that big power. You don't have to put it into another chassis. You can start with the engine you started with.
This one is a fully built engine.
Yep.
The whole 9 yards built engine.
I can well believe it. I don't think anybody's turned up tonight with 3 yards. I think they've all brought the whole 9 yards.
Everyone brought the whole 9 yards that came in
I
today.
think some people actually brought 10 or 12, but we'll see that later on.
We'll see how it goes during the day.
Yep.
The next behind him is Ahmed Daham. Ahmed Daham is one of the most experienced drivers we have today. Ahmed Daham, plenty of podiums. He does hill climb, autocross, rallying, speed testing, circuit driving, and drifting. This is his profession. He's been drifting for the past 4 years.
And tell me, he's Jordanian?
He is Jordanian.
So how far is it from where we are now to Jordan?
3 hours.
3 hours.
Flights, yeah.
Okay, and to drive it?
2,000 kilometers.
2,000 kilometers. That's an indication here that what I want you guys at home who are maybe listening to understand is that when we talk about local drivers, we're talking about Europe. We're talking about America, the scale of the Middle East. These drivers have come from all over to be here for this event.
Absolutely. We have drivers from all over the GCC. We have drivers from the Middle East.
The GCC is
Gulf countries.
There we go.
Which is Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. We had drivers from Oman. Unfortunately, they had some issues yesterday and they had to withdraw from the race. Our hearts are with them, and we're very sorry that happened. Very excellent drivers, Shehani and a few other drivers from
very
there.
Frustrating.
Yeah, it is very frustrating to. It's 4 hours drive.
Yeah.
From Oman, and it's not very far, but to get yourself ready, bring all your cars, trying to come in, trying to bring in all what you have to be in an international event like Driftallstars here at Yas Marina tonight, and something breaks down in your car is just really annoying. I've seen a couple of guys here yesterday changing diffs because they broke them during practice, changing drive shafts. Some teams that came from Europe, they also required some other maintenance parts because things just broke down. And
I think Nigel Colfer's car popped out of a container the morning before last, and obviously he hasn't seen that car in 6 weeks, 7 weeks. This has been shipped over from Ireland after its winter refresh, so again, adaptations have to be made. But that's the great thing about drifting, is these guys intentionally build a car to almost destroy it. It's one of the things you sort of think about it. So right, you're just going to absolutely tear it apart by doing what you're doing, but you're going to embrace that and you're going to accept it. And when something breaks, you're going to get stuck in and fix it.
Very true, and not very true at the same time, because we build those cars to have fun with them.
Yes.
Now, having fun with them breaks them, like
Yes.
any other, like
Yeah.
like any other thing in the world.
Having fun just breaks you sometimes. Yeah.
Having fun just tires you. We see now Ahmed Daham, 10-side tuning, Titan Motorsport 3.4 stroker, sequential gearbox, link ECU.
Massive amounts of drama, smoke, power, blasting. Quieter than a lot of the other cars. Now that to me looked like a good clean run. What's he going to do around that bottom corner?
Let's see.
Yep, running really nice and wide. And staying on the power, so not a huge amount of speed there, but precision, thought, and that's what I think is going to win today.
And line. I remember Ahmed Daham in one of the last events last season, or 2 seasons ago. He did a backward entry on the last hairpin. That was awesome. Now we see Ahmed Al-Amri, our UAE champion.
The GT86 Maxxis tyres. Very similar to his last build, the TRD chrome livery, looking really, really good there.
Absolutely. Al Ain Water, also sponsored by Al Ain Water.
Big speed into that bottom corner, absolutely wiping out the cones.
That's 1,000 horsepower PPM built 3.4 2JZ engine.
That's 1,000 brake horsepower that just went really wide there and punted at least one cone out. But that means that he's one cone away of being on a perfect line. So that's what that means.
Just sounds brilliant. That
It
1,000
really does.
horses roaring.
Such a great combination right there.
Is it?
GT86 and a 1J.
Yeah.
Was it a 2J in that one?
It was all 2J.
All 2J.
He's always been 2JZ.
Okay.
He's been drifting in Japan in the early 2000s, till mid 2000s.
You told me this earlier on, actually. I was just looking through my notes here. Yeah, very interesting. So really, really going back to the early days when Japan kind of put drifting out to a world stage, he was there.
He was there, yes. Actually, I follow him on Facebook as well, and he just took a picture with a guy who used to tune his car back in the days.
No
He
way.
has a selfie with him. It's just brilliant.
And he's here?
No, that was in Japan. He just came back from Japan. He was in Japan for D1.
Oh, I'm beginning to envy him quite a lot.
Yeah,
now.
and he might be back there this summer.
I'm not going to ask any more questions because you obviously don't want to give me any answers. But yeah,
Well, he might be back. Well, we'll reveal that later on tonight. He might be back there this summer or somewhere else. So it's still under planning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Still under planning. Now he has 2 cars now. We
Okay,
know.
yeah,
He has
yeah.
his old 86, which is a 2JZ built as well, and he has the current 86, which you see here today. As is a new build. This is Khalid Fidda in the RB26 Nissan Skyline R33.
Yep. And running a little bit shallow, a little bit of a straightener through the hairpin, and off the power as he exits. So
Lost boost, I guess.
yeah, not a great run. A little bit of anti-lag in the background there, just letting us know that it's sounds like
Enjoy the bang. Enjoy the bang.
firing it straight back into that hairpin grandstand.
Absolutely.
So welcome once again, everybody. If you've just turned up, you've just come to join us, be it online or here in person at Yas Marina. It's a great pleasure to have you with us.
Absolutely
It's
great pleasure.
I mean, what time is it now? Let me just check.
It's 10 to 7.
It's 10 to 7. I'm stood here in a polo shirt watching drifting, looking out at this amazing vista. Still very happy, Yusuf. Just want to let you know that. Still very
Are
happy.
you trying to tease the people in Europe?
Not at all. Not at all. They know how good it is here.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
So maybe we miss them being here actually.
Yes. And there's plenty of space.
And there's plenty of space for everyone.
Yas Marina has got some wonderful facilities that we could fill up. Yeah.
Yeah, it is gonna be filling up later on tonight.
I'm actually quite glad that I don't have a lot of reception here. Otherwise, I'd probably be getting hate mail right now.
So we hear
Oh, I have actually got one. Yeah.
Ahmed Daham and his Titan 3.4.
So again, a very consistent run. No big dramas. Taking it right out to the clipping point. Actually brushing the clipping point there. I watched the small sign on top of it get caught in the wind. Running fairly deep and again holding it out to that clipping point. 2 very nice runs there. No big dramas, and that's often the way that it works when you get a good strong run, is that it just happens and you look at it and go, It's great. Nothing outstanding about it because it was just all beautifully put together.
That's a champion playing it safe.
Yeah, really. That's the knowledge and the experience showing through there.
Did you see that backfire?
No, I missed that one.
Was very big one.
Excellent. It's all about the show, isn't it? Bless. Right.
So, do we have Bagsy?
Bagsy does look like he's about to head out onto track for his qualification.
Yeah.
I think he's heading down to South Africa straight after this event.
We have a V8 coming down.
Yeah.
A Kuwaiti drifter. Who's this?
Wow, that engine's working hard, taking it way out to the pit wall there. Running a little bit shallow through that clip point. I didn't catch a race number there.
An S14.
Number 11? No. Messier? I think that was an 11 there. Excuse us, folks, we are still acquainting ourselves with the drivers. We have some information in front of us and some notes that we are adding to as we go along.
There's going to be an interesting run now. I think is on the start line is Ali Makhshid from Kuwait. Drift 965 in his MK4 Supra 2JZ.
Great to see a Supra still in competition.
Yeah.
It's such a rare body style now.
In an international event in 2010 where Formula Drift with Frederick
Asbo in Chunky. Yeah. Chucky it was called, wasn't
Chucky,
it?
yeah.
I think he's still got it in California somewhere.
He does. Yeah. He won with a Supra here that year.
And of course we have a fellow Norwegian with us here this weekend. We have Frederick Oxnad.
Yes.
Fred Ox here in his Sora, so racing in another Toyota. So we're going to see some of it. He's actually being followed by a television crew in Norway. Motorsport and in particular drifting is hugely popular. So they're actually making a television program about it, following the drivers around. So here comes the Supra then.
Ali Makhshid now. Very talented drifters. He's relatively new to the sport.
So Team 965
is not new to the sport. Team 965 have a drag racing team.
So all kinds of motorsport.
Almost all kinds of motorsport. They take part locally. They take part at the GCC level, the Middle Eastern level, and I believe they also go to the US in some.
And now at the global level.
Yeah. They're big.
Genuinely, we have drivers from a lot of different continents here this weekend, and Driftallstars this year will become a truly intercontinental. We've moved continents before, but I think we've got more continents on the schedule than any other worldwide drift championship. So
it's quite interesting, I would say. And
yeah,
it's quite big.
It's a great time for drifting. It really is. This weekend in particular, as a lot of drift fans will know, there's a lot of series kicking off around the world. Us Friday afternoon for a lot of parts of the world. It's actually Friday morning in America.
Yeah,
we're getting in there and we're kicking this whole circus off.
Ahmed Al-Amri, Toyota TRD GT86.
Massive amounts of angle. A little bit wide on that clipping point down in front of us.
Max's tyres, Alain Walter.
Now he took it very wide earlier on. What's he going to do? Once again, right out on that hairpin. Really great to see, and through that final clipping point, lovely and tidy. Managing it down that back straight. Look at that, making full use of the circuit. I'm sorry that you were focused on me maybe, and not the drama that was happening over that. That was very impressive, very impressive.
That was 1,000 horsepower burning rubber.
Yes, it was. He was going back in to get some more tyres and said, you know what, these two ain't coming back with me.
Yeah. Right, they better finish off.
We've got a bit of an announcement later on as well. I don't know if you've seen on the social media in the press that the world record for drifting a vehicle has just been broken.
Yep.
And announced within the last 24 hours. And it's done here in the UAE, and that car is actually here with us as well.
Khalid Fadla now on track.
Having a few issues, this R33 doesn't seem to be incredibly comfortable with it. He's straightening a bit as he's going through the sections there. How wide is he's running very, very shallow through that hairpin, which then throws him deep onto the clip point, which he then has to come off the power.
Well, you never know because he had a challenge last night. He also broke a diff. So we're not so sure that he's comfortable with the diff that he has on
completely.
now.
Yeah.
It could be a different ratio. It could be an LSD or an unwelded diff. We don't know what he got in the end. He had a spare one. So let's hope, wish him the best, and hope the car runs fine.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ali Makhshid back again, and his MK4 Supra.
Really great looking there. And he almost takes the clipping point with him with the front of the car there. Look at what a view. How wide's he going to run it? Really wide. Lovely to see that. Then out of the judge section again, keeping on the power. So the judge section, you'll hear the cars come off the power. There's a section of yellow cones. When they go past the final clipping point out the hairpin, that's pretty much the end of the judged section.
Soon, maybe next year, we will be having another Supra on track.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And a very serious one with a very serious drifter as well.
Right. Are you just going to tease me all night with all these facts?
His name, he's with us on the stand today.
Yeah.
He's on the grandstand with his brothers.
Okay.
And I've seen his car lately, and it's just awesome. It's just that whole 9 yards, and he's going for it. Sami Shaybani, big respect.
He's just called you out there.
Yeah.
But good luck
big
with
respect. One of the best drifters I've ever seen.
Yep.
Very young drifter.
Natural
Absolutely
talent.
Amazing. Absolutely natural talent.
I'm very envious of that because I don't have that natural talent.
Absolutely
I
natural
discovered
talent.
that about 14 years ago now, maybe 12 years ago in 2004. I went on a drift day in my BMW.
Shaybani brothers, they're all racing team, and they're really big. They do hill climb, autocross, speed tests, all the whole 9 yards for many years.
Well, so again, this great motorsport tradition here in the GCC is these groups, these families, these just groups of people who have come together, enthusiasts, and really embraced drifting, which has elevated it so quickly.
A lot of people had some sort of a blood relative.
Yep.
A lot of those drifters have some sort of a blood relative who had something to do with either rallying, circuit racing, building cars, mechanics, or something has to do with racing, and it's just the nature of the country and the region. So
would you say then that drifting has appealed to so many because of the excitement, the drama, the intensity of it, so that it's not a 2-day rally across a desert, it's very, I don't know, what is it do you think that it has appealed to the people so much?
It's fun. It's organized chaos.
Okay, I can see how that would appeal to you guys. Yeah.
It's just amazing when you have absolute control over something that is uncontrollable.
Yes. Yeah, great respect. Yeah, very well put. Yeah. I like that. I'm going to have to try and remember that because when so many people ask you what drifting's about, I think you pretty much just summed it up right there.
Well, I
somebody write that down at home. That was really good.
I had a definition for it.
Yep.
I had a definition for drifting. It's having absolute control of an irregular motion of the car.
Yep.
That's what drifting is.
Yeah.
It's an absolute control of an irregular motion, because drifting is not a regular motion for the vehicle to go with.
No, it's completely alien to it. Yeah.
Exactly. You're breaking all physical laws to actually get the car into a drifting format.
Yeah.
So, and you need to do that and control that. So, having absolute control of an irregular motion of a car is drifting.
There it is. I need you on so many circumstances. When people ask me questions, I'm gonna put you on speed dial and go, talk to Yusuf. He speaks sense. Talk to Yusuf. You'll be getting phone calls in the middle of the night. Hello, this bloke called Bryn says you can sum up drifting for me. I'll be like, yep, that's Yusuf.
Yeah, I'll put you on the answering machine.
Yeah. That's it. You should be the drift hotline.
Drift hotline. I like that. Yeah, is there something like that?
I don't know. Maybe we've just hit upon something. Good thing no one's listening to us, otherwise somebody might steal the idea.
Oh yeah. Don't steal the idea. It's ours.
Actually, we're on camera now. It's recorded. So, next batch of qualifiers heading out to the track. We've got the S13 with Bagsy. We've got the Genesis Coupe. The
Andreas.
Yep, Andreas and Nigel Colfer at the back there. And with Dennis Haglon behind him. It looks like
and
Fredox. No, he's being held for the group after this.
Okay. You know what's interesting about drifting, and really what brings it alive? It's a judged sport.
Yes.
It's not a timed sport.
No. Yeah, there's no finish line. There's a finishing line, but it's not like I said, it's not timed.
It's not timed. So what measures you is other people's opinion.
Yes.
It's quite challenging.
Very challenging, and as we all know, has caused a lot of heartbreak and upset over the years.
Yes, but it's, well, we were not gonna go to the point and argue that is it fair or is it not fair, because it is absolutely fair, because the judges tell those drivers what exactly they want to see.
Yeah, that's what we saw earlier on in the briefing. So earlier on for you guys, about 4 o'clock, we were over in one of the conference rooms in the Marina, and the judges very clearly stated, with a really nice big clear picture on a screen of this course, and they defined the line that they were looking for. The drivers had time to feedback and tell them when we actually moved a couple of the points around.
Absolutely.
So the drivers were happier. So there's a lot of consideration made for the drivers. So there really is no excuse when a judge makes a decision. They've made that decision based on what the driver has done.
Exactly.
And the driver knew what they had to do.
And I believe all those judges were behind wheels at some point of time, and they were drifting. So they are from the community. They are people who we know. Drivers know, drifters know, and they know the sport, and they are very fair, because they like to be judged in a fair point as well when they are in those shoes.
And we have thousands of pairs of eyes watching us right now, and a lot of educated eyes as well, who will be looking in from afar and seeing what's going on and sort of going, hang on, I saw this, I saw that. So they have to be sort of double, triple checking every single decision they make.
Exactly. And the crowd, we need the crowd to be alive as well.
Yes, we do. Yeah. We need you guys to be getting behind the drivers. If you've got a particular driver that you're here to support, brilliant. Really show them some respect and some love, and let everybody know in the grandstands who you're rooting for. If you haven't, pick one. Maybe you're a BMW guy. Maybe you're a Honda guy. Maybe
you're a
you like
Mustang guy.
Exactly. We've got something for everyone. And here comes Bagsy. Steve Baggioni has been very, very quick all the way through practice, now into qualification. Look at that. A merest hint of handbrake there, holding the speed all the way through. What's he going to do heading down towards this hairpin? Running it wide. Yeah, he's right out there on the line. This is a very strong first qualification run. So if that is a banker, are we going to see the risk taker next time on his next run? That's the thing here. Has Bagsy just given us his safe run, or has he gone to the wall and gone, I'm just going to see what happens? We will find out in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Once he's back on track.
Yeah. So if I had a pen, I could make notes. Somebody walked off my pen earlier on. Well, I say my pen. I think I'd taken it off for somebody as well. It looks like I think I'm some
lovely. Our camera guy is gonna get us a pen.
It's brilliant. The camera hasn't even moved.
He just left us running.
Exactly.
On camera.
It's not even there. We could do anything now.
Exactly.
Could film just
Yeah, I'm not gonna film anything on that though.
No.
Except the drifting.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And there's it's really very disrespectful given the fact he's actually gone to get me a pen if I was to mess up his camera. Yeah.
So we have who's next?
Who is next in line as they come down below the Richard Millet sign?
Sounds of V8, is it? Yeah.
Looking down. That's the Genesis Coupe there.
That's an LS3, 500 horses. Sultan Kayello from Saudi Arabia. A lot of podiums, never the championship win. He also races in GT Series. Third position in several Saudi championships. He's 21 years old.
You said, and he's always on the podium, just really
he's
successful.
Always on the podium. He's very much like Nigel Colfer.
Okay.
So he's always giving hard to the top drivers.
Really pushing them. Yeah.
He's with them in the same league, but it's that one last bit where it's gonna put him on the top part of the podium. Yeah. He's always next, second or third. A few times he got first as well, but not as a championship.
With that run there, nice and consistent. I didn't see anything in there that made me go, wow. But also, there was nothing in there that made me go, he's in trouble. I think he's looking,
He's very comfortable.
Straight in there.
He's very comfortable. He also races a Genesis in the GT racing. He did Formula BMW back in the days.
Right.
So he is an experienced
When you say
racing.
back in the day, he's 21.
Yeah, well, I think he started about 16.
Wow, I'm envious again. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's been developing all this experience. So he's comfortable on a track. He's comfortable with the scene. He's comfortable with the power and the G-forces.
Yeah.
So
just the feeling of being on a track as well at night with the lights and everything going on. You can hear this anti-lag in the background somewhere. That is actually nothing to do with us. It's in the background somewhere. It's literally happening outside of the circuit.
We hear an S54 turbo running.
Yep, here comes the BMW. The roof-mounted LED lights there. This is a strong run for Andres Antunes. So Andreas, what's he going to do? Andreas, yep, running it wide. Really nice strong line on that.
Amazing run by Andreas.
So Antti, I've got to get his pronunciation of the name right, and I will apologise to anybody. So it's Andreas.
Andreas. Yeah, I'll keep the last name.
Yeah. Andreas Vasiliaukas, I believe. I think that could be the green BMW, actually. That's moved now outside of the track. So I think that could be Yassir Sheikh's car. I think he had some issues, didn't he?
I think yesterday he had issues with the def.
Right.
His differential got squashed.
Right. Okay.
And he was slightly complaining yesterday that he's not very sure that he can get the same ratio again.
Yep.
So I don't know how this is gonna affect him today.
Yeah, there's definitely a tow truck lowering its bed down to the front of that BMW. So let's hope it's not game over. Let's hope they're going to pull some sort of magic cloud out.
If it's a tow truck, it doesn't look like there's a magic happening.
I believe in magic, Yusuf.
You do?
Yep. That truck's going to go around the car park once, come back, and the car's going to be fixed. That's what's going to happen. That's magic.
Let's hope so.
Don't
Well,
disappoint
all
me.
the best for everyone. And I guess that's Nigel Colfer on the start line.
It certainly looks like Nigel in the Tri-Ace sponsored car. It's got the white front end, the black back end. We've had a lot of different looks. I think it was full chrome about 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
It was black before.
It was black before that.
Yep.
I remember a nice story about Nigel Colfer when he drifted here in 2010.
Yep.
I was with the guys getting the cars out of the port. So I was helping them with all the logistics and all the challenges that they came across.
Yep.
So once we took all the cars out of the container, the officer at the port was like, "What are these cars?"
Yeah.
And we were like, "Those are drift cars." It was like,
what is drifting?
then I show him a small video what is drifting, and he was like, "Oh, I want to see it live."
Right.
So we only had Nigel Colfer there to show him what drifting is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I actually have a video of Nigel Colfer drifting inside the container yard. The container yard. Yes, we had all the cars parked next to each other. It was Christy, Julian Smith, Christy Carpenter, Julian Smith, Leonard Wonder, Ramonedze, a few other drifters. James
Dean?
No, it wasn't James Dean. It was. Actually, yes, it was James Dean, but James Dean's car had a problem and it wasn't fixed.
Right.
For the event, James Dean was there. So we see Nigel Colfer now coming down. Sorry, I missed a few other drifters, but that's Bagsy.
That's Bagsy coming off the track.
Coming off the track. Okay. A few other drifters as well. There was a very young Irish drifter.
Jack Shanahan?
I think Jack Shanahan.
Was it Jack Shanahan, or would it been...
in 2010, he used to drive an S13 or 180 SX.
Yeah. Jack Shanahan. Wayne McKeever?
I think Jack.
Yeah.
I can't really recall the names, but
there seems
Steve Will with the E36.
Yeah, that's an incredible car. He's still got it.
He's still
developing it, and it's now making 720 brake horsepower.
I follow him all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm in contact with him on Facebook as well.
Was Walton Smith here?
Walton
with
Smith
the Subaru.
With the Subaru.
Yeah,
Walton Smith was here also with the Subaru. It was an amazing event, I have to say. It was an amazing event. That event. Christy Carpenter and his S15 was awesome.
Christy, I haven't actually seen him compete in a little while, but another incredible driver. Yeah,
it was. What was the color back then? I think it was
red.
No, it wasn't. It was the first build of the car because it was going back to the UK for Julian to rebuild it for him in Garage D.
Garage D,
yeah.
A little bit of Watford loving.
Yeah,
that's where they're based. Sorry. Garage D is one of those places that you can get lost in for a good couple of hours. We used Julian to help us source a bunch of cars and parts for, Need for Speed, the game that came out last November. So there's lots of live action sequences in it, and they were all made in London. And lots of the cars in the background are cars from Julian.
I know. All those, whether the Mercedes or the Land Rovers, the Mercedes G-Wagons, they were in the film.
Oh,
where he had the BMW engine on them.
Yeah,
I had a chat with Julian about them. Actually, you might not know this, but Julian also supply a lot of our guys with parts.
Oh yeah,
in our region.
Yeah, stuff goes out from that garage all around the world.
Yeah, and it's like my personal car. parts were supplied by Julian.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So yeah.
Like we said at the head of this conversation, it's a very small world when you get into it.
It is a very small world, and
but it is growing. It is growing, and I would actually reiterate that it is growing. It is moving on, and it's just kind of adding on. And like you said, we first met 6 years ago. What it was at that first event.
Yeah.
And here we are again, and who knows where in 6 years' time. And I'm not quite sure where we could go better than Yas Marina. Although in the last 6 years we did go to Bucharest, where we drifted in front of the People's Palace, which is the second largest building in the world.
Okay.
So that was incredible. That was incredible. Really, really super high speeds. A couple of these guys were there. That was a very special event. But yeah, another one to rank in the memory banks for Drift All-Stars.
Budapest. So that's Nigel Colfer.
You can tell because he's not quite as noisy as the rest of the cars here tonight. More used to European restrictions. So Nigel carrying a lot of speed,
but a lot of handbrake as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of handbrake in that one. And a little bit of a straighten as well as he went down to that bottom corner.
Not quite a lot of smoke and not quite a lot of angle compared to the others.
Yeah. So that's what we were saying about Nigel is he's a very competent, one of the best drifters and very consistent. But what he maybe is experiencing here, and he was talking about it last night when I interviewed him, that this is a very technical circuit and he's having to sort of thread a lot of stuff together. It's quite a long circuit. There's a lot of clipping points. There's a lot to remember. But we'll see what he does in his second qualification run. I would never, ever underestimate Nigel Colfer. He'll literally... It's almost like you expect him to be on a podium. It's like, oh, where's Nigel? Yeah, he's not here.
Nice.
Yeah. it's just so, yeah. We'll see what the judges think to that run.
We'll see. So, who's going to come next? I think that's E46, Andreas?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you can tell by the distinctive...
You can tell from the LEDs on the
LEDs
roof.
on the roof.
That S54 sounds awesome with the
really
turbo
does.
on
It sounds like motorsport.
Yes.
I think that's the thing with BMW engines is that they have that wonderful kind of like hard kind of tune to them from the factory.
So individual throttle bodies. And the engine is not straight ahead. It's not straight up.
No.
It's inline 6, but it's not straight up. It's angled
Yep.
to a certain degree. And I guess that kind of helps create the noise. I just don't understand.
Well, I think I think it's maybe a packaging issue as well that it can't stand up underneath the low bonnet and things like that. But yeah, whether that affects the noise of it.
It is an oiling issue actually, because in the silhouette, in the endurance races and the sprint races they do on the circuit, they build a car called a silhouette, which is technically a space frame.
Yep.
And they use a lot of the S54 engine in that, and they put it straight up ahead.
Okay, so it does work in an upright format.
Yes, but it requires some modifications.
Like dry sumping or something.
Definitely needs dry sump, but they all do dry sump on circuit racing, especially endurance ones. But it just how it works, something with the breather oils and some oiling, head oiling issues. They need to modify a few things for it to work when you put it straight up ahead.
I've just checked my timings because I have to go downstairs and talk about that very special R35 GTR, which is something we're going to be showing the guys on the live stream a little bit later on.
Yep.
The world record breaking car. It is literally the Nissan Nismo R35 is parked outside here. So we're going to go and record a real quick little section on that. I think leave you up here for a little bit of extra qualifying time.
Absolutely. Get yourself ready for that.
We were meant to be finished qualifying by now, but it's run over a little bit. We'll then be going up to we'll be playing you some stuff on the live stream in the meantime, and then we're going to be going into the conference room, finding out about qualification, back on track I think at about 8 o'clock.
8
so
o'clock, yes.
Literally 45 minutes.
I guess it will be 8:15.
Yeah, we can't really go much longer than that because we need to get our top 16 battles in before 10 o'clock.
Absolutely.
But look, I'll go down, we'll talk GTRs.
Sure.
See you in a short while,
I'll
Yusuf.
be doing some Arabic commentary for the guys who's around us. And so we just saw Andreas now doing his run in his E46. He flew all the way from Lithuania to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi to do this event with Drift All-Stars. Just brilliant. just changing location now just to have a better view of the track. So the crowds are building up. So who do we have now on track? سلطان كيلو المجدوعي للسيارات. لاين جميل جدا، أداء جميل جدا من سلطان. طبعا سلطان معروف على مستوى السعودية والوطن العربي من أفضل السائقين، السائقين الماهرين جدا. سابق في سباقات الجي تي ريسينج على مثل سيارة الجينيسيس. هذه الجينيسيس هي الدريفت كار اللي عنده، في عليه LS3 مجهزة بالكامل كسيارة الدريفت. نشوف الآن على خط الانطلاقة السائق القادم يتجهز. مين بيكون معانا؟ ينطلق الآن المتسابق عبد الهادي القحطاني. المتسابق عبد الهادي القحطاني، خبرة طويلة على هذا المضمار، أداء جميل، بطولات كثيرة، الجزيرة، أداء جميل، لاين جميل جدا، أداء ولا أروع على مثل الRTR موستانج. مهارة ريسينج عبد الهادي القحطاني يطربنا في سماع محرك الRTR اللي عنده. أداء جميل جدا على مثل سيارة فورد موستانج. طبعا تحية كبيرة للجمهور اللي معانا اليوم في المنصات. تحية كبيرة يا جمهور، سمعونا الحماس. نشوف الآن دينيس من فنلندا على مثل S2002 JZ، وعندك باغزي باغزي من بريطانيا، ايضا حصل على بطولات في بريتش دريفتنج تشامبيونشيب في 2009. يحيي الجمهور، حيوا يا جمهور، سمعوا الحماس، يحييكم. الان المتسابقين ينطلقون الى خط البدايه عشان يجهزون انفسهم للمرحله الثانيه للكواليفاينج. أداء المحركات جميل جدا، والسيارات والتجهيزات، وحلبة ياس مارينا اليوم معانا شيء فظيع جدا وجميل جدا. الجو قام يبرد، السيارات بتكون أدائها أفضل وأفضل. راح نشوف توين دريفتنج باتلز التوب 16 راح يكون دامي اتوقع، وراح يكون جميل جدا ما بين المتسابقين اللي معانا. طبعا نذكر بعض الاسامي اللي معانا اليوم، متسابقين كبار ومتسابقين مهمين جدا. عندك احمد دحام واحمد العامري، وعندك علي مقشيد من الكويت، الشيخ سلطان القاسمي والشيخ خليفه النهيان معانا، داني نيفل من لونيتكس باي نيتشر، عبد الهادي القحطاني ومعاذ العيسى فورد الجزيره، سلطان كيلو المجدوعي للسيارات، معانا ايضا جهاد حسان من المتسابقين اللبنانيين الجميلين جدا والمتفوقين جدا في هذا المجال. الان معانا فريدريك من النرويج على مثل تويوتا سورر. تويوتا سورر طبعا LS انجن، لاين جميل جدا، اداء ممتاز. اتمنى انه يؤدي افضل من هذا الاداء في الجولات القادمه. ايضا معانا على خط الانطلاق الان نشوف عندنا متسابق يجهز نفسه اللي في خط الانطلاق. ينطلق الآن معانا نايجل كولفر من بريطانيا، من أحد المتسابقين الكوميتد، يعني متعودين انهم يكون معانا في هذه البطولات الدريفت المعروفه، كانت في الامارات او في بطولات دريفت اول ستارز على مستوى العالم او مستوى اوروبا بشكل عام. نايجل كولفر دائما متواجد فيها بشكل مستمر ودائما اداءه يفوق العاده. طبعا نايجل كولفر تراي ستار، سبونسرد باي تراي ستار، على متن S13 سيلفيا 2JZ. ينطلق الان معانا عبد الهادي القحطاني من فورد الجزيره ريسنج. لاين جميل جدا من عبد الهادي واداء اجريسيف، يسحب على الهاند بريك، يسحب على الكليبنج بوينت، اداء جميل. ترانزيشن، نعم ترانزيشن جميل جدا، شوي بعيد عن الكليبنج بوينت، سحبه جميله، شوي ستريتنينج هنا على قبل الهيربن، وايد فيري وايد عبد الهادي القحطاني، لكن بشكل عام اداء جميل جدا عبد الهادي القحطاني. طبعا عبد الهادي القحطاني من المتسابقين المعروفين جدا على مستوى الخليج، وايضا شارك في بطولات اوروبيه في ايرلندا وبريطانيا، وايضا شارك في جاتبيل في النرويج على مدى 3 سنوات. الصيف اللي ماضي ما راحوا، الصيف 3 سنوات اللي قبل في 2011 و12 و13. عبد الهادي القحطاني ايضا متسابق معروف على مستوى الاوتوكروس، حاليا ايضا هو يقود برو دريفت اكاديمي في السعوديه في ميدان ديراب. طبعا ميدان ديراب هو مقر الموتور سبورت في الرياض في السعوديه. ميدان ديراب مكان جميل جدا، عندهم حلبة مسطحة للدريفت، وعندهم دراج ريس، وعندهم ساند دراج شبيهة جدا في حلبة أم القيوين المتواجدة عندنا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، لكن على أحدث وتقنيات جميلة جدا. إذا صار لكم نصيب تروحوا الرياض طبعا لازم تزوروها، لأن فيها فعاليات جدا جميلة. الآن نشوف بعد معانا على خط الانطلاقة، نشوف مين معانا بيكون الآن على خط الانطلاقة. ينطلق الآن سابق باجزي، مونستر انرجي، نعم باجزي معانا على متن LS، على متن S13 سيلفيا LS3 باورد. اداء جميل ولاين جميل جدا من المتسابق باجزي، سبونسرد باي مونستر. الحين هذه اخر لحظات الكواليفاينج الان. ينطلق معانا المتسابق، لا المتسابق باكزي رجع الى البيت لين، لم ينطلق معانا لكن رجع الى البيت لين يجهز سيارته ويسوي لها السيرفس المطلوب قبل ما يعلنون التوب 16. اظني باقي معانا متسابقين للفاينل 2 رانز اوف كواليفاينج، بعدين راح نترككم شوي تروحوا تشوفون الكار شو، تنزلون تحت على المنصه تشوفون ستاند البرو دريفت اكاديمي جي تي ار نيزمو، وتشوفون الاناونسمنت اللي راح نطلقه بعد شوي بناء على الرقم القياسي للدريفت اللي تم تحطيمه خلال الايام القليله الماضيه على ارض دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده. راح يكون ثاني رقم قياسي يسجل في جينيز وورلد ريكورد تم تحطيم بالنسبه للدريفتنج، تم تحطيمه على ارض دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده. طبعا ما ننسى ان تم تحطيم رقم اطول توين دريفت سجل في العالم على متن على ارض دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده في القريه العالميه في دبي. سبونسرد كان باي نيسان 2370 زدز، كان اظني 30 كيلومتر طول الدريفت، تم تحقيقها خلال السنه ونص الفائته. طبعا تحيه كبيره للجي تي زي كلب معانا اليوم، كلهم جميعا من الجي تي ارز 350 زد 370 زدز سيلفياز سكاي لاينز ار 34 32 33. حياكم يا شباب. تست. كان معانا المتسابق دينيس من فنلندا على متن اس 2000 2 جي زي 900 حصان. هذه السيارة يا شباب اداء جميل جدا من هذا المتسابق. كنت اسولف معاه امس، كان يقول انا صار لي في الدرفتنج من 2008، هذه اول برو سيريز كار يبنيها، خلصت قبل فترة بسيطة، بعد يحطوا يعني يسوون تعديلات عليها، بعدها مش منتهية 100%، لكن أداء جميل جدا وسيارة ولا أروع على مثل الاس 2000. Ladies and gentlemen, Fredrik on the Solar from Norway. Guys, we are just having to see now the last 2 qualifying runs happening. And then we're going to have an open pit lane. So you guys, the crowd who are with us here today, you can have a walk, look at the cars, meet the drivers and cheer them and salute and support any driver that you like here the most today. Dennis on the S2000 again for this last qualifying run. Brilliant noise this car is making, amazing. It's the only convertible car here with us today. Oh, we hope nothing went wrong with the car. We only can see that he's off throttle. Cheer him up, guys! حيوا يا جمهور! أداء جميل كان جدا، نتمنى له كل السلامة، إن شاء الله ما يكون صار معاه شيء يخرب عليه البطولة. نشوف الحين هو في طريقه إلى خارج المضمار، راح يكون معانا. هذه كانت آخر سيارة معانا على المضمار اليوم. طبعا الآن عندكم بيت لين مفتوح. الجمهور العزيز تقدرون تروحون تشوفون السيارات عن قرب، تشوفوا السائقين عن قرب، تشوفوا اي شيء، تسلموا على الشباب، على الدرايفريه، على الدرفتريه، ايضا في الفاسيلتيز اللي موجوده معانا اليوم في البادك خلال الساعه القادمه، وراح نلتقي معاكم بعد ساعه من الان. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a pit walk. The pits is open now for the crowd to go and watch and say greet all the guys, all the drifters, see all the cars, see the setups that they have a chat with them, check on their social media, and we'll see you back in an hour. Have a good evening. Don't forget about the twin battles is coming up in about an hour 15 minutes from now, so be hold for that.
So Harry, you are a familiar face to us at Driftallstars. We've seen you around, but you've travelled quite far with your car, haven't you?
Yes, I've been to Europe, I've been to UK, I've been competing in several countries. It was great to see the guys.
what's going on? I'm Bagsy and we are in Abu Dhabi for Driftallstars World Round 1. We're at a friend of mine, Sultan's workshop right now. We just got in yesterday and we're making some super cool improvements to my car, man. It's going to make sure we get to the podium exactly right.
Hi, my name is Ahmed Daham. I'll be competing this Friday at Yas Marina Circuit for round 1 of the Drift All-Star. See you there.
What's up? This is Danny Neville.
Hey, my name is Sultan.
This is Khalifa Sultan.
April 7th and 8th, Yas Marina Circuit, the North Circuit. Be there. Drift All-Stars. It's going to be epic. Don't miss out. Me and the LBN crew.
No, no, you don't get that. No, you don't get that.
For the first time in drift history, the Drift All-Stars Tour travels outside Europe. The 2016 Drift All-Stars Series, fueled by Monster Energy, kicks off at the world-famous Yas Marina Circuit for the Abu Dhabi Drift GP. Who will reign supreme in the Battle of the Gulf, where the top from Drift All-Stars battle the best from the Middle East? Find out on April 8th. Tickets now on sale at www.yasmarinacircuit.com.
Every now and then, a car that defies every rule is born. A car that breaks records, one after the other. Another world record to break. ...218 kilometers an hour. Adrift at 30 degrees. And the pilot become one. Winning is in our DNA.
the first time in drift history, the Driftallstars Tour travels outside Europe. The 2016 Driftallstars Series, fueled by Monster Energy, kicks off at the world-famous Marina circuit for the Abu Dhabi Drift GP. Who will reign supreme in the Battle of the Gulf, where the top from Driftallstars battle the best from the Middle East? Find out on April 8th. Tickets now on sale at www.yazmarinacircuit.com.
This is Marina Circuit, and this is Driftallstars. We are here in Abu Dhabi, and I'm also here with Mr. Stephen Baggioni, who's over here updating a little bit of social media. And Bagsy, we are a long way from home, but what a glorious place to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is possibly the best place in the world as far as I'm concerned for drifting. It's a dream come true for me from a young child watching the sport progress, being involved with it now for about 8-9 years. Today, I feel like I've accomplished something driving on the circuit. You know, Formula One tracks do it for me. You know, you can go home and watch this track right now where we're standing on YouTube, TV, whatever you want, and it's insane that we are allowed to come here and smoke the place out.
I'm Bagsy and we are in Abu Dhabi for Driftallstars World Round 1. We're at a friend of mine, Sultan's workshop right now. We've just got in yesterday and we're making some super cool improvements to my car, man. It's going to make sure we get to the podium, which is exactly where I want to be.
My name is Ahmed Daham. I'll be competing this Friday at Yas Marina Circuit for round 1 of the Drift All-Star. See you there.
I am a hard-working man. You gotta do what you can.
What's up? This is Danny Neville.
Hey, my name is Sultan.
This is Khalifa Sultan.
April 7th and 8th, Yas Marina Circuit, the North Circuit. Be there. Drift All-Stars. It's going to be epic. Don't miss out. Me and the LBN crew.
No, no, you don't get that. No, you don't get that.
For the first time in drift history, the Drift All-Stars Tour travels outside Europe. The 2016 Drift All-Stars Series, fueled by Monster Energy, kicks off at the world-famous Yas Marina Circuit for the Abu Dhabi Drift GP. Who will reign supreme in the Battle of the Gulf, where the top from Drift All-Stars battle the best from the Middle East? Find out on April 8th. Tickets now on sale at www.yasmarinacircuit.com.
break. Kilometers an hour. Adrift at 30 degrees. Winning is in our DNA.
As if having some of the best drift cars in the world and the UAE wasn't enough, we're also very, very lucky to have Mr. Graham McNamara and the Nissan R35 here. And this is not just any Nissan R35, Graham. This car has just been announced on social media around the world as being officially the fastest drift car in the world.
Correct, yeah. So this is Nissan Middle East R35. It was built for the single purpose of making the fastest drift car. So it was previously held in Poland. The speed was 217 kilometers an hour, and we had set a record of probably about 250 as an achievable record, but we managed to achieve 304, which is kind of insane when you think about it, because this is a drift car, it's not a drag car. So it took a long time to put it together, but eventually it worked out, and 304 is a crazy record.
Well, so we'll get to the fact that you crazily went over 300 kilometers an hour and who did that. But firstly, Nissan, they are a world-renowned manufacturer. We all know who Nissan is. How did they take to the idea?
So how it began was that Nissan are the partner to the Project Academy in UAE. So we came up with this concept. We approached them, we told them what we wanted to do. We told them the kind of publicity that it would generate. They liked the idea. And then it just started to snowball from there. Then it started to reach Nissan in different countries, and everybody started to show interest. And then it just started to come together. It was planned, it was put together. It's taken a year to happen. And then, as always, you always have these little things that you need to fix. But when the green light was given that this was going ahead, it came together very fast.
Pro Drift Academy, you guys are spread all over the world now, aren't you? You're very hugely experienced with this sort of stuff. You take an R35, you said it's a dedicated drift car. This is not a drag car, it's not a circuit car, it's not a GT car that's been converted. It is very specifically built to drift. So just talk me very quickly through the specification of it, if you can.
Okay, well, this is a joint venture between us, Pro Drift Academy, Nissan Middle East, and Trust, or Gredi in Japan. So when you want to build a GTR that's going to go 300 kilometers an hour, you need to find someone that's going to be able to build it for you. And because Trust already had a Drift GTR in Japan, it made sense that these guys would be brought into the project. So they did. The car was sent there. It's a left-hand drive car. It was taken from the production line, sent to Trust. They worked on it. They built it up to the specification that it is, and then it was flown in here for the record. So the car is 1,380 brake horsepower, rear-wheel drive, full suspension, gearbox. There's all the trick bits, the steering geometry. So it was built specific for this purpose. And now after this event, it will start to go on a tour, and we'll start introducing it to the general public.
So hopefully a chance for more of you guys around the world to see it up flat. It's a beautiful car. It's got the Rocket Bunny kit on it. It's kind of got that cool element of drifting as well as being from a manufacturer, so it just adds that stamp of awesome authenticity to it. And tell me about the physics, because you said something to me when we were talking last night about the initiation and the driver and what they were allowed and what they weren't allowed to do. So tell me about actually doing it.
Okay, so when we sat down and we started working on this project, we knew that a handbrake initiation, or when you throw the car sideways with the handbrake, would slow the car down significantly. So we discussed it originally with the driver, who's Masato Kawabata, that we wanted him to weight transfer so that we would not lose so much speed. So he initiated at about 335, 340, and it dropped down to 304.
Which is exactly how fast?
Around 190 mile an hour. That area.
It's insane. Insane. Just mentally, for someone like myself, thinking about throwing a car sideways at that speed. You have a greater experience, far greater experience of it than me. What about you thinking about doing that?
Well, there's no doubt that this record was dangerous, you know. It was a dangerous record. We planned it so that it would all go to plan, and it thankfully did. But yeah, there is a dangerous element. I mean,
big time.
Yeah, 340 kilometers an hour, if something goes wrong, things will go very wrong.
So tyre technology and stuff like that, what are we talking here? Because just the physical action of putting the car sideways at that speed, the side scrubbing, were you sure that sidewalls would stand up to it, all those sorts of things?
Yeah, so we're running a 285 on the front, the Toyota 888s. And we needed a wide tyre in the front, and the same on the back, 285s. The biggest difficulty we had is that when you go 340 kilometers an hour and then you initiate to go sideways, you lose your downforce. So what was happening was that the car had lots of downforce going in a straight line. The minute it would initiate, go sideways, it would lose its downforce and it would rise up about an inch and a half. And at that point, he lost his steering about 100 meters.
So he's going sideways at 190 miles an hour with no steering in the air.
Everything goes right.
Jeez.
And then the car sits back down again, and it gets it under control, and then everybody just...
And everyone, happy
relaxes,
days.
relaxes.
And Kawabata, how did he feel about it? He was obviously confident he could do it, otherwise he wouldn't have got in the car, but obviously with some trepidation.
I mean, I've known Kawabata for years, from D1 in America a long time ago. I always knew he was a fantastic driver, he's a D1 champ, but I never know how good he was. He was just so professional with this. It didn't faze him in the least. He knew how dangerous it was. It wasn't an issue whatsoever. And when we did the record again, I didn't realise how much it would mean to him as well to achieve the record. You could see it in his emotion and stuff like that. I've got an awful lot of respect for him after this record.
Well, it was an incredible leap of faith on the part of everyone involved to believe it could happen. From Nissan to Kawabata to yourself, and I can only salute you for having that faith, and thank you so much for bringing the car here. Hopefully some of you guys are going to get to see it over the course of the next year or two. I'm sure it's going to become one of those legend cars that's going to be around for a long time. So Graham, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Sometimes different things can happen with you and your car, and you have to live with the car, so it should be worked out.
One of the main things is the adrenaline buzz you get from drifting. It's just incredible and undescribable unless you've done it yourself.
You can feel that sound and everything goes up to all your body, and you can put it any gear you want and the car is just flying. I really like to push it to the limits, chase the balance. It's an experience, like something you need to feel inside your soul, inside yourself, and that's why I do drifting.
A lot of guys, because they are pretty strong, and it could be James, it could be Dmitry, it could be Luke Fink, but where is he? I don't know. Maybe he's afraid and he lost somewhere. So yeah, Luke, please come.
Я хочу увидеть его мертвым. Заказ сделал?
reckon we can add another couple of thousand brake horsepower. So I'm going for about 9,000 brake horsepower.
I would go 10,000 horsepower.
Okay, I like that. Let's actually let's go 10,000 because that's that one bigger number, isn't it?
So, what do you think, guys? Share it with us. Ask yourself. Post it on Facebook or on social media. How many horsepower do you think there is there tonight?
Take a guess.
Take a guess.
We've got the Drift All Stars Facebook page. We've got the Yas Marina Facebook page. There's Instagram. But get onto the Drift All Star channels. We're on Instagram. We're posting live onto Twitter. I think we're on Snapchat. There's also the live broadcasting going out on the on the live stream, and also on Facebook live streaming as well. And look at this. Could it be our 16th car? Dennis Hagblom, as he coming down the pit lane now. He had that mechanical failure in the qualification.
Is it fixed?
It must be, because it looks like car number 6, the Honda S2000, is rolling out onto the track.
Dennis from Finland!
Come on, Dennis.
Show us what it shows, Dennis! Cheers up, guys! Cheer up for him! He just fixed his car in no time. People were saying there was few ball bearings and stuff out of the car in his last run, and he's managed to fix it, and he's back.
Give him a huge round of applause, guys. Genuinely a massive mechanical failure a very short while ago. Dennis has battled through that in the pits. When we've all been relaxing, he has been there working his arse off to get that car fixed, and here he is completing the lineup of the top 16 of Drift All Stars here at Yas Marina.
Well deserved, Dennis. Excellent job. Would love to see you here competing with the guys. This is gonna be very, very interesting here tonight, guys. The first battle is gonna start in a bit. We would like to hear you guys cheering for all those drivers, giving them the adrenaline that they need to have. All of you cheer for them with one big noise. Hooray! Let's hear that from you guys. Crowd!
Thank you for getting behind these drivers. It's very important that they know that, so they are like emotional sponges. Imagine you're a small child at Christmas and you don't get any presents. That's what happens. That's how they feel when you guys don't make some noise for them. So if you make some noise for them when they're out there competing, then they're really going to know you're behind them, and you want to see a big spectacle, you want to see a big show. They're going to push harder, they're going to take more chances, they're going to take greater risks, and they're going to put it out there for you.
You know what, Brent? It was amazing to see those guys qualify, and now looking at those guys standing there in front of those crowds, having those pictures, getting their cars lined up, like, it's really difficult to tell who's going to win, yeah?
Well, as we went through earlier on, it is ridiculously hard. Now, do we have our who's qualified, our top 16 qualifiers?
Yes, top 16 will be who's number 1?
So I can't see number 1 qualified. I think they're actually going by race numbers as opposed to qualification numbers on this this piece of paper. So we can't see who's qualified first because we weren't there in that briefing to...
I was.
Oh, well, I missed out on that then, quite honestly.
Bagsy was first.
Number 1 qualifier, Steve Bagsy Baggioni.
Now, I'm not sure what Dennis came up because he wasn't discussed in the briefing because he had mechanical failure.
Okay.
Bagsy is gonna be there. That's Sheikh Sultan giving you a show on his way out. Back to the pit lanes.
I love the fact that he is literally about to go into battle with some of the greatest drivers in the world, and he's kind of, you know what, I'm going to show you what I'm all about. As I drive away from here, I'm going to show you how proud I am and how able I am.
Ahmed Daham and Ali Makhshid is also leaving. Back to the backstages, getting ready for the final drift battles, top 16 and onwards.
Nigel Colfer rolling out next in his S13, taking the more sedate patch, but I think now he's going to put his foot down and give you a little bit of tri-ace smoke. How good must that feel? I did say to him last night when I was interviewing as well, is there a point that maybe you look out of your car and you think, I'm at Yas Marina? And he said, every single time I get in it and I drive around this course.
That's Danny Neville with the donuts and Mustang!
Mr. Entertainer, and then there's Bagsy as well. Like he hasn't got rid of enough of those Westlake tyres just yet. He's going to destroy some more treadwear for you right now.
Hello, check.
Having fun and really expressing yourself through the power of drifting.
He's loving that LS.
He really is loving that LS. I have a sneaky suspicion when he goes back to England, he may well be getting rid of his SR. He's going to miss that exhaust note as well, with our big boring exhausts back in the UK.
So he still drifts an SR20 back in the UK.
Yep. Almost an identical looking car. This one's for you guys. Get those cameras ready. Remember the hashtag.
Hello, pilot. Can you hear me?
Stars hashtag on Instagram, so we can all check it out. See what's been going on.
By the way, Brent, today we're gonna have a Classico.
A Classico?
Yes, we have a Classico.
What's that?
A Classico is... do you watch football?
No, I don't, I'm afraid to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. Well, in the Middle East region, we're big fans about football.
Yep.
Do you see those two cars doing the dance?
Wheel to wheel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those two are a Classico.
Okay.
Whenever they battle each other, it's always deadly fight.
Oh yes.
And they'll be battling in the top 16.
I love the fact that this is the kind of celebration that we see at the end of the night.
Yes.
When the guys are all competing, they're relaxing and all this stuff. These guys just like, yo, we're going to get on it now. This is how we're going to entertain you here at Yas Marina and Drift All Stars.
That's how we do it, man, here. We celebrate morning, evening and night.
Yep.
Look at that S2000, isn't she a beauty?
That S2000 looks so good, bursting through the smoke with those yellow headlights. I think we might have to break out the paint after this. Maybe there's some colouring in.
Well, they do for every Formula 1 race, so it's okay.
They're going to have to. The Pirates getting prepared to leave. As the last of our top 16 cars now leave the collection area.
Yusuf Ramethi.
And pretty soon, guys, we will be bringing the Drift All-Stars battles to you here for Yas Marina, round 1 of the 2016 season. Prepare yourselves.
So, we're going to have Stephen Bagioni, which is Bagsy, with the new LS motor and his S13, drifting against Dennis in the 900 horsepower S2000.
That's going to be interesting.
That is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
It's like two cars from two different worlds.
Well, it's also two drivers from a very similar background, European background.
Yes, yes.
And we're going to be seeing them sort of going up against each other, and well, one of them will not progress. It's that simple.
Yes.
So we're going to be one European driver down before the end of round 1.
So half of us will be sad, half of us will be happy.
Well, there is that.
Yeah,
and
it's always the case.
You guys are in the majority, so there will be more happiness than there is sadness.
There's always happiness.
Yeah.
There's always happiness.
There's always happiness.
Even if you're knocked out in this battle, it's just fun to be here.
Drift
it's just
All-Stars.
amazing. It's just amazing. Yas Marina circuit, the crowds, people watching us online, on TV.
We keep on getting told by Mr. Cameraman stood behind here as well. He's like, guys, stop leaning over. Like, there's a camera right here. So I'm really sorry if you're on the live stream, but there's going to be so much going on track. They're not going to want to look at us.
Bryn, I guess he should bring the camera in front of us.
Well, there's lots of cameras. Well, yeah, but then we wouldn't be able to see.
Needs to be a drone, I guess.
Yeah, he does need to be out there somewhere. Need one hanging off the end of that spar.
Yeah, we want him. Have him hanging over that.
No, I think he's too keen on that.
Okay, so the drivers now are changing tires. I believe.
Well, I would hope so. I presume
Bagsy's
so.
the first battle, so
well,
he's
actually,
changing tires.
looking at up there, there's quite a few cars lined up, ready to go for the first round of 8.
Somewhere brief to be there, yeah?
Yep. All the crew here at Yas Marina are obviously so well trained and experienced with these large events. It's a real pleasure to see the safety crews looking after us.
So let's go through who's gonna battle who tonight.
Yes.
Okay. So who's gonna battle who tonight? Let's look at the guys here. So as much as there's nothing much to look at there now.
Yep.
Okay. Now we have a Bagsy against Dennis.
I presume it's against Dennis, because Dennis is not listed anywhere else, but I don't know where Dennis qualified.
Me too, but that's the only blank.
Yep, so we're assuming the first battle is going to be Bagsy versus Dennis Hagblom in the S2000.
Yeah.
Second battle,
Ali Maksheed and Sheikh Khalifa Al Hayyan. So we have a Toyota Supra.
Yep.
Also another two cars from two different worlds.
Yeah.
We have a Supra 2JZ and S14 Sylvia with an HRS LS7 engine.
Big V8 in it. Yeah.
Very big V8 with the carbon fiber. Ooh, that car looks awesome. Then we have Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi with Yusuf Al Ramethi. That's gonna be our third battle. Fourth battle is gonna be Frederick
Fredox versus
Sultan Kayillo from Saudi Arabia. Both V8s.
Not too dissimilar. Not too dissimilar. I mean,
more or less, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting, this one. We have Andres and Danny Neville.
Yep. So
Battling
the BMW versus the RTR Mustang.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. That's
there
gonna
he
be
is.
awesome.
There's Dennis.
Oh, Dennis is here.
Yeah.
So who's here?
Let's find out in a little while.
Could be Bagsy is a buy. We're not sure yet, but it could be Bagsy is a buy. So let's see how that goes. We'll update you once we get the updated sheets.
Yep.
So we have Dennis against Nigel Colfer.
Yeah, that's an interesting battle because those guys have fought before, so they've driven against each other. They've experienced that, so they can almost relax a little bit because they can have more confidence in battling against each other. Maybe we'll see more proximity, so we're going to look for the cars to be as close together as possible. But it also means that they might be able to bring in some tactic where they go, "You think you know what I'm going to do, and I might switch it up a bit."
Yeah, the track is challenging as well.
It is. There's a lot to concentrate on. I would never underestimate that to the point that the guys would then feel they could then throw some curveballs in. But you never know.
We know Nigel is constant, always.
So is Dennis.
And so is Dennis.
Yeah.
But Dennis just came in with his new car.
But then I think that almost sometimes gives you that element of kind of you haven't had time to worry about it, to prepare for it. You're so relieved that the car's sorted and it's working, it's going, you're back out. It's kind of like brilliant now, straight into competition. Whereas maybe Nigel's had lots of time to think and focus on it.
Yeah, but Dennis got a problem in his last qualifying run. So let's hope that doesn't come back again.
Yep, true.
So let's see. This is going to be very challenging. We're going to be waiting for this to see what's going to happen in this. Then we have the champion Ahmed Daham.
Yep.
He's always been a champion on and off the track. He just won a championship recently, a drifting championship recently. There's a challenge, and with Monsieur Abu Shaiba from Kuwait.
Yeah.
This guy, I've seen him drifting today, and he's very talented. He's quite good in his S14 Silvia.
Yep.
Then it's at the Classico.
The Classico, just
the
as you were referring to a short while ago.
It's a Classico. Ahmed Al-Amri and Abdel Hadi Al-Gahtari will be battling the last battle of top 16. That is a Classico that can be missed. That battle is a final.
I see. I often refer to this as well. Yeah,
these guys met on the final many times for years and years and years. For the past 3-4 years.
We could well see. Well, obviously, we have our number one qualifier, Bagsy, Steve Bagsy Baggioni, going through at the first one, possibly in a bye, so possibly gets a straight through.
Yeah.
And our last battle there, you're referring it to there as a final, is one of those battles that you could quite easily see in a final. So we could see a couple of really big heavy hitters at either end of this.
I'll give you a small example. This battle once went 3-1 more times.
Wow. Well, it's night time. We've got all night. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
Is there any noise restrictions here?
No.
I heard you guys stay up all night anyway, so there's...
Well, we stay up all night anyways, so...
Well, when we left here at about 11:30, 12 o'clock last night, people were still drag racing. So
yeah, they stop at 12. We have to close by 12 for some reasons. The hotel is there, and there are other people around, so we respect.
Well, we filled most of those hotels, so I'm sure if we make some phone calls, it'll be okay.
I can't talk about that. Anyway, jumping to this, it's going to be a very interesting night. The guys are preparing their cars. Yep. We're going to get heads up from the operations team and tell us when are they going to be ready to start the top 16, and we'll see you back then.
Yeah.
Any other words,
Ben? I think we maybe have some sponsors messages or some pre-record that we put out to you now, and let's find out what's going on. We'll be back with release real shortly. Go. I'm so excited I can hardly talk. Go and get a cold drink, chill out, and stay with us, because when we start back on this, you're not going to want to go anywhere.
Don't be far away. We're here. See you in a bit. Okay guys, here's the first battle of the day. Ali Makhshid and Sheikh Khalifa Al Hayat. Very aggressive by Sheikh Khalifa. Ali Makhshid is continuing the track. Very nice run by Ali Makhshid. And the Toyota Supra.
Wow. Where did that come from? That caught me totally unawares. Up there, I heard some noise to turn around. Someone was screaming on the radio, and we've just had our first battle. So, right then. Well, that wasn't. That was an interesting run. In so much as there was a lot of drama going on there. I'm not too sure which way the judges could split that. As we can tell, we were looking for. So what we're looking for is both the cars to stay on the judged line, pick up the clipping points, and stay with very close proximity to each other.
Yes, we can see Sheikh Khalifa was very aggressive on the throttle there, and he was trying to catch up with Ali Makhshid there, and it was, I think, the car slid off and just went off the track on this short kink down
just
here.
Being very dedicated and aggressive, and it's kind of that's just how close it is to the edge.
Exactly, man. Let's see what's gonna happen now in the.
Well, now he's going to lead.
Swap, yeah, he's going to lead now. Let's see what's going to happen.
Very, very competent, aggressive style is going to be very hard to match as a chasing driver.
Exactly. You never know. You will never know until it's finished.
So you're going to see both the cars switch position. They're going to enter the judge section very, very shortly onto this first clipping point, which they're passing right now. Running a little bit wide there. Oh, both cars on the grass, headed for the pit. Oh, no.
Very close. A small hit down there.
Wow. That was a very small hit. That could have been so much worse. Look at that Darth Maul. The boss kit still looking hard as nails.
Keep going, guys.
Look at that.
This is going to be challenging for the judges. Let's see what they're going to say about it. This is what happens when you're really committed, aren't you?
Well, this is what we've seen all the way through. We've seen through practice and qualification, the guys putting in really strong, great runs, and now when it comes down to competition, I don't know whether it's nerves or pressure or you know what, they're just out there having fun.
They're just having fun. They're definitely having fun.
I think that's definitely the case for those
big hands of applause, guys. We want to hear big hands of applause for the drifters here. Cheer up, guys. Crowd, I want to hear your voice.
Big support for these drivers. They'll put on a hell of a show for you, giving it their best. Wow, that was wow, yeah, that was interesting.
So now we have Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi leading, followed by Yusuf Al-Rumaiti coming to the hairpin, clip point number 1. Sheikh Sultan is headed. Oh, something went wrong here there with Yusuf.
Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi is properly on it. Big power, big aggression, big angles. Nice confident run so far.
A lot of experience. He was drifting in BDC.
Yeah, and look at behind him though, Yusuf in the Nissan is having an absolute nightmare, just having to drive the course out.
Let's hope it's not a technical issue.
Yeah, really not sure what's going on there, but that's going to have to be a straight up win there to Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi.
It's really obvious, isn't it? Yeah, let's see. This is only half of the story.
It is. And at this point, I would say, not that I get into it, not that I like judging, I would say it's going to Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi.
Well, it looks
Lunatics by nature looking pretty strong at the moment.
Well, it says it all, isn't it?
It really does. But yeah, hopefully Yusuf there hasn't encountered maybe it could be boost problems, it could be fuel problems. There's so many things that can happen just in the heat of the moment when the cars have been sat there 5 or 10 minutes that can then cause them an issue. As soon as you put that aggression into a vehicle, it gets a fuel starvation problem or whatever.
Could be many reasons. It could be also a technical reason. He doesn't want to use his tires and he wants to ease it off when he gets for the lead
yeah, but he's going to score a straight up 0 for that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And this is the problem now, that he has so much to do. And if Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi doesn't make a mistake, in fact, even if he does make a mistake, but not as big, if he just straightens once, it's still not as bad as that last run. So this is really where now we want to see that proximity. We want to see both the drivers pushing hard. What we like to see is both the cars performing at their best and the drivers performing at their best.
We know Yusuf Al-Rumaiti is a very committed drifter, so let's see what he's going to do now when he's on lead, and we can see him. Both of them now, they've started.
So Yusuf is taking it very easy.
Yes.
Has he got a mechanical issue? Is it going to be an issue for him to drive this?
Looks like he has a mechanical
this is
issue.
a great shame. Yusuf is pulling off the track. So it looks like Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi is leaving the track as well.
Yeah.
We do have a 5-minute rule, which means that
if you could fix his car
if
in 5
Yusuf can
minutes,
fix his car in 5 minutes and get back out,
they can go back.
then they can run that second round again with him leading out. But if he can't get back out, then unfortunately that will be his night done for, and that will give a straight-through win to Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi.
Let's see. I can see some warm-up back there.
Yep.
I can see some warm-up
I think
back
that's
there.
Fredox.
Yeah. Who's it next?
Just trying to work it out now. I think it's Fredox versus. Trying to make out up there. Who would it be? Sultan Kaello.
Sultan Kaello. So officially, Sultan Yusuf Al-Ramethi have a technical problem, so he will not be able to go for the next round.
So Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi
He
goes
proceeds
through to the
top 8.
Yeah.
Now we see Sultan Kaello and Fredrik from Norway battling. Fredrik is leading.
Yeah, Fredox with a big strong run. He's been looking good in qualification, holding that power all the way down this straight.
Both
keeping the
V8s
angle.
holding the handbrake. Here they are heading towards the hairpin, and we see them.
Fredox running wide. That's great. Staying out on the outside of the corner where he needs to be to score those points. Really striking some lengths out on the Genesis as well of Sultan Kaello.
Brilliant run by both drivers.
Yeah. I
very
would
tight.
say I would lean Fredox's way if I had to.
He led by quite good distance.
He managed to pull some distance, and he had a wider angle. I think he was closer to the clip points.
It looked like it. Yeah. I
So
agree.
it's again, this is very much so this is the same. We are basically like your friends sat in the grandstand with you. We're kind of working out for ourselves. This is what we want you to do.
Exactly.
We want you to sit down there and work it through.
Who do you
guys
think
sat
wins?
at home. You can see the action almost as well as us because we've got so many cameras on this here tonight. So if you can see anything that we can't, then maybe you've got a better opinion.
Absolutely. You can always share that on the website. You can always share that on social media. Let us know. We will be watching. We will be following, and we will let you know if your decision. You'll know if your decision is right or wrong. We'll announce it.
We're on Snapchat. We're on Twitter.
And we're on
Instagram
Facebook as well.
We're live broadcasting on Facebook. There is not one piece of social media that we don't like to think we're across. And we're streaming through Street FX as well. So this is really welcome to everybody around the world. It's great to have you here with us for the riders. Now we go into the second battle where Fredox is going to be chasing down Sultan Kaello. So Fred is going to want him to be all over that Genesis. And look at this.
Whoa!
This is the proximity. There's a straight in for the Genesis. Fredox makes what appears to be an almost huge mistake, but manages to hold it. The judges are going to find this very hard to
isn't
call.
it? That's experience, isn't it?
He was very lucky to not T-bone the Genesis there. But
yeah, it was.
It's quite a messy run though from Fredox.
We had the team member T-boning each other on this very corner last year as well.
So what you saw there with the Genesis was so Sultan couldn't hold the drift all the way through the straight into the hard left down in front of us. So what happened was Fred took this crazy line where he kind of dove down the inside and nearly T-boned him, managed to hold it. I say managed. He's a professional driver. That's what he does.
That he has to manage. He has no choice
through
but
the
to
section.
manage.
Yeah, that was seriously impressive. But I don't know which way the judges are going to call that.
Let's see now. We'll wait for the judges' decision to come to us. It was very interesting. Both LS. Both decently long chassis. Like the Sora is slightly longer chassis than the
Genesis and the Sora are very interesting choices for drift cars.
Exactly. They're quite well.
Not a very common build, which is kind of nice because it stands out, it makes it a distinctive sight on the track.
Yeah. Let's all remember Ahmed Al-Awari when he came back to drifting in 2011, 2010 or 2011, he came back with a Solar with a 2JZ.
Interesting.
Before he gets his 86.
Okay.
It was a Solar, and he was building few other projects as well. And he's a big Toyota fan. Okay. Well, he's sponsored by TRT now and Max's Tires. So.
I'm sure he is.
And he's also sponsored by Alain Water. Big cheers for them.
Which I think we're all drinking.
That's what we're drinking here today.
That stuff
Everyone is drinking Alain Water here today. So we see both of them driving back to the pits.
Which means we must have a decision, which is a good thing.
Yeah, we'll wait for it to come.
So we don't actually have the decisions as we're going through. This is the judges, which are sat about 20 feet away from us.
Yeah.
They will be bringing us those decisions at some point, which we can then give them to you. But sometimes there's deliberation. They need to look at replays, all sorts of things. So please bear with us.
So judges, we're sure you can hear us. If you can send someone to tell us what the decision was, it will be really nice.
We can announce them as we go through. I think we have
someone walking to us.
We do, in a purposeful stance.
Very serious.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. So as we were saying there, that last battle you saw was Frederick Oxford's Fredox versus Sultan Kaelo. Now both those guys, I'd say Fred leading that first run or going into into his first run was stronger.
Yes.
On the second one, I'd say it was a little bit scrappy. He made some mistakes. So
that's what costed him to have one more time.
Yeah. So the judges have decided to go one more time on that last battle. Because of the intensity of the track here, they've gone in for a tyre change. So we've got a couple of minutes wait, but we're going to bring round another couple of drivers. And it looks like Latvia versus
that's Group 2.
Dubai.
That's Group 2 now coming up. Who are they? So we have Andreas and Danny Neville.
Danny Neville, yep.
It's Andreas and Danny Neville here.
Andreas down there in the BMW, the BMW-powered BMW.
S54 turbocharged.
Powered Mustang. So they've actually stuck with their chassis and engine combos.
Loyal.
Well, yes. And the RTR built for the job there. Danny Neville, as we heard earlier on, started drifting in a number of different chassis. Really liked the experience. So he went out and said, you know what, I'm going to buy myself a proper drift dedicated car. Went out and saw Mr. Vaughan Gittin Jr.
Yeah, went all the way to US and brought it up with him. So we have also now passing through Nigel Colfer, Ahmed Daham, Monsieur Abu Shaiba, and Dennis is also there in the pit lane.
Yep. So are we going to get Dennis out on this run?
He should be out on this run.
Yeah. Looks like it. Looks like he's being waved through. Big drama in that S2000, really big rear wing, big sort of dramatic build.
Rear mounted radiator.
What is he doing?
Ahmed Daham is cheering the crowd, so is the crowd cheering him back?
Ahmed is putting a show on. Ahmed is putting a show on.
We're strumbled here with wires.
Yeah, let's just move that out of the way.
Yeah,
we really need you to be stood up and not falling over. I'm going to grab a little bit of this rather delicious Alan water.
That's Dennis in his 2JZ S2000.
Excellent. Refreshed and ready for the next round of battles.
So who we have next? We know who we have next.
How good does this place look on camera? Look at the screenshot right now. That's your pit lane that you're looking at the moment. That camera is mounted out in the middle of the circuit, looking back towards where we have the garage at the bottom with all the cars in that we're competing with this tonight. And then up above it we have the VIP areas and there's the rather lovely Johnny Rockets Cafe as well.
Yeah.
It's like walking into 1950s America, which is hilarious.
See, the best thing about Yas Marina Circuit, if it's day or night, the track is very well lit.
Yep.
So the drivers always can see what's happening. Like the
And
ones
we're
that are coming now. Andres and Danny Neville, the Mustang and the BMW S54 power. Look at that aggressiveness.
Massive amounts of angle. Andres putting legs on Danny with a huge steer down that straight. He's really battling to keep up with the BMW. Andreas spins.
Andreas disappeared in his own smoke.
Throwing the run away. That is a straight up zero there for Andreas. He will be so annoyed with himself because of that.
He created a cloud so big that it looks like it's going to rain in here today.
Yeah. I want to be a bird flying through it. But the reality of that is there that Andreas came in super hard. He was pulling lengths, wild amounts of angle. He's got so much lock in that BMW, big speed, everything. Spins it, throws it away. So Danny there was,
conservative.
Watching what was going on with the BMW. You could see Danny was like, "Whoa, hang on a minute. I'm going to struggle to keep up with this." and he just drove through it, kept his cool, and that puts him through the advantage. So Andreas is really going to have to push Danny now, but the trouble is with such a fast driver like Andreas in that BMW is driving against a car that's maybe slow, maybe not got as much angle, is going to be really hard, because that's going to unsettle him. He had a clear track in front of him then, and that's what he did.
It's challenging for both drivers.
Yeah, big time.
But
But
I'd
I'd
say
say
someone on your back really trying to push you faster, it will tense you. But if you are a fast driver behind a slow driver, that's really
so
annoying.
who's got the advantage? I mean, points-wise, possibly Danny on that one, but Danny's going to go into this knowing he's going to be chased down by the BMW. And having seen what he's just seen there, he knows that speed, that power, that angle.
Yeah.
This is...
So let's wish them the best. And here they are. Here they line up again. Take this one, Brent.
And the revs rise, and they are away. So, right, Danny Neville in the Mustang RTR. Hasn't got it all to work for, but Andreas has in this BMW. How's he going to handle hanging onto the back of the RTR? He's got bigger angle. Danny runs shallow. Oh, and he's almost drifting into the side of him. Andreas is really struggling behind there to not... Nice one, Danny. Danny big points. And now stretching legs to Andreas as well. What's going to happen through this top corner? Andreas is running a little bit shallow.
Aggressive and safe. Danny is playing it very well. He knows there's a points advantage for him in round one because Andreas spun. So he didn't take any risks.
Andreas couldn't take any massive risks for fear of leaving the track and spinning out. So I don't know. That's a real tough one.
It is a tough one. Now we're waiting again for the judges to come back for us and tell us what's going to happen.
I remember we've still got the one more time from the previous battle as well.
Yeah, there is a one more time that's going to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm seeing the Classico lining up at the pit exit. Ooh, that's going to be tough.
Yep.
That is going to be tough. Okay, we have the Nigel Colfer and Dennis now.
Straight into the S13 versus the S2000. Both 2J powers. Nigel Colfer consistent, big angle, speed. It's all, Nigel straightens as he exits. I can hear a misfire. Did you hear that?
That was an anti-lag, I guess.
Yeah, possibly. But Nigel managed to gain some length on there. Dennis really shoved off a load of speed and runs shallow into that hairpin and almost completely loses traction. He's having all sorts of problems. I think that's a mechanical problem.
I think that's a lot of challenge. Nigel straightened up.
Yep.
And then Dennis almost lost it on the hairpin.
Again, you can't pin it, can you?
Yeah, you can't.
Because you're looking at they both made mistakes there. They both showed some real beautiful moments, but both of them showed mistakes. So I don't know if you guys at home are feeling in any particular way between those two, but I think both of them now are going to go into that second run thinking a lot of work to do. But on the flip side, if they're going into it even, so 5 points apiece because the judges can't pick, only 1 point could decide this whole battle. Could put them out. They come all this way.
Yep. So
interesting.
What are the judges thinking? What are they seeing?
Dennis was arguably more aggressive there.
We just saw Abdelhadi Al-Qahtari on the screen down there, cheering up for the crowd.
And look how the smoke is hanging in the air.
Yeah, that's Abdelhadi Al-Qahtani. We can see behind the car also. That's Ala Shtewi from WRG supporting Ford Al Jazeera Racing.
Here they come again then. Dennis is going to lead this time. What is Dennis going to give us? Big angle, big speed. Colfer struggling to keep up with him. Come on, Nigel. Close in on him. Can't carry that speed away. It's 2000 looking really dramatic.
Is he going to nail it?
I think this is Dennis's run. What's he going to do on this last corner? He's not running it super wide. He needs to be deeper. Dennis shoved off a lot of speed then.
I think he was struggling for grip. Looks like he was struggling kind of for grip.
Well, maybe. So my money on that one would go with Dennis. Unwittingly,
no money on that one, but I go with Dennis.
Yeah, it's a real tough one, and it would be a great shame. What I'd like to see are two really good, strong battles without the drivers making a mistake, so that it's so hard to pick between them. We've got to go one more time. But I think there were discernible differences in the driving there that maybe the judges can differentiate.
Of course, the judges have their own point of views.
Yes, they do.
They look at very technical aspects of how they
pulled out the track, how close they were to the clipping points, how many times they've straightened, what are the angle they've been through, the line they've chosen, how much they've stayed on throttle and off throttle, how many times they braked, how much they've dragged the handbrake.
All sorts of things.
And that's just the beginning of it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So just driving line and maybe missing a clipping point is nothing compared to what else they're looking at.
Steering correction.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also very challenging for everyone on this track, for all the drifters, for all the teams, for the cars. It's just brilliant, isn't it?
It's just, as ever, I love this sport because it is so instantaneous and there's so much build-up, but the decisions are made in split seconds. Like the drag, we're reminded by having the drag strip behind us, that drag racing, exactly that same sort of thing. So much effort and energy goes into it in split seconds, and the intensity is decided. And with circuit racing, sometimes, bless Yas Marina, I have the fullest respect for it, but really, this is intense.
So, Ahmed Al-Amri
giving you a wave
there. Guys, this is the Classico. Cheer up for them so high, so loud. Let's hear the cheers out, guys. Hands of close.
There we go.
I really can't hear the crowds, can you?
I can't hear the crowds either.
Yeah,
I think we need to show them some more action first. We
I
need
think
to warm
they're
up a little
sleepy.
bit.
The crowds, are you sleepy?
Hopefully not. Hopefully they haven't had too many burgers and sugar in the intervals there that they're falling asleep.
Yeah.
As I look around here, mind you couldn't. They're probably just dumbfounded. They're blown away by the action.
Could be, yeah.
So this is the battle that you suspect could well be a final in any other scenario.
This was a finals for so many years.
Right.
So, and this being now in the top 16, it's actually really awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, you're going to see for yourself, if, God forbid, none of the drivers have any kind of technical failures.
Yep.
This is going to be a massive.
We're going to be here a while.
We're going to be here a while, and this is going to be a massive battle. Also, it's very entertaining. Excellent drivers. Both won the championship in the UAE in different years, several times. Excellent. Just speechless about them.
Excellent.
They're just champions. I'm battling for top 8.
Yeah. I'm just looking now. I don't think they're our next battle to come out.
No, they're not. They're not.
We've got one more before we get too excited, but still plenty of action.
Number 9 is on the right hand side. Number 11 is on the left hand side.
We're just getting some results coming through in the background there. I don't know if you caught that on top of the microphone.
We hear that Ahmed Daham and Monsieur Abu Sheba is coming up next to battle.
And did we hear a result there for the Kolfer versus
No, I heard what the next battle is going to be.
Okay. Okay. We can see there's a drone flying around down there. We've got lots of cameras on tonight, so if you are with any of the media teams from around here, thank you so much for coming out to support the event. We look forward to seeing your coverage. I'm seeing some dancing and some waving down there. That's nice. That's what we like to see.
Yeah.
Media people who are happy. It's wonderful. I can see why you're happy. You've got this beautiful facility and you're out there in some of the best seats in the house, or best standing. You've only got that sort of 10 kilos of camera around your neck that you're having to wave around, the legions of smoke, all sorts of stuff.
That's literally in the middle of the field.
You are right in the firing line there. I have had I had Phil Morrison from Driftworks.
Yeah.
When I did a photo shoot on the Driftworks 86, the LSX motor drift car, Phil initiated about 20 feet away from me, went past me through a bunch of gravel, and my camera took the full force. But speaking of full force,
serious action coming down to you guys. Ahmed Daham on the lead.
Wow!
Oh,
massive
track!
Ahmed Daham there is just going to hold it together for the rest of this run, make no mistakes, and is going to have a surefire win in this lead run. Ahmed Daham, very, very competent driver, hugely experienced,
Excellent run by Daham. Excellent run by Daham. Lovely, very committed. One of the most experienced, of course.
Absolutely.
Very well known around the region as well.
He will have seen the S14 there behind him drop back and disappear. And maybe that just gave him a little bit of breathing space as he came down into this last technical part of the section.
Yeah, you will see him very comfortable around this track. He's drifted it so many times. He knows it.
Excellent. Well,
While we were on break, I've received few comments on my Facebook and
do I have to apologise?
Messages on my. No, you don't have to apologise. In fact, I would like to call out for Fredrik Asland, who took part in Drift UAE all the way from Norway. He came to Dubai and participated for a full season with us. Man, we miss you a lot down here. You have to come back sooner or later and cheer you up. You're the man. We miss you a lot. He won the championship that year.
Excellent, excellent. Well, yeah, and this is the thing with this country, is that there's so many people come to it because of its passion, and it's just the way, like I said earlier on, the way you guys embrace things and you just do it properly. You go, you know what, we're going to build a Formula 1 circuit, but we're going to have a go-kart track, we're going to have drag racing, we're going to, it's just, yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful facility, and the country really reflects as well the effort and the love that's in it.
We welcome everybody, my friend, and this is how it is.
Yeah, well, what better way to do it?
Yeah.
Why be any other way?
That's the way, or no way.
Yep. Brilliant.
So, changing places, Monsieur and Ahmed Daham now battling for in the second run. So Daham will take it safe, I guess.
You think so? You'd think so, but is he going to be? Is he the kind of guy that might be overconfident, or is he going to be just confident with this?
Daham is a very well experienced under pressure, so he knows what to do when he's under pressure. Now you never know. Anything could happen, but let's see now.
He's laying on the pressure, but right above the sign there. But look at this though, the S14 is running wide again, out almost onto the grass, causing Daham to almost kind of avoid him. Oh, and there must be some sort of mechanical issue going on with the S14 there. Ahmed Daham looking across to his fellow driver, just kind of saying, is everything okay? What do I do with this?
Such a sport soul he has, and it's just amazing how Daham is with all the experience he has in racing and pressure.
And the sponsors,
Tensai Tuning.
They are a tuning shop here.
They are a very famous tuning shop in Abu Dhabi. Yeah.
Famous for not just drift cars, I'm assuming. Lots of things.
They are AMS, so they do all the GTR AMSs around here.
Yep.
I guess now they're Titan. I don't know if they are Titan. Now he has a 3.4
stroker motor in that. Yeah.
Fully built Titan.
Hell of a weapon. Yeah.
GTX 40 by Garrett, turbo, sequential 6-speed. Whole 9 yards. That car is very seriously built car. It's an old car, by the way, huh?
Really?
Yeah, it's a 3-year-old build. 3 or 4.
I suppose in drift terms that is quite a lot. Well, apart from Nigel Colfer's S13.
He's not only participating in one season, he takes this car in a season for 3 different championships.
Really? Wow, that's dedication.
He's very serious. He won Red Bull Car Park Drift with that car several times.
Getting the seat time though, which is what's needed.
Yeah, he knows that car inside out. He designed. He's a tuner himself.
Okay.
So he knows his game very well. He tunes his own car.
And back into the pits there as well, whilst the S14.
That was obvious battle, wasn't it?
Yeah. I just really couldn't make out whether there was a mechanical failure or whether it was just one of those situations where the driver's kind of, I'm under too much pressure here. I'm taking too many risks.
You never know. We have to speak to the drivers later on and see what happened. But for now, we are waiting for the Classico to begin.
The big one. So our multiple championship winners are going to go head to head on this.
On top 16. That is very serious, guys. Yeah. That is very, very serious.
But it means though that the top 8, there are going to be a few mix-ups. Not the obvious faces you'd be expecting.
Yes.
A few upsets, and we've had them in going back to 2009, I think, in Wembley Driftallstars. We had somebody go through to, I think, the podium, who literally sort of came from nowhere. Same sort of thing, where just had this path that sort of picked its way through the maze and went, hang on a minute, I'm on the podium.
Hey, sometimes the where you qualify plays for your luck.
Oh, big time.
Or not. So it's not always. Sometimes being first is not always on your side. So we see Al Amri leading now, and Abdul Hadi is in the chase.
Look at these two cars. These are a massive straighten there from the Mustang. Little bit of a weak point on this run, but taking it straight back to the door. Good proximity. Getting doused by smoke up to this hairpin.
Look how close they are, guys.
Yeah,
look at this.
This is what you want to see.
2 Class A drifters on North Circuit of Yas Marina Circuit. This is a serious battle.
So the GT86 there, I think, with a more technically complete run?
I would give it so because of the straighting of Abdelhadi on the straight down
that
here.
one very small mistake was all there was, really, I think.
It could be, God knows what, it could be 1 point
to
the 86 here. But let's see how it goes in the next run. We know that Al-Amri's car is faster than Abdelhadi's car. And by the way, Abdelhadi's car has also been drifting as is for the past 3 or 4 years.
Which is a testament to the quality of the build as well, though, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
I love it. When it goes slightly quiet, you can hear the putt-putt of the go-karts in the background.
In the background,
As if we haven't got enough motorsport. When there's quiet, there's some more motorsport.
There's always some more motorsport.
Yeah. There's a meme right there, which could be a bit of Yas Marina. We saw you like motorsport, so we put some motorsports on your motorsport whilst you motorsport.
And we have a lovely car show at the back.
Oh, we do actually, yeah. As we mentioned earlier on, for you guys who may be just tuning in, BMW Club, the Dodge Club, the Mini Club.
The official BMW Club is here today. Big hands of applause to the guys, Bruno and Rafiq. They're doing a great job.
Yep.
Running the club. Okay, here's the Classico coming in again.
Oh, the Mustang stretch. This is great. Wide. How's that going to affect the speed through this straight? Look at the rear bumper, ripping out from the back of the GT86. Interesting stuff. Now, a few issues there for the GT86.
It looks like he was downshifting. That's why he straightened up a little bit, and he was wide on the track.
Oh, wow! So a big fuel explosion. Fire! So we have a fire incident. We need emergency crew down to the hairpin now,
please.
I'm sure they're on the way. The drivers
Fire trucks now, please. Fire trucks.
We really do hope there's a fire truck. There's the fire truck.
Now, please, quickly.
Go, guys. No hanging around. Go.
He's driving back to Al-Amri.
Hopefully there's an onboard fire extinguisher.
I believe there might be, yes. Because it looks like it eased off.
So that looked like some sort of split fuel line, maybe.
You never know what it could be.
That was a very instantaneous blow.
I can see a little bit of white in front of the car. That could be the fire extinguisher system working.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any. There's still fire underneath the car.
There's fire underneath the car.
You can still see the flames.
If you can hear us.
I'm sure they can. They're on the spot.
Yeah.
Let's leave the professionals to do their job. So, guys, this is a good time to remind you that this is a very dangerous sport. Instantaneously, things can change, issues can arise, and the pressure that these drivers and cars are under. Thank you so much for giving them a round of applause. Support the recovery teams there as well. As much as we hate seeing damage or any driver go out with any sort of issue with the vehicle, like I say, it is worth remembering just how close to the edge these drivers and these cars are at all times, largely to give us a fantastic spectacle that is the Drift All-Stars.
This is what drifting is, guys. You never know what happens when. And these to the highest level. Thankfully, now we can see Ahmed Al-Amri out of the car and he's safe. They've extinguished the fire.
Looks like it.
Yeah, we can see from here that they've extinguished the fire, and it looks okay. As far as Al-Amri is fine, then it's okay. We can see the ambulance is going down there, just in case. Yes, the crowd!
Yeah, give a round of applause.
Round of applause for Ahmed Al-Amri!
Now, both the drivers there, the camaraderie that they show between them.
عبد الهادي القحطاني، تحية كبيرة لعبد الهادي القحطاني وأحمد العامري. الحمد لله على السلامة يا العامري. تحية كبيرة يا جمهور، سمعوا الحماس، شجعوه. Man, that was big.
That was big. I just left you to that then because I don't understand what you're saying, but I can feel the emotion in your voice.
Of course, Ahmed Al-Amri is like a brother to us. He's one of the lead drifters here in UAE, and we learned a lot from him. So
you know what? You promised me drama before that battle, and that's all we got, isn't it? Crikey.
Well, I'm sure Al-Amri is going to fix his car soon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what that is, because if it was just a little bit of fire damage, hopefully it hasn't damaged the loom too much or anything like that, but that fire was alight for a little while there.
Yes.
Maybe it's an oil pipe or a fuel pipe.
The loom most probably is gone.
Yeah.
God knows, of course, but with that much fire, I had an experience earlier in my days as well.
Yep.
The loom was gone in less than that much long of fire. So Yeah, at least the connections, the wires might be gone. Any plastic pieces, coils.
And we really do hope as well that the track isn't damaged here at Yas Marina as well.
I'm sure Yas Marina guys, they are more than well equipped and trained to handle such situations.
Totally, but it's just almost on the outside of the competition line there, on the outside of the corner.
It's a very technical situation, very
Yeah.
technical corner and line. We understand that, and I'm sure they're gonna work it out properly. They have all the equipments. They deal with F1, buddy.
Oh,
So-
completely. But
So.
yeah, it's just you know what? F1's in the future. I'm worried about tonight. I want to make sure that our drivers, the rest of our Drift All-Stars, have that level playing field. Here he comes again, and then the Mustang.
تحية كبيرة للعامري والقحطاني. حيهم.
Lives to fight on in another battle. Wow. Where does that leave us now then?
I guess with a quick break.
Yes, so if the live stream guys are listening, you've just seen what's happened. We are going to have to take a couple of minutes to clear this situation up. We'll hand over to the live stream down below, maybe have some messages, and
we'll go check out with the judges what's happening, and we'll check with the operations crew and get back and update you all.
See you shortly.
See you.
records, one after the other. Another world record to break. .218 kilometers an hour. Adrift at 30 degrees. Winning is in our DNA.
Sometimes different things can happen with you and your car, and you have to live with the car, so only it should be worked out.
One of the main things is the adrenaline buzz you get from drifting. It's just incredible and undescribable unless you've done it yourself.
You can feel that sound and everything goes up to all your body, and you can put it any gear you want and the car is just flying. I really like to push it to the limits, chase the openness. It's an experience, like something you need to feel inside your soul, inside yourself, and that's why I do drifting.
guys because they are pretty strong, and it could be James, it could be Dmitry, it could be Luke Fink. But where is he? I don't know. Maybe he's afraid and he lost somewhere. So yeah, Luke, please come.
Я хочу видеть его мертвым. Заказ сделал?
Jesus Christ, man, you're gonna have to try a bit harder than
sitting back and just taking it whilst the emergency crews have been looking after the track. Got the leaf blower out there now to help a bit of a clean up. Those two guys, Genesis following on. They've still got their one more time battle to run. And then we're going to see the Supra and the S13 of Bagsy.
That way I won't cover you.
All good, man. Now we've got some results here for you to read out. some winners of our battles. And so far, you saw Steve Baggioni go through in a bye, so he did go through in a bye.
So he's a Bagsy.
Yep, so Bagsy's out there at the back of the pack now, just picking his way through, just having a little look at the track by the looks of it, see what sort of condition it's in. Bagsy with a bye through into the Great 8.
With Ali Maksheed, he's going to battle Ali Maksheed.
So yep,
the Toyota Supra. Then we're gonna see what's gonna come up between Frederick and Sultan.
They will be battling.
And the winner of those will battle Sheikh Sultan in the top 8. Yeah.
Yep. So those are your first two battles that we're seeing there from the top 16. Moving on to the other side, we've got Andreas versus Danny.
That is another one more time.
We're thinking it might be a one more time. Nigel Colfer versus Dennis Hagblom. Now this was the battle where you saw both the drivers have issues, lots of things going on. Dennis had that mechanical failure just at the end of qualification.
Was very close.
Yep, took it very close into the top 16. On
Nigel
the night,
Colfer makes it.
Nigel Colfer is going through to the top 8, so that's the result there. Nigel Colfer progressing through over Dennis Hagblom. Ahmad Daham versus Messir Abu Shaiba.
That was an obvious call, wasn't it?
Yep, that was always going to happen. So Ahmad goes through on that one. You remember Messir was driving through there in the white S14. I think
the white S14 and Ahmad Daham Tensai S14, S15.
Now tell me, you just saw something on social media there about Ahmad's.
Well, yes, I've just seen something on Facebook been posted that Daham might be running on 5 cylinders today.
There was a big piece of metal and a picture in front of his engine going, will 5 cylinders do today?
We are not sure what that is.
But he's in the Great 8. So he's in the Great 8. If he's got 5 cylinders or not, he's in there.
So,
and the last battle.
Unfortunate events.
Yep.
Yeah. Al-Amri was out because of his car caught fire.
In the GT86.
In the GT86. And we see the crew, the Yas Marina crew now is taking care of the track and fixing it with all the equipments that they use with the powders and stuff they have.
The gold dust that they put down.
Yeah.
We've got Abdul Hadi
Al-Qahtani.
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 It's okay. I'll say it. Al-Qahtani. You go.
If I move my lips and you say it, so after 3, we'll do that again. You say it, I'll mouth it.
You say Abdul Hadi.
Abdul Hadi.
Al-Qahtani.
There you go. See? That's how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah.
That's teamwork, my friend. That's teamwork.
Yeah, that's how we are.
And progressing through from that battle, quite obviously there.
That's drifting and that's motorsports.
Yeah. So that wonderful battle that we got a little taste of there, and progressing through car number 15.
Yeah. So we're gonna see some serious battles coming up.
As ever, they're just getting more intense. That's what happens with these things.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're going to be seeing some action out shortly. Looking down towards the track from where we are,
they're almost ready.
Yeah, I mean they've done a lot of clean up down there. I don't know if we can get a. They've got a leaf blower down there. We've got some concrete dust going down. The grandstand is actually packed, looking down on that area. If you are watching on the live stream, that corner has not been populated, but the grandstand looking out onto it is round full, and obviously we've got the pit building full of spectators.
There's
as well.
no space to put your foot into.
No,
the pit
the
building.
car park's rammed out the back, and we've got that wonderful car show going on.
Exactly.
The drag strip is actually closed now.
I think they've finished the drag strip for the day.
Maybe they've all come over here to check out the drifting.
Of course, man.
Yeah,
of course.
As you would.
As anybody would.
So I've had 2 burgers to eat today and an ice cream.
I envy you. I'm starving.
Oh man.
I'm gonna have my dinner after this event, celebrating the winners and cheering up for them.
Oh, and what's on the menu? What would I be eating if I was not eating a burger and ice cream? What would I like to sample whilst I'm here?
Have you had a biryani?
No.
Have you had a mendi?
No.
Okay.
Monday comes before Tuesday? No,
it's mendi. It's on a Monday. It's mendi.
Mendi.
The guys who came here, it's rice.
Yep.
And you can have it either with chicken, beef, or fish.
Okay.
And it's just very
spicy or creamy. Or
you can have it. Well, no, it's not really spicy. Biryani is actually Indian foods.
Yep.
And it's like our colleague here. That's cameraman. Our cameraman. It's quite delicious. Quite famous. We have many traditional.
I'm thinking Mendi. So I'm a massive hummus fan as well.
Mendi is originally Yemeni, and it's quite popular here.
Yep.
It's easy to get because there's a lot of restaurants that does that. We have a lot of local restaurants that make local food. We have gishit, which is shark fish.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, with rice, with white rice.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Well, look. Before we stray off too much into the culinary delights of the local area,
I'm hungry, so let's stay away from the food now.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry about that. Let's talk a little bit about where you think the drift scene within the UAE is moving. So we're seeing these big power builds. We're seeing these drivers who are getting to a point. Do you think one of them's going to? And we've seen a couple of drivers who've gone to America, they've gone to Europe. We're going to see more of that. How is the drift scene here?
It is like that. I was having a quick small talk with Al Amri earlier, and he was like, now I don't know if his plans is going to change after the incident of today, but he was talking about he's either taking part in D1 or taking part in some of the European championships this summer. Let's hope him all the best. We don't know what's going to happen now after the incident of today. That was a news I wanted to keep for later on today, but unfortunately with the with the issues that he faced.
He does have 2 cars though.
He does have another
Let's
car.
not forget.
He does have another car. Unfortunately, not for tonight. He does have another car, another 86 that he had for the past 2 seasons. That will come up somewhere. It could be on its way somewhere. We don't know where it is.
Yep.
Al Amri does. He's going to update us on his social media. Emirates Drifting Team. He's going to tell us what he's doing this summer.
So Emirates Drifting Team is a Facebook page, or the guys can keep up to date with what's going on there?
Yes, it's Facebook page. I believe it's also Twitter. It's also on Instagram. I'm not sure what's their Snapchat actually.
So I'm looking down towards that bottom hairpin corner now, and we're seeing the emergency crews moving away from it. So it would appear that we might well be back.
I think they brought that truck down to try to drift around that corner and make sure it's firm.
The recovery truck.
Yeah. Is it going to drift? Is it going to drift?
I don't think so.
No.
See, Nigel Colfer has a truck very similar to that.
That's his day job, isn't it?
Yeah. He's got a recovery business. I'm fairly sure he can make that drift.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you for bearing with us, guys. We will be back with you shortly.
Very shortly,
back out
in
on
fact.
track, because we do have a schedule to stick to as well, which we can't bust through. We are limited by the curfew, the time here this evening. I'm just going to get a little bit more water on board before I start shouting and screaming and hollering and getting all excited.
Yeah. More and more from a lane water.
It's good stuff.
Yep. And they have mini ones as well.
Pocket size.
Our friends here just brought us some more. They know us that we'll be talking all night, and they're just giving us the support.
And it's also a desert environment, so
Thank
it's kind
you. Thank you guys.
Yep.
Really appreciate it. So, tell us, what events have you attended? What is the best battle you've seen?
Oh, best battle.
Or one of the best battles, so we don't hurt everyone.
It's interesting because of the intensity of how short these battles are. It's weird. You'd think there'd be a real standout one because they'd all be the same, but because there's so much going on in such a short period of time, I can actually, when you say that, I can think back to lots of different moments of watching battles going and there was a really amazing event we put on in Wembley in 2009.
Is that the track with the jump?
With the track with the jump, yeah, the one that everyone remembers. And I can remember just seeing the guys. So basically, they were coming towards us from behind a building, initiating into the first corner blind, and then having to come through this big sweeper over a jump and then through another section and out. There was some incredible battles. There's a guy called Dan Chapman, very dramatic driver. Who I think he was sponsored by Driftworks at the time. I think he also drove for Low Brain Drifters at the time, in the car that Luke Fink has won the championship.
Is it the
PS13, yeah, the Low Brain Drifters car.
The red one with the low brain on the side of it.
Yeah, they've been through a couple of chassis over the years, but it's got the Mosler V8 in it. That makes an awesome sound. I've seen that from Gartabil in Norway all the way back to England. Really, to pin it down, I think maybe the final at Silverstone, which would have been, when would that have been? Maybe 4 years ago. I think it's when Luke Fink took on James Dean in the final, and James Dean then won the next 2 championships or something, or maybe he'd won the championship before, and then Luke Fink won it. Well, it's 2011, might be 5-6 years ago now, but yeah, the whole grandstand was on its feet. And it's right at the end of the day. It was as part of there's a big car show in the UK called Tracks, which is when you have about 16,000 people turn up at Silverstone. lots of car clubs, lots of track cars, lots of race cars. If you're into cars, it's there apart from sort of off-road stuff. And Drift All Stars was part of that. And yeah, just in one of those moments when I think I started off by being, sorry, I'm seeing cars behind me.
Are you?
So not.
They're just. I think they're testing the track. They're having a look at the track.
Yeah. So they're just going to
just make sure
test the track. We're being told. So Fredox leading in the Tri-8 sponsored Spy liveried Sora. Leading into this section now. We'll see, as you'll see on the live stream and on the cameras as they come into this bottom hairpin.
This is a rematch, isn't it?
It is. This is a one more time. So let's see if Fred's going to do some sort of action through it. He's driving around it at the moment, just taking a look.
Oh, so they're doing some donuts on it.
Yeah.
Laying down some rubber.
Just mix it up a little bit. Try not to use too much of those tyres.
Oh, those guys have plenty.
They do, but they've got it one more time. They've got a really more important one more time. So what you'll see there is I think they'll do a couple of rounds, a little bit of circle work, get some heat in the tyres, scrub them up a little bit, and then head up to battle.
Can you hear that LS3 bang from that Genesis? Just
sounds
awesome.
Good, doesn't it? Sounds good.
I have to say, I've been to Saudi Arabia drifting events. I've judged a couple there, and it's just insane. Those guys, everything is an LS3.
Yeah.
Or LS7.
All the power.
Everything is an LS.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a couple of nice drifters, very good ones as well in Saudi Arabia. I was hoping I see them here this weekend. Unfortunately, they're not here. Messaged a couple of them. They didn't. They
couldn't make it.
Couldn't make it for different reasons. Car not ready. Some technical issues here and there. I know a couple of them that would really pull out a nice show. Some of them are young drifters as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I can see an LS motor in my future. The guy who's just done a load of work on my Volvo. I've got an old Volvo 240 track car thing last summer. A guy called Craig Taylor, a company called Dynatalk, which is located next to Driftworks in the UK. And Craig is responsible for some of the most amazing LS conversions on everything. He had a 1017 brake horsepower RX-7 street car, twin turbo. LS in the UK, beautiful builds. He's been responsible for a lot of work on the Driftworks DW86. And you see any sort of Mazda or TVR that's LS converted, Craig will have a hand in it somewhere.
Yeah, I believe the TVRs had a Ford engines initially in them. The old Mustang 5.0.
No, they had Ford V6s. The really like 80s to 90s ones, and then they went on to the Rover V8.
Rover V8.
Yeah, which was it came in 3.9 litre, 4 litre, 4.5 litre, and then there was a very limited run of 6 litre V8s.
If I'm not mistaken, those engines were initially designed by Ford.
No, Buick. Going way back to the 50s. Yeah, so it was a little aluminium 315 cubic inch V8. Like, I know, is it 315?
So I'm not far away from that. They're American.
Yeah. They're definitely not Rover in origin, that's for sure. But yeah, going way back, just a little, not even 315 cubic inch. It'd be like a 2 something.
Do you know what car I would really like to see drifting on these circuits?
I can't even begin to guess.
What is it?
I can't.
You can't.
No, I mean
an F-Type.
An F-Type. Yes.
I would love to see an F-Type built for drifting.
Well, funnily enough, there is a stunt driver called Terry Grant.
Yes.
Who's sponsored by Monster Energy. And Terry did an event for Jaguar last year where they launched their new F-Pace SUV. And it did a 360-degree loop at the Frankfurt Motor Show. Held the world record for the world's largest loop and all that stuff. And as part of that, Jaguar liked what Terry did so much, they gave him an F-Type convertible, an F-Type coupe, and a Range Rover SVR, and he now uses those as his stunt cars. So if you want to see one drifting, Terry Grant in an SVR F-Type.
Yeah, I don't really want to see that. What I want to see is an F-Type in competition, in real competition, because it's very interesting. I've driven that car on the street, and it's just amazing how nicely balanced it is.
Yep.
Get that V8 roaring in it. It's easily tunable for 600-700 horsepower if you put some race fuel in it and do a little bit.
Well, the SVR F-Type has just been released, and that's got, well, that does 201 mile an hour. So it's got the power. It's 600 or 575 brake horsepower or something. Yeah.
It's 550 the normal coupe, and the SVR
575 is the SVR. Yeah, they've changed quite a lot of the aerodynamics on it. Stuff like that.
That car is quite good. It's quite nice, and it looks quite.
They look good. Imagine that with a big wing on the back of it.
Oh,
slam down.
with a wide body kit and an
Yeah.
angle kit, and it's just going sideways. Looks like kind of a Z4-ish BMW.
Yeah.
See, those cars we miss. We miss in a drift scene worldwide, not just.
Needs to be pushed forward onto the next generations.
Yeah,
but
there are a few manufacturers that somebody needs to
well,
adapt.
I do a little
them
bit of
to.
work for Jaguar, so next time I see those guys, I'll say, hey, you know, just a little suggestion, and they can go, no, Bryn, no, get out.
Tell them that I have a very good drifter in Dubai.
There it is.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they love the Dubai market, so
Yeah.
that would make a lot of sense.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a very good looking car. But there's so many modern chassis out there that people could adapt to. But again, it's money. I mean, we're seeing within Drift All-Stars, we've got a couple of M4 builds coming through.
Yes, I've seen them
really
online.
beautiful builds. So they're going to be out later on in the season at some different events. And I think that's what needs to happen with the whole scene. I'm sure a lot of the guys at home, you'll have an opinion on this with the progression and the future of drifting that the Nissans have provided, and the Nissans and the older Toyotas have provided such a sound bed for us to launch from. But now, and you've seen it with the new Mustangs.
Yes, exactly.
Great new chassis that people can get into and be competitive with.
Independent rear suspension out of the box. Basic modifications, and the car will run perfectly nice.
Yeah.
That's a quite nice build.
And I think the sport needs that to progress. But thankfully, it does now look like we're going to be getting going with our one more time.
Sultan Caiello and Frederick Oxenvard,
yeah, or Fredox as he is referred to.
Fredox.
So if you look at the hashtag FredOx, that's where you'll find him. Spy Optic and Troye sponsored.
For our Norwegian friends, we'll say Vorden Gorda, means how are you doing today?
Good work. I didn't even know that. There it is.
See?
Yeah.
I can speak a bit of Norwegian.
Yeah. And here they come. So Fred's leading. Let's see what we get. He seems to have pulled quite a bit of lead out there on the Genesis.
On the clipping point. Did you see that?
Yep. Staying on power, Sultan. So Fred running up round to the hairpin. Running very shallow. Whether they've been told to avoid that area or not, I don't know. We got a reaction from the judges. The judges didn't seem to be too happy about the fact they ran that very shallow. Maybe Fred felt he'd got a very strong run in and didn't want to risk taking it out to that damaged area of the track.
Well, but they did very well, though Fred opened a quite big gap between him and Sultan.
He did. Now, whether he dragged him off the line, the judges might have something to say about that, because there has to be, as they enter the judged area, they should be together. You can't have one car out-accelerate another.
Yeah.
That's considered an unfair advantage.
So do you think Fred had a lead, a jump lead could be, yeah?
They seem to be quite close together, but Fred is carrying more speed through the drift.
Okay.
So the Genesis, bit less angle.
Could be bonked. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because we've got our view is slightly obscured as you come into that first initiation by the Richard Mille sign, but definitely ran very shallow on the final hairpin. And the judges, I was looking across there, I could see them stood about 25 feet down from us, weren't very happy about that.
Okay, so the last run of the first one more time for both of those drifters.
So this is going to decide. I think we've got maybe one more time after this. Which is Andreas and Danny Neville. We still haven't been given the results of that battle.
Yeah, we'll see in a bit.
So we'll see if we are going to get one more battle. But certainly for now, we are looking for that result between Frederick Oxenvard and Sultan Caiello.
Fredox and Caiello.
So Caiello leads this time, and seems to have a lead over Fredox, which is exactly what happened in the first run.
Fredox is closing up,
a little bit shallow. Really even angle. No one putting in any big drama. Seems to be a very clean run for both cars. Fred closing up slightly as they go down to the hairpin. Looking for proximity on the back of the Genesis and getting it as well, which certainly wasn't there on the previous run from Sultan.
Some connections there for Fredox I've seen. A couple of them. That might hurt his points.
That was, so I would say in that run there that Fredox did, there was through the first half of the race, there was certainly the same amount of distance that they had previously.
Yes.
But in the second half, Fredox did close in.
Yes.
So,
but he did a couple of corrections.
Yeah. So whether the judges are how they're going to go with this, we can't. Well, we could go one more time. However, I suspect they will be able to make a decision after that one.
It looks like they could be. Yes. There is a room to make a decision, but that's only our eyes.
That's their decision. Yep. To make.
It's only our eyes. We don't know. The judges' eyes.
So that. Okay, we're just getting a little bit of information there that might not have actually been a judge battle. That they were just warming up the track.
Oh.
Just,
Was that a track warm up?
I know. I think maybe these guys are now. Oh, he did.
So,
okay, so we got a judgment on that one there that Fredox took the win in that last battle. So Fredox is going to go through. Sultan Kaelo.
So, okay. Sultan Kaelo lost the battle against Fredox.
Got through to the top 16, but he's not progressing to the top 8. So, yeah, Fredox goes through. Congratulations to him, the Spy Optic.
Top 8. Who is he going to be battling? Let's have a look at the sheet. That will be interesting.
Now, these drivers that you see out in front of you now are just warming up the track. They're just clearing a little bit of dust off.
This is interesting. Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi against Fredox.
Yeah. That's going to be a battle.
That is going to be a battle.
Interesting.
That is going to be really interesting to see and watch.
So these drivers out there at the moment are just dusting down the track and just making sure it's clean down that bottom corner. Want to give all these drivers the most equal chance we can give them as we're progressing through down towards our Great 8.
We just passed 10 o'clock now, so it's 10:10.
And I've just lost another pen. Literally.
It could be under those papers.
Somebody keeps on walking off of my pens.
I guess it's Neil.
Yep. Yeah.
Cameraman, can you get us a pen, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready now for top 8. Yes, I can hear that. Yes, I
Somebody
like
wants
that.
to see the top 8. That's what we like
Who's
to hear.
interested about top 8? Can we hear? Are we ready for top 8?
Yeah, you are.
One more time. Are we ready for top 8? Woo! Now the crowd woke up.
Now
the crowd woke up finally.
It's just the two of us up here feeding off each other. So to hear you guys down there reacting like that's
It's
really
actually
great.
relieving.
Really like to hear that.
It is really good. For all the guys who's watching us on TV, on internet, on social media, on live stream feeding, guys, we love you all. Keep watching us. What's coming up is insane.
The Great 8 is now, we're still going to get a decision between Andreas and Danny Neville as well, between the BMW.
Yeah. I see Bagsy warmed up his tyres on the top of the hill.
So this could be our first battle now of the top 8. It's going to be Steve Bagsy Baggioni versus Ali Maxid.
From a Toyota Supra 2JZ against an S13 Silvia with an LS3, is it?
I think it's an LS3.
I think it's an LS3.
Built LS3, normally aspirated.
Yeah, and it was with NOS.
Yes, I think he's got a 150 shot on NOS.
Yes, but he wasn't working today.
Ah, okay. So no NOS.
No NOS. Equipped with NOS, but he's not going to use it. It's not working.
Right then, so this is to get through to our first semi-final result.
Like he built it 3 days before the event.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the car's been
just
put together, and he has adapted. So he's had a little bit of experience with a V8 before, with his Team Jap Speed teammate Shane Lynch's twin-turboed drift car. But this is his first dedicated V8.
And
car.
here they go.
So Bags is going to lead out. Ali Maxid in the Supra. Yeah, laying down some power, laying down some pressure on him. But Bagsy, our #1 qualifier, holding that angle. Look at that. Those Westlake tyres really giving him the support that he needs. Ali Maxid putting on a great fight though. Really strong, running very shallow through that top corner. Bagsy staying just off the damaged line, but dousing the Supra in so much smoke. Really strong run there from Bagsy.
That is a very interesting run by Ali Maxid down there. It was really, really good.
He was good, ran a little bit shallow in places, certainly on that last hairpin. I'd say Bagsy, really strong performance there, loads of speed as well.
Loads of speed, and this guy.
But importantly, smoke and angle as well, so aggression. It wasn't speed at the cost of clipping points or anything like that. He didn't flatten the corners out.
No.
He literally took it to the clipping points.
He didn't straighten. He did a very good job catching up with Bagsy. He's going to lead next.
Yes, sorry, I was referring to Bagsy when I was commenting there. The Monster liveried S13. I was saying the speed there wasn't to the detriment of the technicality of the course.
Yeah.
I'd say that he was fast, but he also he did what he was meant to for the judges. Ali Maxid, great chase run. I'd say that was probably one of the best chase runs we've seen so far.
So far, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree on that. Now,
working very hard to go through the smoke from those Westlake tyres as well. That was very impressive.
I can see Bagsy is a little bit late for the start line. Is he cooling off his car, or
no? Maybe a little bit of sandbagging, maybe a little bit of tactics. Keeping Maxid waiting on the start line.
Very interesting.
But Bagsy will want to get going with it as well, though. So here they come now. The Supra to lead. Bagsy right behind him.
Let's see how interesting this is going to be.
Maxid stretching lengths, pulling doors on him. Whoa! Both cars cleanly through. On the transition, taking it to the Supra as they pound out both cars. Smoke and angle into this hairpin. Maxid running fairly deep. Bagsy following his line. Chasing up through that finish line. Big smoke, big aggression, lots of flame outs there.
Welcome to drifting.
Great run from both those drivers there, great run. And I think the drivers will genuinely be enjoying this now when they can compete with somebody like that you bring two drivers together who haven't competed against each other, that are both so good at what they do.
Absolutely.
It makes it a lot more enjoyable
we
for
see
them.
Nigel Colfer, Danny Neville now going to the start line, getting ready for their battle.
So that is the last of our top 16 battles. That's taking it down. Yeah.
No, I think this is top 8, buddy.
So we've got the decision. So Danny Neville did go through. I'm very sorry about that.
Danny Neville went through from Andreas.
There we go. So we're not too sure who's going through from
you can hear
Bagioni versus Maxid.
You can hear the Hams car running on 5 cylinders.
Wow, that sounds rough, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Fair play to him. He is out there doing it with 5 cylinders.
That's the Ham.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like that. That's him. That's what he's going to do.
That's exactly. That's the Ham. He's going to do it with 5 cylinders, and I won't be surprised if he's in the top 4 as well.
Yeah. So in the Tensine sponsored S15.
It's Tensai.
Tensai.
It's Japanese.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it means though.
Well, it's a name.
We can Google it.
Oh, we could Google it, but right now it's on the side of that car, and that's what matters.
Exactly. Tensai tuning, Titan, Motorsport.
So running 3.0 litre stroker and down 1 cylinder.
We don't know what the problem was. It sounded bad out of here. We've seen on social media that it could be missing 1 cylinder, and it is missing 1 cylinder.
So you may well have just seen me turn around on the live stream there as I was given the indication from behind the camera as to who took the battle win there from Bagsy and Ali Maxid.
Who did?
Bagsy!
Bagsy did!
Yep. Steve Bagioni is going through
top 4.
The Monster sponsored driver, our #1 qualifier, goes through to take the first place in our first semi-finals.
That was super close. We hear some warm-up in the background down there.
Really making him work for that one.
Yeah, that's Nigel Colfer warming up his tyres.
Ali Maxid in that Supra put on such a good performance.
Yes.
It's a shame that he doesn't get to progress, but that's the thing. We are down to literally the semi-finals now with Steve Bagioni, the Monster Energy sponsored driver of that Westlake tyre car, going through to our semi-final.
We've seen Maxid having his tyres kind of maybe out of the track a couple of times. His rear tires were out of the track a couple of times. So
out of track?
Well, out of line.
Okay. Yep.
Out of line where they're supposed to be. So he was on the curb down there. He was on the curb, exiting the hairpin. So that might have costed him a few points.
Okay. Yeah. We
that could be the reason why. Now we don't know. We are only here watching, like you guys. And we're thinking what we're thinking out of our own experience.
Yeah.
The judges definitely have seen something that why Bagsy have progressed over Maxid in this run. So we'll keep it there.
Yep.
Now, next is Nigel Colfer and Danny Neville.
Yeah.
So a Mustang against the 2J. Ooh,
yeah.
That's gonna be
it's that
interesting.
eternal battle, isn't it? The Japanese car versus the
American car.
The American car. Yeah. Both hugely popular platforms in the drift world. Got the RTR Mustang. And obviously the Nissan S chassis is just one of those generational things that's come through the years. Really, really incredible lineage they've got.
Van Gitten Jr. might be watching now.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just trying to think. It's mid-morning in LA. They're about 10 hours behind us.
And they're in Long Beach.
So
this
lunchtime in Long
well.
Beach. Apparently, we've got some news. It's raining in Long Beach. So maybe they're tuning into the live stream.
Yeah, I've just seen Michael S's post. It is raining.
Yes. Yeah. So here they come then. Nigel Coulthard leads. Big angle. That's good on the first clip point. A little bit wide on that second one. And Danny Neville in the Mustang struggling to go. He is putting in a fairly good run, but no way off the power there. And you can see he was so far off the power, he put him into a spin as he went through the right-hand transition. Nigel Coulthard running a little bit shallow on the hairpin, but that spin there would have given Danny Neville a straight-up 0. So that run there from Nigel Coulthard, although technically not perfect, I'm sure was enough to put him through with the advantage into the chasing run that he'll be doing next.
He just needs to play it safe. That's all. That's what's left for him.
Yep. And Danny Neville as well has really got it all to push for and all to play for. I hate using that phrase because it's true. Because right now he's kind of got a do or die situation. He has to go so hard in this run.
He has to go so hard in this run. Nigel have to do a 0.
No, yeah, exactly. He has to cause Nigel to
do
a big mistake.
So it's all technique. It's all the way around it. It's pushing hard, technique, playing it.
And let's not forget as well, if Nigel goes for a full-on 0, Danny still has to score higher in his run than Nigel did in his run just now.
Absolutely.
So you're going to see what we're going to see because it's all going to happen live in front of us very, very shortly. Are we streaming to Facebook as well? Hello, Facebookers. How the hell are you? Why aren't you joining us on the main live stream as well, where you're going to get to see all the camera angles? So come and join us on that. You can find the link through the Drift All-Stars page.
Absolutely.
And we'll be getting going very, very shortly with the second run. We're going to see Danny Neville.
Danny Neville is leading. I can see them on the start line now.
So Danny Neville, one of the biggest DJs in town, in the area. Nigel Coulthard all the way over from Ireland. In the S13, here they come. So we saw Nigel have a little bit of a lead through this first corner over Danny.
Let's see how
Nigel going to be able to stay closer.
Danny's leading.
Nigel is a lot closer on Danny, really putting that pressure on. But Nigel needs to be able to carry a lot of speed down this straight to keep the angle on. This is where Danny spun because he lost so much speed. Manages to hold it together this time. Nigel right in on his door. But Nigel's having to work very hard to keep in behind that Mustang. The RTR across the line, and also there goes Nigel Coulthard in the S13.
Excellent chase run by Nigel.
Danny really didn't make too many mistakes there at all. Nigel kept the pressure on, didn't take any big risks, and held it together. So again, I'm kind of leaning in the way of Nigel Coulthard, but we have to wait for the official decision.
If it's not a 0, it's obvious.
Yeah, it kind of is, but in drifting,
you never know.
You never know. So, tentatively, Nigel Coulthard's going through.
He could have jumped the start.
Yeah.
You never know. So we see people warming up their tires. That would be the Ham from the colors of the car.
Yeah.
And Abdelhadi Al-Qahtani next. Ooh, that is another Classico. That is another big game. Now, we know that the Ham is running 5 cylinders.
Yeah.
From the sound of his car, from the poster on his Facebook.
Yeah, he's made no bones about this. He's put it on social media. He's held up a piece of his engine and said, will 5 cylinders do?
And
well,
it sounds
they've done it
like
so far.
And it sounds like it.
When you hear this car come past, you will hear what we're talking about. This slightly rough, it's literally a misfire.
Yes,
it's missing a cylinder.
It is. And also, let's not forget, a 5-cylinder against 8.
Yeah. He's not only 1 cylinder down, he's kind of 3 cylinders down. Exactly. But look at this. There go
Coulthard and Danny Neville. Back to the pit lane.
Yep, I'm sure we will be able to confirm that decision very shortly between those two, that it will probably have gone Nigel Coulthard's way.
Meanwhile, let's hold our breath.
Yeah.
For the second Classico of tonight.
As here they come. I'm going to hand over to you, Yusuf. You know these guys a lot closer.
The Ham is leading with his 5 cylinders over Abdelhadi Al-Qahtani. Abdelhadi Al-Qahtani runs really wide.
Dropping and wildly out.
The Ham is running almost perfect line. Almost perfect line. Al-Qahtani is doing a couple of issues down there. I hope he doesn't have any reasons to do that. And we have Ahmed Daham is running a very nice run down here.
Right through the dirt.
It's so brilliant by Ahmed Daham. It's so brilliant by Ahmed Daham. Though he's running a cylinder less than usual in his 2JZ, and excellent driver. Brilliant. So now
that was very impressive. Dahan, there you could see the fire spitting out the screamer pipe and
I
everything.
doubt they're trying to talk to each other while driving. I doubt they can do that. You hardly can hear yourself in one of those
You know what?
cars.
I'm fairly sure that was Mustang to Nissan going fair play.
That is absolutely fair play. That is absolutely fair play.
Yeah, really admirable. If you're genuinely one cylinder down, and he will know that now. That was a wonderful performance.
Let's see what's gonna happen next. Abdul Hadi had a couple of glitches in his run. Let's see what he's gonna do in this lead run of him.
So Al-Qahtani, good under pressure.
He's experienced. He's
so he
very
should be,
well experienced.
yeah.
He should be okay under
and he's
pressure.
obviously competed against Dahan.
Yeah, but I've
before.
seen Qahtani drifts on this track so many times I can't even count them.
But he ran wide there. Dirt dropped a little bit, which punched him wide out onto the pit wall.
That corner is very technical.
Yeah.
He's not the only one. I've seen Qahtani does this before.
Okay.
So it's not the first time he runs wide.
I was
on that
impressed
place.
the way he managed to then still carry the speed down the straight, because obviously running that corner quite aggressively pushes you into the pit wall.
Down to the grass as well, and the grass would be slightly slippery. Here they go again. Qahtani is leading now. The Ham is behind.
Qahtani, where he runs wide, does it again, but this time so wide he's off the track and gone. So wonderfully holds the line and powers on through, ignores the mistake by his, look at this, taking it to the back end as well. Can he hold it together for the rest of the run? Al-Qahtani really has made a mess of this. Oh no, Dahan off the power with a massive straighten. Is he down to 4 cylinders now? Has he literally just lost a cylinder? Because up until that point, Al-Qahtani with that huge mistake there, completely leaving the track. That's a dead zero.
That's a dead ziro.
Yeah, and Dahan held it together all the way through to the hairpin.
But he just straightened in the very last end of it.
Yeah,
so
comparatively, that as a mistake is
it's
less
obvious,
than leaving the track.
but we wait for the official news.
It may be a one more time, because if those were both zeros.
But Qahtani went out of the track twice.
Yeah, yes he did. Yes he did.
So it was.
Yes, he did.
Drifting is very challenging.
Yeah.
All the top 16 are champs. All of them have drifted on this track, except the guys who just came from Europe. It's just amazing. We see them drift. We see them do those mistakes. Pressure, even if you're experienced, pressure will get to you at some point of time. Let's hope all the best for all the drivers. Let's hope that is not a technical reason that drops them back, because that really hurts.
Oh, it's such a shame as well when that, exactly when that happens. So at the moment we have 3 semi-finals lined up. We have Bagsy versus. Oh, we don't have a competitor actually for Bagsy at the moment. So we have Nigel Colfer in the other semi-final
with Dahan.
Well, we're thinking.
We think it's Dahan.
We're thinking potentially with Dahan, but now we're about to find out who is going to complete our semi-final lineup.
The last top 8 battle.
Yep, Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi, Lunatics by nature in the twin induction LS. Just, you heard that, hardly touching the throttle, the thing just floats sideways. Wonderful. Up against Frederick Oxford. Travelled a very long way, fighting his way through Tri-Ace Spy-Optic Sora. So he's got tyres and sunglasses. There's not many more things that drifters need in life. Maybe a bit of fuel, maybe some engines. But as long as they've got tyres and sunglasses, they look good.
Maybe diffs and gears.
Diffs, gears.
Clutches.
Shipping. Garages, trailers, tow cars. Mechanics, tools, spare parts, gearboxes, harnesses, seats.
Well, I think we still have another 50 points on the list to go to.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, there's a lot into
but
this.
Spy Optic and Tri-Ace tyres looking after at least 2 things there for Frederick.
Main.
Yeah.
Main. Okay.
Right there, so Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi in that wonderful S13. We've seen huge amounts of speed out of that car. It'll be interesting to see how they compare now. We're going to see them side by side. Looks like Fred Ox getting a little bit of heat in the tyres up above the start line, just putting in a little bit of circle work, generating a bit of smoke from the back end. And Sheikh Sultan Al-Qasimi just sat there watching, maybe just being calm, collected, taking it all in, preparing in his mind what he's going to be doing on this run.
He's cool.
You can see it. You can see it. And it looks like Fredox is going to lead out.
Fredox is leading.
Now here, look what's just happened. So Fredox comes onto the line, forms up, and now Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi throws in a 3 circles and then pulls up behind him. And that's that moment that Fredox is sat on the line thinking to himself, right, I've got to hold this together, I've got to make this work. This is my lead run. I've got the track to myself. This should be the easier run for him. But just that little bit of tactics there.
Here they go.
Coming under the bridge, let's just see how far behind Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi is, and he is right on Fredox. This is great proximity. Both the guys at the clip points.
He's straightened up a little bit.
A little bit of a straighten there. Taking it to the door. Clip point. Fredox putting in a really, really strong run. And the power from that NS motor of Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi there, really enabling him to get proximity.
Excellent proximity. Excellent.
Really, really good. What a great follow run. And look at that. Charging on past Fredox as much say, right, now you follow me. Now I'm going to show you how I drive my home circuit. Yeah, interesting. I was, one small mistake there.
Just one.
But
just one.
Arguably, he was more aggressive. He had great proximity.
Great chase work.
Are we going to see Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi go through here to the semi-final to take on Steve Bagsy Baggioni?
We'll see. I have faith.
Yeah, you know what? It's really interesting. Fredox is another great, solid, stable driver who consistently puts in good runs. But the drama and the speed of that S13, the Lunatics by Nature car, really interesting.
Sheikh Sultan is a very good drifter.
He's very good drifter.
He is a very good drifter.
We were saying earlier on, he's relatively new to the sport, but hugely experienced in lots of different forms of motorsport.
That's Sheikh Khalifa. Sheikh Sultan has been doing this sport for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And he just finished this build this
still
season.
Very fresh to him. And
this season, this build is fresh. He had quite a lot of experience with us. Back in the years, drifting S13s and S14s, built SR20 engines and stuff like that.
And here they come. The Sheikh is leading, laying down the power, laying down the law in the line.
Look at that line.
Again, hard on the handbrake though. But that's the way he's going to get through this section. Fredox is
amazing. Like, he pulled back quite a lot.
Yeah. The Sheikh really put some lengths on him.
That is a very difficult one to call.
Interesting stuff.
That's a very difficult one to call.
And thankfully we don't have to.
Exactly. I really feel bad for the judges.
Yeah, now look, just whilst we're waiting for the judges' deliberation on that one, look down into the pit lane. A Tensai sponsored car, lots of water from underneath the engine bay. The guy's pouring water over it. Maybe they're trying to cool it down, or whether it's just shed a load of coolant.
Yeah, maybe.
Not too sure.
Maybe he adjusted the tune to give it a little bit more power, and
on its 5 cylinders.
On 5 cylinders.
Yeah.
So that could overheat the car for him.
Yeah.
He's quite aggressive tuner as well.
No, really? With a 3.4 litre stroker motor in it, pushing it on 5 cylinders.
I can't say he's the best, but he's definitely on that top 5.
Right up there. Yeah.
In the Middle East.
So we're just seeing one car come in now. I think that's Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi's car coming in, possibly for tyres. Maybe
it's a one more time.
Maybe. Let's not get too excited.
Yeah,
but
I would like to
is
see
still
that.
up on the line.
I would like to see that. Can we check that out?
So
judges,
looking towards the judges.
You can look towards us. You can see Brent.
That last run. Oh, they're still deliberating. We're still not sure if that's a one more time. They're actually looking at replays at the moment. We've got a lot of media on this event that they are able to look at and make sure they get the full picture. Fredox now coming in. Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi just coming down the pit lane. Lots of people giving him a round of applause. I'm not sure that they know what's going on. He's going back into the pit. I'm going to look down towards the judges. They're still deliberating. There's hands on heads. They're watching replays. Who is going to pick up the last space in our semi-finals? Who is going to be taking on Steve Bagsy Baggioni in the monster liveried Westlake sponsored car?
So we have two options. It's either or. So it's either Sheikh Sultan or Frederick.
Yeah.
One of them will be battling Bagsy.
Yep. So we're going to have either an all-European final, an all-European semi-final, And we've got at the moment a great mix-up of Daham versus Nigel Colfer in the other semi-final.
Yep.
So at the moment we're fairly evenly spaced. What we need really is another Arabian driver to come through.
We can't say that until we see what the judges say.
That way we'll have European
equality.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we vote for equality.
I'm looking back down towards them. We don't think we still have a decision. Not a decision these guys take lightly, so hence the time that's taking on. Whilst we've just bringing you some footage of the pits down there.
So I see Nigel Colfer and Daham proceeding to the pit lane exit.
Yep.
Does that mean this is the start of top 4?
It does look like we're having our first semi-final. Yep, they're definitely bringing those 2 cars out. Let's listen to Daham's car. Listen to that S15 running on 5 cylinders now. Nigel Colfer firing on all 6. Okay, so we're now going to go over to one of the judges to explain the decision-making process on that last battle that you saw there between Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi and Frederick Oxford. So bring us the details.
We had to vote the judges between each other, and what's his name? I can't pronounce it.
Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi?
Yeah, he had a big straighting in his chase run. He had an amazing lead run, but Oxnard didn't do any big mistakes, so slightly win to Oxnard.
Okay, so we're saying that Fred Dox is going through.
Yes, I'm confirming that.
Thank you very much. So there's the judge's decision. So as you heard it there was a straighten from Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi, and that was considered to be a larger problem for him than Frederick Oxford made. So Fred Ox is going through to face Steve Baggioni in our semi-final. So I'm just keeping notes here. So there you go, that completes our lineup. We've got Bagsy versus Fred Ox. And in the other semi-final, we have our 2 cars. I saw them go out onto the track, looking up towards the start line. They're in the holding area at the moment. We had Nigel Colfer and Ahmed Daham. Interviewed him last night. I'm fairly sure he wouldn't have wanted it to go out this way on only 5 cylinders. But I'm also sure he's going to stick it to Nigel Colfer as hard as he can. So Bagsy versus Fred Ox. Interesting. Here they come. Nigel Colfer, Ahmed Daham. Listen for that Pauly engine, that 3.4 litre stroker motor. So we've got an all J battle.
A full J battle here. Warming up the tyres.
2 S chassis. In fact, there's now 3 S chassis in our semi-finals, which means we are guaranteed an S chassis in the final. Will it be an all S chassis final, do we think?
I don't know. We can't guess that. It is so far, except with the Toyota Soarer.
Yep.
From Frederick.
Yeah,
it is all S
if you can mix it up.
Yeah, it's all S chassis. And the Ham running 5 cylinders. That's going to be challenging for him.
Incredible. And all power to him as well for not saying, you know what, I'm going to not risk my engine. He's actually going to push it harder.
Yes, but that's the Ham.
Yeah, that's how he does it.
That's how he does it. That's how he always does it.
Okay.
And he always goes.
He hasn't come this far to just give it away.
Exactly.
Fair
he
play.
will push as hard as he can. He will try to get this title as hard as he can.
I guess the way he figures it, he's got to open the engine up anyway. So
exactly.
What the hell?
So why not?
And here we go. So Nigel Colfer is leading Daham. How close to him is he? He's only got 5 cylinders. What can he do? He's going to collect a clipping point as he goes through. He is literally giving it all he can. Nigel Colfer, really nice drive here.
Got that inside, need to sponsor S14/15
so
by Daham with a 5-cylinder sticking on the back of Nigel Colfer. That is a brilliant chase run and a brilliant lead run by Nigel Colfer. That is a semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Watch those drifters drive and drift around Yas Marina circuit. This is what it's drifting all about.
Just 2 really nice runs. I really like that, and when you consider the situation here, that you've got Nigel Colfer, never raced here before, never driven against any of these guys apart from the guys that he's familiar with back home. It's incredible. And as he said to us last night, every time he drives around this track, he's just looking out and going, I'm at Yas Marina. I'm blown away. And he got to hand with that incredible mechanical problem that he's dealing with. He's just overcoming it and in the semi-final. So
and we say, Nigel Colfer, welcome to Yas Marina Circuit.
Yeah, good to have you here, man. And this is looking very strong. So now, Dahan to lead and Nigel Colfer to chase.
Yep. Let's see.
Remember what you've just seen. Swap the positions and see if you can work out who's going to be going harder and stronger on this run.
I don't think they need to warm up any tyres.
No, I think they're going to want to get straight down to this now.
Yeah.
Define who is going through into our final. Who's it going to be? One of these guys is going to be battling for the top spot on the podium. One of them is definitely going to be on the podium. That's a given. One of these guys is going to be in third place.
Let's see.
Bagsy's car sat down in the pit lane. Steve Baggioni getting ready for his semi-final, which will be coming up next as he goes on to battle Fredox in the Sora, who's probably filling up with fuel right now, changing tyres, doing a quick nut and bolt check.
And here they go.
Daham in the handicapped Nissan, really not showing a weakness at all on the power. Nigel Colfer almost struggling to keep up with him. Come on, Nigel, close in on him, don't let him get away. Really beautiful there, both the cars initiating together. Whoa! A spin and contact. So a spin there from Dahan, just a relatively slow speed spin, going through the hairpin. Just seemed to maybe lose a lot of power very, very quickly, which then caused the car to just come round, the back end to come round on him. It was overpowered. And Nigel Colfer making contact with the front end of his car on the front wheel and front corner.
Let's hope no serious mechanical. We know they mount all the oil coolers in those positions, so let's hope they don't have any major issues.
No, hopefully there's nothing.
That's going to cost the Ham quite a lot.
It's going to cost the Ham a lot, I think. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges deal with that, and I'm sure we'll be able to bring you that decision fairly shortly. But
so let's see.
Another semi-final to go.
Another semi-final to go. Bagsy.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce it?
Frederick Oxford.
Oxford. No,
Oxford.
How do you say? How
I
do you
say
call
Fredox.
Fredox.
So the hashtag is Fredox.
Hashtag
Fredox. If you search for that hashtag, you're going to find all his media. You're going to be able to see more about him on Instagram, Facebook, all those sorts of places.
Fredox.
So Fredox. Yep. You've helped me out with pronouncing a couple of names, so we'll give you Fredox and you can just run with that.
Yeah,
Fredox and Bagsy.
Fredox and Bagsy.
This is probably the easiest battle to pronounce of the evening, isn't it?
Fredox and Bagsy. Yeah, that is going to be very interesting. We'll see.
It looks like the judges have made a decision because Colfer is coming in. Now, whether that's because they want the cars to be checked out by tech and they want the crew to go over them and make sure that they're all still in one piece and there's no major issues. Dahan's car, it's been brought down a cylinder. It's a miracle it's still running, frankly.
It's a miracle to reach that far.
Yeah. Well, I'd say
and pulled out
an incredible amount of driver skill has taken him that far. Really has. Big round of applause down there in the pit.
Guys, Daham, let's hear it. Big rounds of applause for Daham. صفقة يا شباب لأحمد دحام. حمسو.
The bonnet has gone up and the teams have erupted. I'm fairly sure they're just still happy that there's an engine in there that seems to still resemble an engine.
I don't know how that engine still runs, honestly speaking.
No, and a Titan 3.4 litre stroker motor is no cheap piece of kit as well.
No, it's not. Okay, someone is running back to us. So
okay, guys, back online with you. We had a little bit of confusion going on there. Now, the reaction from the judges was because they thought we'd announced a winner to the last battle, and we haven't. We were just celebrating the fact that Ahmed Daham had made it back into the pits, and his pit crew was so happy to see him back down there. That's why we wanted to raise that cheer for him, because of the valiant effort he'd put in. But the battle that he'd had with Nigel Colfer, the result for that battle, that's what we're going to bring you right now, because it appears Nigel Colfer is going through.
That's interesting.
Nigel
Hands
Colfer
up close
is
for
the
Nigel
winner.
Colfer, everyone!
So Nigel Colfer takes the win over Ahmed Daham. Daham's pit crew, I think, were overjoyed to see the car back in the pits, and we're giving him a huge round of applause, and we wanted to echo that support around the grandstands. But Nigel Colfer is the winner of that battle, and Nigel is our first finalist. So Nigel Colfer going through to the final here this evening at Yas Marina, representing Ireland and historically Drift All-Stars. Who will he be battling against? Is it going to be Fredox or is it going to be Bagsy?
That's interesting, and that means our podium list is all from Europe.
Yes, it will be. I think, unless we decide the third and fourth place. We're yet to work out. I'm not too sure how we're running that one tonight. But what we won't be doing is announcing the results of this final battle. So
Yes.
the finals, we will not announce the results over the microphone. We're going to take it to the podium so that none of the drivers involved know who's won, and we're not, you guys, we'd love for you to come and join us next to the podium and show your support and find out who's won. So hopefully we're going to see some really close battling, and it's not going to be obvious who's won. There's going to be no mechanical failures or problems or crashes or accidents or anything like that, and it's going to go down to technical expertise, and we will be able to announce the winner on the podium, which will be a wonderful thing.
Yes, and
we
we
will
wish
have to have
all the best for them.
We will have to have a third and fourth place battle, though. And normally, I'm thinking that would be between the semi-final losers. Let me just work that out, and we'll come back to you.
So we know that Daham might battle someone.
Yes, so Daham may battle whoever loses against
Of the next round.
Fredox or Bagsy. Yeah, to determine third place.
So Daham needs to pull out his shoes?
Possibly. I don't know how. There's a lot of deliberation going on down in the pit lane right now. You can see a lot of the guys stood around the front of Daham's car.
Yep.
There's a lot of crew down there. Hopefully it's not terminal.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
So we take 5 minutes, and we'll get back to you once the Bagsy and Fred is ready for the next round.
When Bagsy and Fredox come out, we will then be able to decide our second finalist. But right now, Nigel Colfer is your first finalist, and we're soon going to be joined by either, and look this, as if by magic, the door is closing on Bagsy's car, the engine is fired up, Fredox is sat behind him with the headlights on. These guys have been here before, they're going to be here again. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
That we've seen so far, Bagsy, number one qualifier, huge amounts of speed and angle and smoke. Fredox,
big hands of claws, guys!
So this is Steve Bagsy, Baggioni, Monster and Westlake sponsored driver. He is now battling for a place in the final. Is he going to get it, or is the car coming out behind him? Fredox in the Sora, the Tri-Ace sponsored Spy Optic Sora. Is he going to be the second place finalist? Show some support, guys.
Show them the support that we have here in United Alabama. It's in Abu Dhabi Yas Marina Circuit. Cheer up, guys.
Who wants to see Bagsy or Fredox? I'm sure we've got routers for each, online and here at Yas Marina. Both these drivers have come a very long way and are not going to give anything away to put themselves in the final. Nigel Colfer, though, what did we say earlier on about Nigel? Consistent, always up there or around the podium. It's kind of just a given that you're going to see Nigel Colfer on the podium, and sure enough, he will definitely be there tonight. But will he be on that top spot? We are going to find out in the next couple of battles. Now, what are the tactics? Is Bagsy going to lead out first, or is Fredox? It looks from here as though Bagsy might be leading. They're in the holding area, pulling up to the start line now. They want to get this on as well. At this stage in the competition, you can imagine they're kind of starting to get a bit tired. They've been doing this quite a lot, but the adrenaline will be kicking in. Maybe a little bit of Monster Energy drink as well running through Bagsy's veins.
I've just received a couple of messages from some friends on the down there, and they're saying that our voices are not clear. So please, Habub and Shibanis, you just texted me telling me that the voice is not clear. Can you please tell us how it feels now?
So both drivers up at the top end there, warming some tyres simultaneously as well, so this is no situation where one of them pulls up to the line and then the other one does it and keeps them waiting. I think both these drivers have a lot of respect for each other and they understand the pressures. I just want to get it on. So Bags is pulling up to the line, looks like he's going to lead out, and Fredox just a little bit more circle work in the background. Is he going to go for one more? No, it looks like he's now going to pull up and form. So you're going to see the Monster Energy Westlake tired S13 running an LS lead on this first run. Fredox is going to be chasing. We want to see them close, we want to see them on the racing line, we want to see them picking up those clipping points, and we want to see lots of speed and aggression, not a lot of handbrake. That's what you want to be seeing. They're then going to swap positions, and Bagsy reversing off the start line. What's going on there?
Is he going to do a burnout?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He is pulling back forwards. Maybe it's a little bit of a tactic. I don't know. That's what we just don't know.
Let's hope there's no technical issues.
No, there won't be a technical issue. That car is, very well prepared. The guys from the team are here and they are underway. Bagsy's been fast. He's been number one qualifier. Fredox is going to know that. He's under pressure, but he's sticking right with him. Look at this, guys.
Look at that.
This is what we came to see. Through the smoke, the lights of the Optic Sora, onto the back end of the Westlake car, both through the fourth clipping point. Transitioning down towards the hairpin, both looking strong. Fredox pouring on the pressure. Bagsy runs a little bit shallow, and Fredox stays with him the whole way.
Well, Fredox definitely pulled out a very nice chase run down here tonight.
Very competent run.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and it was almost as if Bagsy wasn't. I don't know if Bagsy wasn't as fast as he has been so far, or just Fredox was just with him the whole way and just didn't let him get away, which made him seem a little bit slower.
It was very interesting run, so let's see how it goes.
Remember, these guys have also got spotters on the track who are communicating to them by radio, letting them know what the other driver's up to, letting them know what's going on, so they can have that assistance. So it's just another thing inside their head they're having to think about. Both cars making their way back up through the top end of the track.
Cooling that coolant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great thing actually tonight. Now the temperature here is beautiful.
It's about 24.
This is pretty much perfect in my life. Seriously, 24 degrees the rest of my life, I'd be happy.
Well, welcome to Dubai in winter, or welcome to Abu Dhabi in winter.
Yeah, I'll take this winter, trust me.
In summer,
not so much.
You might have to think about it.
Yeah,
you might have to think about it.
Quite painful. I've spent some time in 50 degrees before in Western Australia, and
but you have to also know that we're very well prepped for it.
Oh, completely.
We have shopping malls. All the cars are air conditioned.
Live in aircon.
It's and it's climate controlled, I would say.
Yeah.
Indoors.
Yeah.
Everything's indoors. Even karting, we have indoor karting. So
you guys have got it sorted.
Yeah.
And now, speaking of sorted, it looks like Fredox is underway now. Bagsy with those big bright green LED lights, really going to pin it to the back end of the Sora. Although actually not as close to him through that first section as I thought he might be. Little touch to the base, but really closing him. Look at that! Literally clipping the clipping point over the front end of the Sora.
That was a touch.
That was a touch.
That was a touch.
Both cars back on the pound through the hairpin. Bagsy really taking it to the door. The lines very similar throughout both competitions.
That is quite tight, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That is quite tight.
Both these guys obviously want to be in this final, and they're really working hard for it. Yep. No idea which way to call that one. I'm sure you guys at home will be agreeing with us that, okay, you haven't got as many views as we have because we can see the whole track from where we stood, but can't pick that one. Really can't pick that one. I'm just going to look over the fence down towards the judges and see them scratching heads and watching replays, and they're deep in deliberation right now. So Nigel Colfer still doesn't know who he's going to be competing against. I wonder how he feels right now down in that pit lane, making sure the car's all up and together.
He's quite cool.
Nigel is, it's funny actually, when we got back to the hotel last night, we sat there and I think I saw him first thing this morning as well, said to him, what's the plan for today? He said, just go and check it out, make sure everything's cool. Nigel has been here before. He's been in an alien environment, on an alien track, with drivers he hasn't driven against before, so in a way, actually maybe it's better for him that he's going to be competing against either Bagsy or Fredox, because they're more of a known quantity for him. That's where I'm thinking he's head-to-head's going to be now. And those guys also sharing a garage. I mean, Fredox is literally pitted next to Bagsy, next to Nigel Colfer. So Bagsy's car being reversed back into the garage, and it looks like Fredox might be coming in as well.
So do we know now who's...
I don't think we've got a decision just yet.
Do we, judges?
Yep, I think we do have a decision there. The judges have just indicated to me a number, and that is the number of Mr. Stephen Baggioni is going through to the final.
So Baggioni is in the finals against
Nigel Colfer.
So it's UK against Ireland.
We've seen that before, but two S chassis, a V8 versus
and a 2J. Tell me, did that happen before?
I'm just trying to think.
People.
I don't think Bagsy has battled against Nigel Colfer before in a final. No, definitely not.
But they've battled before.
Quite possibly. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't. I don't specifically
recall.
remember it because Bagsy has moved through a couple of different series, and he hasn't competed that much in Drift All-Stars before, whereas Nigel has obviously committed to Drift All-Stars throughout the years, so has been they've never really found themselves in the same place. So if they have battled before, it will have been in maybe IDC or another championship, maybe King of Europe, I don't know. But it certainly won't have been with Bagsy in a V8 car, because this is the first time he's competed with a V8. So there you go, folks. A valiant effort by Fredox in the Spy Optic Tri-Ace Tyred sponsors car. It would have been an all Tri-Ace final, because Nigel Colfer also sponsored by Tri-Ace. As it is now, we've got Westlake and Monster versus Tri-Ace and Nigel Colfer. It's
that's very interesting. I hear from our guys up down there. Thanks, Habub and Shebani's. The sound is clear.
They can hear us now.
They can hear us
great.
now.
They can hear what's going on.
Yeah.
So, guys, that is your final. And obviously, we're not going to bring you the result of that one. I'm going to just nip out and find out exactly how we're going to decide third and fourth place, whether we're going to see that battle. And then we'll be able to bring you that information. I think at the moment, Bagsy's probably going to be refueling new tyres. There's a whole wedge of tyres down there that they brought across with them in the container. So they're not shy on using them.
I'm having some text from Qatar. So some friends in Qatar, Ahmed Allo, cheers to you. He's watching us now, most probably on the live feed. And we were having a discussion about the food earlier.
Yes.
And he's telling me that he fed James Dean something.
Right.
Okay. And he fell straight to sleep.
Really?
Yes. It's that heavy. It's a Jordanian meal. It's called mensef.
Right.
Okay. And you should try that.
It's
amazing.
Is it going to put me to sleep? Is it alcoholic?
No, it's not.
Of course not.
No. It's yogurt. It's yogurt. It's kind of yogurt.
Okay, see, I'm a massive yogurt fan.
Yeah, it's with rice. It's cooked. It's all cooked. It's really brilliant.
See, you're now. I don't know how you're doing this, my friend Yusuf, because I'm slightly hungry and I've eaten far more today than you. So I can see you're starting to become a little bit delusional.
My friend, I have stored energy.
What a wonderful turn of phrase. Excellent. Well, look, let me just go and find out what we're going to do about third and fourth place. I'll be back real quick.
We'll be waiting.
Yeah, we have an interesting decision. The judges have deliberated over, and we're referring now, ironically, on screen right now to Nigel Colfer versus. And they've reviewed some playbacks, and they've come to a decision that, in fact, there is a one more time battle on this. So a one more time battle is going to be run between Nigel Colfer
and Ahmed Daham.
Which means that the place in the final that Nigel Colfer we thought he had is actually not
still
open.
open.
Now. It's still open. He has to go one more time against Ahmed Daham. There was a very interesting discussion going on, genuine discussion, and they looked at some replays, and there was a couple of issues. The judges came to that decision, so that's straight from the judges that Ahmed Daham and Nigel Colfer will be running one more time for that place in the final. So that's not locked in. The information we delivered to you earlier on, that Nigel Colfer was going to be taking part in the final.
I would like to thank the judges to actually bring this up to us.
Yeah.
And tell us that this is the situation. All credits to the judges to make sure that this is absolutely fair and this is how it is. Evidence comes up and this is what we do. We fix it. We don't just leave it as it is, as it lies.
Because that's the situation here, that this is such a fast-paced, relentless motorsport that these guys really have to pay so much attention.
Absolutely.
That sometimes, some more evidence comes to light that they have to take into account, which they have. That's the decision, and now we see Ahmed Daham
one more time. Daham will be changing his tires and ripping those 5 cylinders again.
Yes.
That is going to be interesting
I have
to see.
no idea how that engine is even running, let alone under the full throttle power he's giving it. So Nigel Colfer, a little bit of a blow. I'm sure Nigel will be, he'll be fully respectful of the judge's decision, but obviously he was under the impression he was in the final, and now he's going to have to fight for it again. And we will be having a 3rd and 4th place battle as well, which we will be able to announce when we get to the podium a little bit later on.
So we're back to 3 battles.
Yes, we are. Yeah, just when we thought we were getting towards the final.
Okay, let's just clarify that. We're back to 3 main battles.
Yeah.
We don't know about how many one more times, if we get any more one more time.
Which means we get more action.
Exactly.
We're going to see more action, which is good. Right, so who are we going to see out first? That's the big question.
No, we see Daham is on the pit exit.
Yeah, so in theory we should have Daham versus Colfer come out next. Yeah. All right then.
This is going to be really, really interesting.
Well, as ever, it just it blows my mind really, and that's the trouble with the sport. It's so fast-paced, it's so relentless that you have to stay totally on top of all the information. And the judges, they're just getting this battle thrown at them, so they have to sort of act on what they know. And then when other stuff comes to light, then I think there was an issue on that last corner with Daham running on a line that he wasn't meant to be on, and then that maybe caused the spin. So they deemed it a one more time. Looks like
we see
damage.
Nigel.
Yeah, the damage to the front of Nigel Colfer's car. It looks like they've removed the wing, but he still has the bonnet. Is that the wing's been removed or just cut back? I can't quite tell.
I think he doesn't have we call it a fender.
The fender.
Yeah, the front right fender is not on, or is it bended?
No, they've removed it.
They've totally removed it.
So Nigel now just testing the front end grip on that car. Which
it doesn't seem very right.
No, it seems to be understeering Nigel's car there, which would be absolutely gutting if he gets this far. Goes for one more time against a guy who's only got 5 cylinders and then has a geometry issue because he crashed into the guy earlier in the round.
That is going to be a pity, but let's see how it goes. Nigel Colfer now warming up his tires, getting ready for the battle.
Yep.
Daham is almost there, back to the start line, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
In the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. We're going to have Nigel Colfer versus Ahmed Daham. Ahmed, just such a gladiator here this evening with that car. He's had mechanical failures. He's just had an issue that's caused the one more time. And now Nigel Colfer really must be thinking, right, I've got to do all that again. Okay, I will, because that's what Nigel does.
In many occasions, we've seen Daham swapping engines overnight because he breaks one in practice.
Yeah, and it's crazy as well. We've seen it in the in IDC. I think in Driftallstars before, where guys have literally in between rounds, the gearboxes are broken and the car's literally physically lifted up onto 2 wheels, bang,
on its
gearbox
side.
out.
I've seen
another one
videos
in.
on cars. It's actually
Yeah.
they sit the
they've
car
done
on
it.
its
They've
side.
done it by the side of the road before.
Yeah.
The drive up to Garterbil in Norway.
That's
that road trip.
crazy. What happens in Gartbill is crazy.
Yeah, it's one of the best automotive events in the world. If you ever get a chance to go, I know the Drift All Stars have rolled through there a couple of times, and it's 55,000 of the most crazy dedicated gearheads. He'd fit straight in.
Is it true that it's 8 to 8 track open, 8 to 8 it's party time?
Pretty much. Yeah. So to be honest, the party side of things I've never really indulged in, because we get there at maybe 7 o'clock in the morning, and then we're on track all day till 8, 9 o'clock at night, and then we do photo shoots.
Which sun's still up.
Sun's still up, so we're shooting.
It's in Norway, yeah.
I've been there for speed hunters before, and we've shot until 10, 11 o'clock at night, so very long day. But here we go. One more time, Nigel Colfer leading out. Geometry seems to be okay at this point. Ahmed Daham really throwing that S chassis through there, but a bit too aggressive on Nigel Colfer.
He's closing up the gap.
He really is. Faster through that midsection. Colfer with a huge straighten into the hairpin. The guys are now running shallow on that line under the instruction of the judges because of the damage to the outside of the track.
Excellent run by both drivers.
Well,
Colfer slightly straightened up.
Colfer with that slight straighten, and I'd say more aggression through the midsection there for Ahmed Daham. So he lost a bit of ground. He threw it very aggressively into the transition in front of the pit lane and lost some distance.
Lost some speed, yeah.
Managed to carry it down through the straight to chase Nigel Colfer through the midsection, which he did. He closed up, and then Nigel straightened on the entrance to the hairpin. So, interesting.
It's quite interesting. It's quite challenging, and we're going to see more of that.
Well, now what's Ahmed Daham going to do? Because he's got this big angle that he brings to this second clip point, the transition in front of the pit lane, and he really does throw the car on a big angle there, and that's where Nigel Colfer is holding more speed to be able to carry him down the straight. So is that going to cause an issue for Nigel Colfer?
We'll see in a few seconds. Actually, they are on the start line.
Yeah, they're going to want to get straight on with this. The time is marching on.
So,
our two gladiators are ready.
Here they come.
Two J's. One damaged. 11 cylinders firing. And look at this. Daham now carries more speed, still with a big angle, and leaving Colfer behind. Colfer almost with another straight. Daham really doing such a valiant job here. Colfer closed in on him, whereas Floyd had some distance. Really lovely proximity there through that last hairpin. Very, very hard to tell, very hard to differentiate.
I can't tell.
Was Nigel Colfer's chase run stronger than Ahmed Daham's?
I really can't tell.
I can't put a name on that.
It's really close. The proximity he did in the very end.
The end of the run there for Nigel was stronger than Ahmed's.
It was definitely stronger than Ahmed's, but he straightened up down here.
Yep, he did. Now whether that was a zero,
really aggressive.
Yeah.
Daham went slightly, maybe we don't know, but we think it's slightly off track on that very corner.
Going to do a little lean down to the judges.
Yeah. What do they say?
They're talking. They're not even looking this direction. They're kind of like heads down, pens, notepapers, phones, looking at all sorts of things.
Replays, yeah, they're on live stream as well.
Because that's the thing with this stage of competition, is that you do get down to very finite amounts of problem to look at. Very little things that you're looking out for. So they have to pay, and as we've seen, that's why we're in the situation now that we have the one more time, because on the previous run they thought they'd had a decision, and then when it came down to it, you know what, no, we're going to respect the fact there's more information, we're going to go back to it, review the situation, and we're going to call it one more time, and that's why we are where we are now.
That's a one more time. We'll see how it goes. Let's see what the judge's decision is going to be, and we'll see. Cheer up for Colfer, excellent run, excellent driving. Cheer up for Daham, excellent run, excellent driving.
I wonder if they can call it between them either.
Is it a gladiator?
Yeah, definitely, because there's that mutual respect between the two drivers, and that's why now both the crews down there will have, well, you can see on the screen, Ahmed Daham's crew straight under the bonnet, looking at temperatures, checking it out, obviously getting a little bit of feedback from the driver on how things are feeling, and then I'm sure Nigel Colfer's team will be doing exactly the same thing, maybe swapping tyres, maybe refueling, maybe they don't know which way it's going to go. We do know that one of those drivers is going to be in the final, so both those cars do really need to be ready to go.
So how many options do we have?
So, in what
3.
way?
We have 3 options now.
Yep.
Either Nigel again.
Yep.
Or Daham.
Yep.
Or
one more time.
Or a one more time.
Could be if the one more time goes to one more time, that would be
that would be
spectacular.
really interesting. So I think we are getting an answer now. So what is it?
So it looks like at the moment that the judges are having a few more deliberations, but really, if you guys can't call it at home and we can't call it up here, what do you reckon? Do you want to see that one run again?
So let's hear it from
you guys down there in the stands. If you want to see Ahmed Daham back out there, do you want to see him take the win? Let us know. Have we got some local support for Ahmed Daham?
يا جمهور اللي شجع أحمد دحام يسمعنا صوته.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad.
واللي يحمس نايجل كولفر يسمعنا صوته.
Ooh, not so much. Not so much for Nigel Coulthard. But that's no great surprise. But you know what? What about if we gave you this other option? What about if we gave you the option for one more time?
So, جمهور, one more time.
Do you want to see another battle between Ahmed Daham and Nigel Coulthard?
I want to ask it again. Hold on, Brent. I want to ask it again. Ya Jumhur, one more time. That's the crowd I'm used to.
That's
here.
better. That's better.
The crowd I'm getting used to here.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to have one more time because, yep, the judges couldn't pick between the 2 drivers on that. So the one more time has gone one more time. And we've got Ahmed Daham versus Nigel Coulthard still battling for a position in the final.
The gladiator against the cool man.
I don't know which one's which. They're kind of, well, the gladiator's Ahmed Daham because he's literally just pounding on that 3.4 litre stroker motor.
That car is just almost dead.
Well, it's
still
you can see them down there now on screen. We've got some shots at the back end. They're doing a tyre change. If we can get to see the front end, you'll see that there's massive containers of water and they're spraying down the intercoolers, trying to cool it down. I have no idea what's going on inside that engine. It's probably screaming for help instead of an exhaust note. So one more time, and then we're going to find out. And all the while, we know that Steve Baggioni, he's sat down there knowing he's in the final, but he still doesn't know who you're up against. So a little bit of uncertainty for him as well.
Hey, that's challenging, actually. That's quite tense when you don't know who you're going to battle.
Completely, because I'm guessing, as I was discussing earlier on, that with Nigel Coulthard, it's maybe more of a known quantity, and now he's potentially going up against Ahmed Daham in the damaged S14. But if you can get that car this far with that damage, then you are something formidable. You are something to look out for.
Then you don't have a damage.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine what you could do on a good day. Yeah,
exactly. So we know Daham in this region. We know how good he is. We know how amazing drifter and racer in general. Amazing personality. You've met him?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I interviewed him last night.
Yeah,
he was hilarious, full of life, and really, really up for it. Yeah.
He's 14 years into motorsport.
Wow. Okay, that's good, but it means it's his passion. It means he's naturally born for it. Then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, he is a gladiator.
Yeah.
14 years into motorsport. That is not a short period of time.
No, it's not.
That is a lot of experience. That is a lot of seat time, track time, driving all different sorts of cars, tuning all sorts of
looking
cars.
down there, they're still spraying down the front of Dahan's car, trying to keep it cool. They've got the water spray down on the intercooler, trying to bring those inlet temperatures down when the engine fires back up. Maybe I'd love to know why it's running on 5 cylinders, because he did. If you are friends with him on Facebook or you follow his Facebook page, you'll be able to see he's holding a piece of metal in his hand that looks like the end of a valve, maybe.
We don't know what it is,
but it can't be, because
we don't know what it is.
If he dropped a valve, well, if there was a valve actually outside the engine, that would, and you could see the top of it, it would have come out.
We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
We don't know
I don't know quite what's going on, but there we go. Here he comes, your local hero. He is your last UAE chance of having a driver in the final. And when that car comes out in front of you, you've really got to show him some love. I know you're going to, but he needs to be able to hear that support. And it sounds like the engine has just lost fire, actually, as it leaves the pit lane. Nigel Colfer's car still not reappeared from the garage.
Waiting for the tires, most probably.
And it's back underway. It's back under fire. So where is Nigel Colfer? Is Nigel Colfer going to appear from the garage? I think the Hans crew are looking up towards his garage to make sure. I'm thinking if they've got heat issues with that car, they're not going to want it sitting in the pit lane for too long. Giving the screen a little bit of a clean whilst they're down there. And you can see the tension in the crew. They really want to get this on. They want this to happen. But they are waiting for Nigel Colfer.
Man, you can hear that engine. He's not happy.
It's not happy, but it doesn't sound as bad as I would have expected it to. Running on 5 cylinders.
He would have definitely adjusted the timings for it.
Yeah, wiping his brow there. The shot, as you can see, inside the car. That brings it home. That's a real man about to come out on this track and battle for a position in the final. A place in the final. You can see his actions. His team are fairly relaxed. He's kind of, am I ready? Nigel Colfer pulling down behind him. And there it is. The helmet goes on. One last look out to the team, and then he's on his own. Out on the track. Now, you've just seen him put his helmet on. Make some noise for him as he passes you.
Guys, we want to hear noise. For the Ahmed Colfer, we want to hear noise.
One more time coming your way. One more time. Jeez.
This is going insane, isn't it?
Well, it's
the
just
2 JZ battle.
Yeah, incredible. 11 cylinders of fury.
11. I like that. 11 cylinders of fury.
Let's just hope it stays at 11 cylinders. It doesn't drop even any further.
We don't know what's going to happen.
No. Well, I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. And it's interesting that the two cars are very similar chassis, very similar engines, and they're now pitched so closely together.
The Ham's running Nitto tires, so he has a lot of grip.
Yeah.
He needs the power to actually.
The Tri-Aces have actually
265s in the rear.
Yeah, the Tri-Aces have been proven to give loads of grip as well, which is good. So yeah, very evenly paced. Both very consistent drivers. Yeah. And as we've shown, we really cannot predict what's going to happen. So let's just hope. Let's just hope, guys, that what we see now is a really lovely, clean, technical battle. That one driver really excels over the other, and there's no more mechanical issues or problems with coming together or anything like that. Let's have this as a clean decision so that we can then move on to our 3rd and 4th place battle and then our final.
So Colfer warming up his tires at the start lane.
Yep. Ahmed Daham sitting and watching. Now, whether that's because he doesn't want to overstress the engine or whether he's just waiting for Nigel to do his thing.
I think he's going to wait for his turn.
There we go. So Ahmed now,
you can see he's going a bit wide, not to overstress the engine.
Yeah, he's got to be wondering how much more it's got in it now.
Yeah, that engine is fighting hard.
Incredible dedication. Now as he pulls up to the line, will this be the final pair of battles we see? Nigel Colfer's going to lead, Ahmed Daham is going to chase him down, they're then going to swap position, and we're going to find out if one of them is going onto the podium or whether they're both coming back out.
Somebody has to do a mistake for this to end.
Very, very close. Ahmed Daham tucking in behind Nigel Colfer. Nigel really on the line. Ahmed Daham, though, really taking it to him, losing a little bit of ground through the second transition. Straight. Ahmed's engine struggling but keeping fire. Massive amounts of fire coming out of the screamer pipe and the exhaust. Running rich.
He is sticking on Nigel's Colfer back. He's sticking behind him so close.
He's really, really keeping it with him. Valiant effort. Really, really good to see.
That is really awesome.
And again, I don't know whether it's me but it's so evenly paced.
They are so evenly paced. They are
They've
so
got
evenly
different
paced.
strengths in different parts of the track. I'm definitely noticing that. So Nigel maybe through the second transition is a little bit quicker, but then Ahmed closes in on him at the end of the first straight into the hard left. So both got their strong points, and I'm sure the judges will be deliberating hard over that one. And Ahmed Daham now is going to lead Nigel Colfer, and he's going to have speed in different places. Nigel's going to do what he do. What he's going to do what he do. He's going to do what he does. He's going to adapt and he's going to survive. It's what we talked about last night when I interviewed him. He really enjoys getting into the situation where he's driving with new people, learning new skills. And as I've said throughout the course of this evening, that's the wonderful thing about Drift All-Stars, about you guys opening up to us and bringing so many quality drivers to this event that we get to experience all kinds of different drivers. They get to raise their game as well as they race against each other. You know, the Drift All-Stars, the existing Drift All-Stars, and the guys that are coming to this one event.
It's just brilliant, and here they come again.
Yep, Ahmed Dahan to lead, Nigel Colfer to chase. Very similar distances that we saw in the first run. Ahmed destroying the clip point. Nigel picking up the cloak. Nigel with a big straight there. And Ahmed really keeping a strong line, a strong judge line. Can he transition cleanly into that final hairpin? He is so far. Nigel, has he done enough? You know what? I really don't know. Ahmed Daham's team there, you can see them on camera. They're really happy with that, and rightly so. Rightly so. What that man is doing, what he's given, is very, very impressive.
That's a gladiator.
Yeah, absolutely. He's battling till the very end. Nigel Colfer, I don't know if he did enough. And the one mistake that I think he made, made right in front of the pit lane.
It's quite big.
Yeah. So a lot of people will have seen that.
Yes.
And whether it's a clean decision from the judges or whether they need a little bit more time to deliberate, we're going to find out very shortly. But maybe we've just found out who's going onto the podium, or who's going into the final, up against Bagsy.
Yeah, I guess Bagsy had quite some time to rest and cool down his car.
Well, he sat down there, yeah. He sat there at the end of the start, finish straight. The team seemed quite happy around the car. They're literally just waiting for a car to pull up behind him and say, let's get it on. I am your combatant.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets annoying when you wait so much in the pit lane waiting for your turn.
You can lose your edge, the adrenaline levels drop.
Yeah.
Now look to the screens. Ahmed Daham's team, they don't know the result of that battle, but they are celebrating with their driver. They know they know this is so close, they can almost reach out and touch it.
Well, we know whoever proceeds from this is on podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And still a chance for one of them to be on the podium as well in third, because we will have the third and fourth place battle.
Yes. No, I mean, what I wanted to say is, for sure, whoever proceeds from this is on podium.
Guaranteed. They will either be first or second place in this Yas Marina event here this evening.
And whoever gets knocked will have a chance to battle for
We'll still have a chance. Yeah, so they've literally had a lot of chances to get onto that podium. Yeah. Or alternatively, they've had to fight triply, quadruply hard to get onto that podium.
How many one more times was it? 4?
That was three.
Three.
Yeah.
And the initial battle.
There was the initial battle, and there was a one more time. Then there was a one more time on the one more time, and
there was a one more time for one more time.
Yeah.
4 battles to define who takes the win from between Nigel Colfer and Ahmed Dahan.
Do we have a result? I'm looking down towards the judges. Ahmed Dahan is out of the car. He stood there with Nigel Colfer. Those guys don't know the results. We're looking for a reaction on the screen.
We can
there
see
from
them having
as to
a
whether
talk
they get it first.
With one of the operation guys down the straight line, down in the pit lane, sorry.
Lots of tension. Look at Ahmed though, he's smiling.
He's always smiling.
Yeah. Literally last night he was so jovial and upbeat when we were talking, so excited about tonight's event. I'm sure it's not going to end here for him.
He's one of those guys that you won't know what out of his face. Like when you look at his face, you won't know if it's yes or no. Do you know? He'd just tell you, I don't know.
Let's
have a look.
Look down towards the judges. No, they're still deliberating.
Sneak through.
Still deliberating. I think we might have a result.
Okay.
We're hearing cheers from down in the pit lane, but we don't have any information for you formally yet. So let's just wait until we get the formal decision.
Teams cheering.
We're hearing a lot of cheering in the pit lane.
Okay, guys. Who think Nigel Colfer won? Would like to hear. Guys, come on, be serious, yeah? Those people are our guests. Who think Nigel Colfer won?
Okay,
that's better. Who thinks Ahmed Dahan won?
you know what?
Did you hear that,
guys that just cheered were correct. Ahmed Daham goes through to the final.
Against Bagsy. Congratulations, Ahmed Daham.
Incredible skill there. I mean, to pilot that car under the conditions he's doing it in right now and to push it that hard, he's put himself in the final. Very well deserved. Commiserations there to Nigel Colfer, who we did believe was going through to the final and is not now, but he will be battling for 3rd and 4th place against Fredox. So still a chance for the podium, but our final is locked in. Steve, Bagsy, Bagioni, Monster Energy, Westlake Tyres versus
Tensai S14, 2JZ running 5 cylinders on Nito tyres. Congratulations, Ahmed Daham. And congratulations, Bagsy, for being on the final. We'll see Fredox and Nigel Colfer coming up soon enough to battle for the 3rd place,
4th place
to be on the podium.
And remember, we will not be announcing the results of these next battles at all on camera or on the live stream. We're going to take it to the podium, which will be coming up a short while after we finish the final battles.
Sure.
So whatever you do, stay with us to find out what that result is.
So we'll come back in a few minutes and we'll see, once the cars are ready on track, we'll come back for you guys and tell you what's happening with us.
I reckon
Stay
you've got
tuned.
a couple of minutes, grab a cold drink. We'll see you real shortly. We're going to hand over to the live stream, a little bit of pre-record and some words from the sponsors.
Stay tuned.
Okay, guys, so we are back live with you now because we're only a couple of minutes away from getting on with the action. I've got Niall Gunn with me, Drift Supremo of Drift All-Stars. Now, Niall, we're here at Yas Marina. That's a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, you couldn't get a more amazing location to kick off the season, and it's probably been a few years in the making, but like it's one of these kind of global stops where I wanted to kick off the series, and it's always been there. But yeah, it's amazing venue, amazing host Yas Marina has done for us, and just look at the complex. So I think this is a good step in building Middle East drifting, and it's a bit like Northern Europe we see in Western Europe. The Middle East, it's blowing up at the moment, and you can just see by the talent of drivers coming through.
Well, it's also such a pleasure to have an event where the services are so professional. So we saw there with the recovery systems that went into place and the way that we go back on track really quickly. Just having the pit lane and with the garage system, just the viewing area, it's all just really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, just the pits. It's the perfect complex. Like you see, the pit lane is right beside us. VIP hospitality upstairs. It's walking distance to the grandstand. It's probably the best ingredients for a drift track on the planet, if I'm honest.
Well, you look at the capacity here. We've filled one side of the grandstand, and that's got a few thousand people in it. Then over the other side, it's still empty because we haven't opened up that grandstand, because we've obviously got the whole pit building as well, which is full. There's a restaurant in there that's packed out with people in the air conditioning. And then we've got the upper level for the VIPs as well. So thank you so much, basically, to Yas Marina for having us and for looking after us so well and being so gracious with your hospitality.
But looking forward to UK next.
Yep, yeah.
Back at Lytton Hill in rainy old England in 3 weeks, like.
Yeah, that's so. Tell us a little bit about the season then. What you got planned for
we
us?
got Lytton Hill in the UK in just over 3 weeks. It's May 1st, 2nd at the BHP show. Should be 15,000 fans there.
And that's enough time to get some of these cars back?
Yeah, some of them are using their second cars, and a lot of the European guys are staying on strong. So they're launching their European campaigns in the UK, the British Drift GP. And shortly after that, then we're going to Ireland for Mondello Park, a big one, IDC versus Drift All-Stars.
That is going to be massive.
Yeah, so
and IDC this year as well. I mean, last year they did some pretty impressive stuff, but IDC versus Drift All-Stars.
Yeah, it's like Ireland. Okay, I'm from Ireland. It's small population, like 4 million, but it's
it's almost like
unlimited supply of amazing talented drift drivers.
It's like the second spiritual home of drifting, really, Ireland, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you look at where the Irish have gone out around the world, you're stood here. We've got Nigel Colfer here. We look at the people taking part in Formula D. Graham McNamara and D-Mac and those guys. James Dean. Really, really, really such a heritage there. So to bring those two entities together is going to be a hell of entertainment, right?
Yeah,
now.
and it's like a classic venue, Mondello Park. They've made some track improvements in front of the grandstand, changed the track around, so it's got the ingredients of a pretty incredible event, and a lot of European guys are going to travel in for that. Then we ship over to Estonia, Lights of Rally Park, a custom-made venue. Riga, you've been in Riga?
I missed Riga last year, and everyone always goes, Riga, baby. It's just one of those places that everyone on the calendar wants to go to.
4 years on the calendar now. It's definitely a classic on the tour.
Big city centre venue, isn't it?
Really embraces the sport. Then we go to Germany, Reisbahn Festival, 25,000 people. It's huge. End up in Hungary for Mario Box, like a festival, and then we got 2 more international stops before we finish the season. Got Bagsy revving to the crowd. So Bagsy is actually a good conversation. I'll finish Thailand, and then we go to South Africa. But going back to Bagsy, interesting him coming into the series. A few question marks. We haven't seen him playing at this level, but he's
totally owning it. Totally owning it. And you know what? It's a V8 as well. Yeah. He's loving the V8. He's got this massive amount of torque and power. So he's going to be, straight in there. So now we've got Bagsy. Ahmed Dahan still throwing that 5-cylinder S15 around. Fred Ox now down in front of you guys. Give him a round of applause. And Nigel Colfer battling for 3rd and 4th position. So
an international mix-up.
Massive.
UK, Jordan, Ireland, and Norway. So cool. I better go back to the
truly
judges.
Indicative of Drift All-Stars. So we're going to hand back over to Yusuf and myself and Niall. Thanks for those kind words. And we're going to be bringing you the final action of tonight. It's now 11:30 here at Yas Marina. 11:30 at night. It is a beautiful temperature. properly beautiful. I'm stood here in a polo shirt overlooking one of the most impressive tracks in the world, watching some of the best drifters in the world. Yusuf is going to come back in and join me.
I'm back online.
You are back online?
Yeah, I'm back online. I believe Neil Gunn have had a nice interview with you. I was checking my Facebook. Meanwhile,
how is your Facebook? Is your Facebook well? Your social media blowing up?
My social media is actually blowing up. I'm having, thank you, Mohammed Al-Umairi from Oman. He's watching us with anticipation. That's what he wrote.
Okay.
And he's very excited.
Who's
about
he
the
rooting
event.
for then?
Sorry?
Who's he going to be rooting for?
He doesn't root for anybody. He's not a drifter. He's just a big enthusiast and rallying.
Brilliant.
He's
Great to have you with
a car
us.
freak. He's a Subaru guy, and he's just a very dear guy to us. He's one of the old racing drivers around the region. Mohammed Al-Umairi, a very close friend. Cheers for you.
Excellent. So we're welcoming people in from around the world into this live stream, and to you guys that have been sat in the grandstand as well, thanks for coming on this journey with us, because we are coming towards the end. Imagine you're on a 10-hour drive. You're about 2 hours from home. You're about an hour from home. It's all downhill from now. You're freewheeling. You're almost there. But it's when you can relax and really start to enjoy the last part of the journey, because this is where you're going to see some of the biggest dramas of tonight.
Though we're not going to announce the winner now, but guys, don't forget, this is a battle for first.
Yep. Well, I think what we might have first is the third and fourth place battle.
Is it?
So, yep, Nigel Colfer's going to line up against Frederick Oxvenard. Fredox. Those guys. So you may well be able to pick it yourself, who's going to be third and fourth. We have some very special VIPs are going to be joining us next to the podium and presenting the prizes tonight, the trophies. So please, please, please come and join us for that. It's very, very special people.
And here we go. Battle for third.
So Nigel Colfer is leaving. Fredox is chasing. Look at this proximity. These guys have raced together a lot, battling hard. They both won that podium.
Squad shower from Nigel.
And a big swing from Fredox there.
Big swing from Fredox.
Yeah, so two partial mistakes from those guys. But staying on the power, into the hairpin, running it a little bit shallow because of that damage to the track. And then through the end of the judged section.
Quite a decent gap by Nigel Colfer in this last section of the track.
Yep, Fredox came in quite hard on the transition between the infield section and just in front of the pit lane, and lost a little bit of length there, but also did straighten, then trying to accelerate back up to Nigel into this left-hander right in front of us. So, yeah, can't pin it. I genuinely can't pin it on that one.
No.
I don't think those guys will be able to either.
We don't pin.
No, we don't have to. All we have to do is go to the podium and tell people.
If we like something, we always discuss it.
If you like it, make some noise for these guys. We fully appreciate the fact that you've got a more local hero coming out in the final, but really one of these guys is going to be stood on the podium. So why don't you get behind one of them and show them some support?
So we have now, they're replacing positions. So Nigel is going to chase. Fredox is going to lead with his Saurer LS powered, supercharged LS powered Saurer.
No, is it?
It is an LS.
Okay.
It is an LS.
I thought it was 1UZ.
Is it a 1UZ?
I could have got that wrong.
I could have got that wrong as well. Yeah, well, it's a V8. We know it's a V8.
Yep. But what we are seeing here is two teammates from Tri-Ace Tyres battling it out.
Nice.
Nigel's a lot closer to Fredox than Fredox was when he was chasing, but Nigel was off the pace then running through the second part of the judged section.
Excellent performance by both drivers. Excellent.
Nigel not so aggressive and not so much angle there on that hairpin, and lost a bit of length going into it on Fredox. So I'd say Fredox was stronger on that run. Nigel lots of aggression through the midsection, but overall I'd say Fredox was more competent.
Seems like it, but also let's not forget, do you think that hit with the harm could affect his geometry on Nigel's car?
I think it might have, and that's why we saw him shaking up before he came out for that second one more time.
Yeah, he's not
he was understeering a little bit,
yeah.
But he has been back in the pits for a fairly substantial amount of time since then, and I think if there were any substantial issues, they would have been sorted by now. So I would like to say that Nigel's car is in fairly good condition. I don't think he's suffering from any particular issues. However, Nigel might be able to tell us different when we get back to the podium later on, as Nigel will surely be there in one shape or form, because he might be stepping up onto it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can hear Bagsy warming up his tires. on the back up the hill there. The Ham is going to do it next, and this is the battle that we've always been waiting for.
So does that mean we're going to the final then? Does that mean there's a decision for third and fourth? I think it quite possibly could do. Just going to step off camera for 2 seconds. Yeah, but you've got a result, yeah? Right then, yes, as you may well have heard me say through my muffled microphone there, we do have a result for the third and fourth place battle, which means we are now going to go to the final.
So this could either be the final or the semi-final if they don't go one more time.
This is all final. This is all final. Yeah,
it's all crazy.
Incredible. Bagsy has come through as first place qualifier. He's been fast, he's been consistent, he's really just completely taken to the V8 and this track. And now he's up against
the Ham,
the gladiator, as we've now called him. And they're underway, folks. Bagsy has got that speed, he's got that increase in power, he's got the aggression coming underneath there, but Daham,
whoa, that's
wildly fishtailing, a big mistake, maybe he was trying to push too hard. Bagsy absolutely on him. Manages to hold it, almost takes the clipping point from the wrong end of the car.
That was a big mistake for both drivers.
And into the hairpin, nice and wide as he can go without hitting that damaged piece of tarmac. Such well held there.
Big mistake by both drivers, I guess.
Yeah. Bagsy held that so well and transitioned almost exactly on the clipping point.
His tires were so way off.
Yeah.
Let's see what the judges have to say about that.
I'd say that's less of a mistake than Daham as he was coming through into that first section, into that first clipping point. He was wildly fishtailing. It looked like he'd overcommitted. Obviously, he's having to push so hard in that car with only 5 cylinders. And he knows that LS is super quick in Bagsy's car. He's seen Bagsy run. He's seen him qualify first place. He's known coming into that first run, you know what? I have got to go in so hard to stay with this guy. And Bagsy has, whatever he's done has just been maybe not enough to give Daham that space. So he's had to back off. He's been fishtailing. I don't know exactly what happened. Again, this is guesstimation
could
on my
be a misfire.
But we know it's a misfire.
We know he has one.
Let's hope he hasn't picked up another one.
Could be another one.
Damn.
Let's hope not, though.
But yeah, it looks like they are assuming the position, though, that means that we're going straight into this second run. Daham is lining up, and Bagsy with those very distinctive Monster Energy green lights. We've got a big Monster turnout here at this event. The guys have really come to support it. They were giving away some products throughout the course of the day. I think they dried up at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Really, really impressive. The Westlake tyres and the new LS motor all the way in from America. Really, really performing so well.
Here they come. Oh, is that the Ham taking a 5 minutes?
Or is he committed? No, it's Daham taking a 5-minute rule.
Is it a 5 minutes?
Daham, look at the pit crews. The pit crews scrambling. We're going to have a 5-minute rule. So in drifting, if you're not familiar with this, we have 5 minutes if there's a mechanical issue.
I'll go check with the judges. I'll be back.
A tyre failure, any sort of issue, the driver can invoke a 5-minute rule. That's when they have exactly 5 minutes to get into the pit, to prepare the car, to make sure it's all good, and then get back out on track. And if he's not back out on track in those 5 minutes, forfeits the run. So now the clock is ticking. You can see looking down through the pit lane there, the Hams team look at the fluid around the front of the car, the cones where they've had to mop up, and in the background Bagsy back into the pits, whether he's going to go, I don't know, whether he needs a tyre change, whether he needs to top up with fuel. Not having comms down to the pit lane means I can't bring you an exact update as to what's happening. As it looks like Nigel Colfer is working his way down through the pit lane as well. He knows that the car has to come out to the podium. I'm not too sure where the podium's going to be, actually. But really
usually it's just in front of the crowds.
Brilliant. Well, we'd love you to join. So the podium is going to be down in the collection area where you saw all the cars.
We're not sure yet, but we believe that it's going to be there.
Yep, I've just been indicated it's going to be down there. So the podium's going to be down in front of you guys in the grandstand. So if you can hear us in the pit lane at all, that's where the podium's going to be at the end of...
I have news. It is officially a 5-minute rule.
Brilliant, brilliant.
For the Ham. So let's hope whatever problem he has in his car, that this 5 minutes will be able to solve it.
well, they've certainly got a decent number of crew around it. Look at that, Nigel Colfer has parked up his car and is walking back towards Dham. Dham now in the final that we so confidently thought Nigel Colfer was going to be part of. And remember, we will be bringing you the result of Colfer versus Fredox when we get to the podium, and we will be able to announce who's taking that third place spot behind either Dham or Bagsy. And you know what, as Niall said, Steve Baggioni, Bagsy has he's been through a lot of different series. He was the BDC, the British Drift Championship champion in 2009, and here it is, a round of applause. Is nothing going to stop this guy. It's incredible. 5 minutes. I don't need 5 minutes. I need about 2.5. Give him a round of applause. He comes out. Listen to that engine working hard.
Did he lose another cylinder?
It doesn't sound good, does it?
No.
But where is Steve Baggioni?
Let me put it to you this way. What happened once in one of the championships that he was running a couple of years ago also was lively fed on screen. We've seen something flies off the Ham's car. Guess what that was?
Intake manifold.
The downpipe from the turbo flies off the car, and he won first place.
And he won first place. Yeah. Now this is interesting because we are assuming that he called the 5 minute rule and he's first back out. Where is Steve Baggioni? Was it him that called the 5 minute rule?
That's a question. Good to know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Can we check?
Who called the 5 minute rule? Dham did. He did. So where's Bagsy?
So Bagsy's actually using that 5 minute rule.
He's using the 5 minute rule. Yeah. Now this, I'm sure they're a very professional team. They'll have the clock. They will know how much longer they've got left, but the seconds are literally ticking away as we are stood up here now. The Westlake Tyres Monster Energy sponsored car. I can see some headlights. I can see some headlights.
Yeah,
here it comes.
Here's Bagsy coming up.
Steve Baggioni back underway. That car has given him absolutely no problems. I think they had an oil feed pipe to a pressure gauge split on them yesterday. It got a little bit hot, so it's a manual feed gauge.
Okay.
The oil line got a little bit hot, melted, caused a bit of a problem. I think that's pretty much the only issue they've had with that car. So a real testament to the guys that put it together
in no time.
And you can hear how sharp and on power it is right here.
He's going through the gears, you can hear that. Checking out, all synchros are working fine.
As Niall said before, just before we got into this final situation, Bagsy, and I was saying BDC winner in 2009. Since then, competed in a lot of different series, done a lot of different things. Now, coming to Drift All-Stars, stormed through as our #1 qualifier, straight into the final. A real power to be reckoned with within this series.
And guys, don't forget, he started with a Volvo 89 horsepower.
Yep, Volvo 340. Yep, welded up diff, cut down springs, and away you go.
That's how they start.
Yep.
That's how we all started. So, if you like the sport, don't let anything stop you.
Yep, you do the best you can with the best you got.
Exactly, you always have room to do something about it.
We've got the Pro Drift Academy here, the guys that have just broken the world record
with the GTR.
With the GTR that's out the back. It's been great seeing that here.
Guinness World Record, 305 kilometers per hour, sideways.
Yep. And no initiation with a handbrake. It was literally full initiation, inertia.
Flick
the car in.
Tire warm up we see on the backstage. Making sure they still have the grip.
And they're both warming the tyres at the same time, it looks like. They want to get this on. They want to get it done. Who's got the advantage going into this run? Very, very interesting.
Don't finish your tyres, guys.
So Bagsy's going to follow.
Dham is leading.
Down. Dham is leading.
This is super interesting.
Who has got the advantage at the moment, though? That's what we don't know from the judges. That's what is keeping us on the edge of our seats. Somebody is going into this particular run with an advantage. Those guys don't know. We don't know. But they're underway. We're about to find out what's going to happen as Dham commits to this first transition. Bagsy needs to do some catch-up. Needs to play catch-up. But he's got the speed. He's got the ability. come into the final hairpin to hand off the power. Bagsy on it. And then through the end of the judge section.
That is the gladiator power coming up. Is that fire?
Look at Bagsy managing down the back straight there.
Is the car on fire? No. Or was it the exhaust?
No, a massive back. The flame out there. Wow.
That was a lot of fire from the exhaust.
I really thought we were going to see a clear decision. I really thought that we were going to be able to pull from that one, that maybe Bagsy had the power, had the length, had the speed, but really that early commit.
Even if Bagsy takes it, the Ham's not going to make it easy.
Oh, no.
He's been a gladiator all night.
He's a winner in all our eyes, definitely. But I'm going to look down towards the judges and see if they've got a decision.
Is there a decision, the judges?
It looks to me as though there may well be a decision. So let's
Is the decision one more time?
They're being quite coy about
Or
this,
the
actually.
podium.
They're keeping us waiting here.
Or the podium. I want to have a look at the judges now.
And if we are going to the podium...
No, they left the judging tower. So apparently, yes, they do have a decision.
Do we have a decision? We have a decision.
Yes, we do have a decision.
So guys, Steve Baggioni, give him a round of applause. He comes down in front of you. We are taking it to the podium. We have a definitive decision from the judges. If you're watching us on the live stream, stay tuned. We're going to be with you very, very shortly. But we're taking it to the podium with some very special VIP guests who are going to be awarding the prizes here tonight to all the drivers on the podium.
Absolutely.
So yeah, come and join us. We're going to see you down there very, very shortly. And in the meantime, we'll leave you with Bagsy just destroying a few more Westlake tyres. Hilarious. Right guys, we'll be back really shortly.
Nigel Cofer, ladies and gentlemen! Cheer up for Nigel Cofer! Bagsy! Stephen Bagsy Baggioni in his S13 Sylvia LS powered. And Fred Ox now drifting around him in his V8 supercharged powered Soder. Guys, this is how drifters celebrate, regardless of positions, but this is how they celebrate. Big hands of applause! Fred Oaks from Norway! We can see Nigel also doing some donuts in front of the pit lane, cheering up for the crews and the VIPs. And that's the podium in place. Guys, it is big, but it's just far away. So we have 3 cars down there. We're missing 1. Where is the Ham? The Ham's car is being towed out of the track. Was it that last part of the engine breathing to actually finish this event for tonight? He was calling his last breaths, that engine. We also can see now on the TVs Bagsy enjoying finishing the event, having a Monster energy drink. Guys, here's the Ham in his Senshi, Tensai tuning, Nito tires. Ahmed Daham. Guys, big hands of applause for Ahmed Daham. يا جمهور وين الحماس؟ شو نايمين ولا شو؟ وين الحماس لأحمد دحام؟ وين الحماس لباكزي؟ سمعوا لي حماس للنرويجي فريدوكس. تعبان الجمهور معانا اليوم، شو رايك يا راشد؟ والله ما سمعتك يا ينال. سيارة دحام لقطة أنفاسها الأخيرة الظاهر في الجولة الأخيرة، وحاليا الشباب ياسين يدفونها عشان يوقفونها وراء المنصة. طبعا تحية كبيرة للمتسابق أحمد دحام، اليوم أدى أداء رائع جدا مع أن سيارته كانت للأسف عطلانة وكان عنده مشاكل تقنية، مع ذلك أدى أداء جميل جدا ونافس على المركز الأول. ان شاء الله الحين خلال الدقائق القادمه راح نشوف النتائج ونشوف مين خذ المركز الاول. كان باكزي المتسابق القادم من بريطانيا، او احمد دحام المتسابق الاردني المقيم في دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده. ايضا هناك سباق كان على المرتبه الثالثه، كان ما بين فريدكس النرويجي وكان ايضا ما بين نايجل كولفر الايرلندي. فعندنا 4 أشخاص كانوا يتنافسون على البوديوم. هال4 أشخاص كل واحد منهم من قارة أو من بلد ويحمل جنسية مختلفة. طبعا حيينا الإنسان العزيز علينا علاء شتيوي WRG لمساعدته لفرق عديدة في بطولات الدرفت في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وفي الراليات في السباقات الأخرى. حضوره دائما متواجد، أداء رائع جدا من هذا الشخص، دعم مستمر دائما للجميع. طبعا نحب نشكره على وجوده وتواجده معانا دائما. الآن نحن ننتظر إعلان النتائج. شباب يا جمهور، المركز الأول كان برايكم انتو سمعوني الحماس، يلا يا جمهور سمعوني الحماس. المركز الأول كان باكزي أو دحام. يلا سمعوني من عندكم يا جمهور، باكزي أو دحام. جمهورنا العزيز، انتم معانا الآن، احنا جاهزين لتوزيع الجوائز. أنا وصلتني النتائج بس ما أقدر أقول لكم، اصبروا معانا شوي. Now I'm waiting from you to give me the go ahead. We see now approaching the ceremony, the award ceremony stands and the podium, His Highness Sheikh Dr. Khalid bin Sultan Al Nahyan and Mr. Al Tariq Al Amiri, CEO of Yas Marina Circuit. They will be presenting the trophies for the winner. In third place, we have Nigel Colfer from Ireland. Receives his award from Mr. Tariq Al-Amiri and His Highness Sheikh Dr. Khalid bin Sultan Al Nahyan. In second place, Ahmed Daham, the gladiator of the night, receives his award, his trophy from His Highness Dr. Sheikh Dr. Khalid bin Sultan Al Nahyan and Mr. Al Tariq Al Amiri, CEO of Yas Marina Circuit. And in first position, Stephen Bagsy from UK. Congratulations for all the winners. Thank you, the crowd. Thank you very much for being with us. Everybody on the live media, thank you very much for watching us all over through the night. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Every now and then, a car that defies every rule is born. A car that breaks records, one after the other. Another world record to break. kilometers an hour. Adrift at 30 degrees. Winning is in our DNA.